Title: Horacio Silvestre Quiroga, Tales of Love, Madness and Death. 21 May 1936. The tales of love, madness and death invite us on a journey through writing to the boundaries of reality and the fantastic. The supernatural that hovers over these stories is never more than extreme nature, driven by the author to the limits of the unreal, the impossible, or the inexplicable. If Quiroga sometimes finds himself Kembali, the tradition of raw realism, in the vein of the Hispanic-American modernism, strongly influenced by French writers at the end of the 15th century, he gradually distances himself from this model to incorporate into his stories another reality. Fantastic is no longer a genre convention like Maupassant. It is the only possible expression of a vital experience that defies all reason, the very experience of Horacio Quiroga. When in 1917 the author gathered in a collection the short stories written throughout the 15 years before, for him love, madness, and death are known realities, endured with uncommon violence. The tragic life of Quiroga was often discussed. The violent death of his father, the suicide of his father-in-law in front of him, the suicide of his first wife, Anna Maria, sires, to which one should add the absurd accident by which he kills himself his best friend, Federico Fernando, while manipulating a gun, finally his own suicide in 1937, in a Buenos Aires hospital room. This repetition of the tragic leads Quiroga to the frontiers of a particular state, abyssal, luminous as hell, this state in which he writes to illuminate the infernal, reality by love of madness and death. This experience of the limits, introduced at the center of his approach to writing, allows Quiroga to distance himself from the narrative model imported from Europe and to forge, in solitude, his own art of writing one. Loneliness, Quiroga's exile, are not just convenient images. He actually exiled himself in the middle of the forest, in San Ignacio, in the border zone of Misiones. This is where he spends, from 1912, most of his life, where he writes the best of his tales, for it is here, far from the salons of Buenos Aires or Montevideo, that he discovers another reality as invasive as difficult to control. The antediluvian Misiones forest. Builder cleared land and built his own house. Writer, he made this forest an essential element in his tales. She brings the man down to size. She is his death as in Wild Honey, the loggers or sunstroke. But she also offers him the possibility of surpassing himself, of doing, like Candido the log driver, what nobody will ever do again. It is in his confrontation with death, under a diluting sun, or swept away by the Parana River's tide, that man reveals himself. The forest remains the place where two civilizations meet, that of the indigenous Guaranis and that of foreign exploitation companies, who reduce the Indian to the servile condition of an apprentice, a forestry peon. It is for a plain gramophone that Candido enters into struggle against the furious river. It is to escape from bondage, admitted by the other labourers as a necessity, that Podley dies, lost between the Paraná and the Paranani. Between man and forest the struggle is uneven, but man can still surpass himself and triumph by conquering himself. The victory of the Indian over British companies, sign of an era, on the other hand, is impossible. Man is disarmed before men. In this Quiroga is the first great Latin American writer to rise against a system which he predicts an inexorable evolution. He opens the literature onto a path where after him prominent authors like Miguel Angel Asturias, José María Arguedas, or Augusto Ro Bastos will embark. For Horacio Silvestre Quiroga, the Misiones forest is not therefore a place of retreat. It is that of confrontation with an objective danger, often mortal. He seems in exile only to his brilliant contemporaries who call him a poet. Luganes was his first master, Rodot or the young J.L. Borges, who has several times expressed his irreparable misunderstanding of Quiroga's work. For Horacio Quiroga, life in the forest is a shortcut to reaching the essential. Man and his limits, the inextricable danger or mysteryality, of which the impenetrable. Forest is more than a metaphor. But Quiroga, born under the sign of death, knows that time is measured. Hence his repeated will to go straight to the point, without waste, but without caring for the literary modes in vogue in the capital. If he remains faithful to the form of the tale, he only wrote 2 novels, after all, very short ones. It is undoubtedly because this genre allows him, through its very brevity, to say, as quickly and directly as possible, everything he has to say. This preoccupation with brevity, dominated by ambition to translate what is most alive, or most profound, in reality love, madness, and death, leads the author to a pared-down style, often dry, sometimes icy. I struggled so that the story would have only one line, drawn from start to finish with firm hand. No obstacles, no adornments, no digressions were to release the tension of his string. The tale is, in view of its intrinsic end, a carefully pointed arrow that leaves the bow to go directly hit the bull's eye. All the butterflies who would try to land on her in order to adorn their flight, they would only succeed in heavening it, wrote Quiroga in an article 2, adding, "Autor, in the 6th command of his Decalogo del Perfecto Cuentista. If you want to express more with greater precision in this circumstance, a cold wind blew from the river. There are no other words in human language that can express it better than these ones. Once you master these words, don't worry about whether they are aspirated or unaspirated." As such, Quiroga despises what he himself calls the vulgar style, that is, the exclusive privilege granted to the musicality of the phrase so highly advocated by the generation of modernists from whom he is drawn. For him, the quality of a style is measured by the exactness of the words used, their precision in relation to the desired effect. Similarly, the writer repeatedly expresses his hostility to the systematic use of words borrowed from regional dialects in order to make local colour. Once again, we must seek to express with precision in Spanish what might seem unexpressible otherwise than in Guarani for the case that interests him most at first hand. He does consent to some particularly expressive interjections, but nothing more. The work of the writer must above all be concerned with the choice of his vocabulary and the modelling of his syntax in the direction of economy and expressiveness. To the adjective he prefers the adverb or the noun, and to the noun the verb. Such options obviously guided us in the translation that we propose of tales of love, madness, and death. It was crucial to respect the apparent coldness, dryness, and great sobriety of Quiroga's style. Between 2 possible versions, we have always chosen the shortest, even if it is less elegant. We hope thus to have succeeded, at least partially, in preserving the irony of certain passages, such as a season of love or Isolde's death, which reveals itself precisely through deliberate over-adjectivation, corresponding to the mediocrity of the characters described. Regarding the problem of Americanisms that arises in any translation of a Hispanic-American work, we have adopted the view of translating them as exactly as possible by allowing the same terms used by the author. We have only kept a few rare names of plants that, for obvious reasons, do not have a French equivalent, and in which the scientific name, too barbaric, was out of place without the banality in Argentine of the term used. It goes without saying that we have always respected Quiroga's loans from Guarani and sometimes English or German, because these words already appear in italics in the original text. It also seemed to us essential to reproduce the syntactical and grammatical anomalies which characterize the expression of Indians or foreigners who do not master Spanish. Well, in this regard, a tale such as The Cherry Pickers is particularly interesting, because it brings together an Englishman who speaks Spanish school almost correct, but little natural, and an Indian who is quite unable to form a sentence in that language which isn't his own. In a word, we went for the almost systematic translation, as we believe that Quiroga's texts are not in breach with common usage of literary Spanish. By making use of exoticism in vocabulary, their singularity lies mostly in a growing disregard and mockery of writing conventions followed by his contemporaries, which he does with barely a sob, or disguised irony in meningialitis and its shadow, the last of love's tales of madness and death. It was therefore necessary to resist the temptation of exoticism in order not to hide behind its sole and very obvious condition of an alien a strange writing. Many friends have helped me with their advice to carry out, or at least finish, this translation. They should be thanked here. The egorged hen, all day long, seated in the courtyard. The 4 silly children of the Mazzini's Ferris sat on a bench. The tongue dangling between their lips, they swayed their head, mouth agape. The dirt courtyard was fenced off on the west by a brick wall. The bench, 5 meters away, was parallel to the wall, and that's where they remained motionless, eyes fixed on the bricks. When the sun disappeared behind the wall, it was party time for the idiots. At first, the blinding light attracted their attention. Slowly, their eyes brightened, and at last they laughed heartily, congested with this greedy mirth, looking at the sun, with a bestial joy, like food. On other occasions, lined up on the bench, they groaned for hours by imitating the electric tram. The loud noises also shook their inertia, and they ran around the yard then, biting their tongues and hooting. But they remained almost always extinguished in the dark lethargy of idiocy, and they spent all day sitting on their bench, their legs dangling and quiet, soaking their pants. With sticky saliva, the older one was 12 years old, and the younger 8. All of them, in their filthy and miserable aspect, betrayed the complete absence of maternal care. But these 4 idiots had once made their parents happy. After 3 months of marriage, Mazzini and Berta turned their tight love for husband and wife and husband toward a far more vital future, a child. What greater joy can 2 lovers feel than this honest consecration of their feelings, at last free from the base egotism of a mutual love without end, and, what is worse for, love itself, without any hope of renewal? Mazzini and Berta heard it so, and when a son came to them, after 14 months of marriage, they thought they had attained happiness. The child grew up beautiful and radiant until he was a year and a half old. But at 20 months he suffered terrible convulsions one night, and in the morning he did not recognize his parents any more. The doctor examined him with great care, professionally seeking the cause of illness from the diseases of his parents. A few days later, the paralyzed members of the child regained movement, but his intelligence, soul, and even instinct had truly disappeared. He was deeply an idiot, dribbling, slumped, dead forever, on the lap of his mother. "My son, my dear son." The mother sobbed at the frightful fall of her firstborn. The father, escorted the doctor outside. "You can tell them to me. I think it's a hopeless case. He may make some progress, be educated up to the extent that his idiocy will allow, but no further." "Yes, yes," assented Mazzini. "But say to me, do you believe it's hereditary, that? As for the paternal inheritance, I've already told you what I thought of it when I saw your son. As for the mother, there is a lung that does not sound good. I see nothing else, but there is this breath, slightly hoarse. Have her examined carefully." Disturbed by remorse, Mazzini redoubled his love for his son, this little idiot who was paying off the excesses of the grandfather. He had to console, support without ceasing Berta, wounded in the deepest by the failure of her young motherhood. Naturally, the couple poured all their love into the hope of another child. This one was born, and its health and clarity of laughter rekindled a dead future. But at 18 months, the convulsions of the firstborn repeated themselves, and the next day their second child awoke an idiot. This time the parents fell into deep despair. Then their blood, their love were cursed. He was 28, she was 22, and all their passionate tenderness could not create a single atom of normal life. They didn't even ask for beauty or intelligence any more, as they did with the first one, but a child like all others. Out of this new disaster came fresh flames of painful love, a wild desire to redeem, once and for all, the sanctity of their tenderness. The twins survived, but the same process, as with the 2 eldest, repeated point by point. However, beyond their immense bitterness, Mazzini and Berta retained a great compassion for their 4 children. It was necessary to pluck from the depths of their most animal nature, not their souls, but even their ablated instinct. They did not know how to swallow, move, or even sit down. Eventually they learned to walk, but as they could not see any obstacles, they bumped into everything. When they were washed, they bellowed so much that blood flushed to their faces. They only showed life for food, when they saw bright colors or heard thunder. Then they laughed, sticking out their tongues in a river of saliva, radiating a frenzied bestiality. They did have a certain faculty of imitation, but nothing could be extracted from it. It was with the twins that the awful progeny seemed to end. But after 3 years, Mazzini and Berta again ardently desired another child, hoping that all the time elapsed would have averted the fate. Their wishes remained unfulfilled, and in this burning desire that their own sterility only exacerbated, they grew bitter. Until then, each had taken on the part that was his in the fall of the children, but despairing of redeeming themselves after the 4 beasts who were born of them, they let this imperious need to accuse others spring forth, which is the province of inferior hearts. They began to change the pronoun, your children, and besides the insults, there were also insinuations. The atmosphere became heavier. "It seems to me," said one day Mazzini, who had just come in and was washing his hands, "that you could take better care of the cleanliness of your children." Berta continued to read as if she hadn't heard. "The first time," she replied after a moment, "I see you worrying about the state of your children." Mazzini, with a forced smile, turned his head slightly towards her. "Of our children, it seems to me. All right, of our children. You're happy?" And she raised her eyes. This time Mazzini is expressing himself clearly. "I hope you're not going to try and blame me for this, are you?" "No," Berta smiles, very pale. "But it's not mine either, I suppose. It wouldn't be any worse if it was," she murmured. "And what then? If there is someone to blame, it isn't me. Understand that. That's all I wanted to tell you." His wife looked at him for a moment with an infuriated desire to insult him. "Let's forget it," he finally said, drying his hands. "As you wish." This was their first quarrel, and others followed. But during the inevitable reconciliations, it was with renewed ardour and desire that their souls blended in the hope of another child. It was thus that a little girl was born. They lived 2 years of anxiety in the heart, always expecting a new disaster. However, nothing happened, and the parents made their daughter their only source of joy, which the little one, overspoiled, took advantage of to the extreme limit of bad education. In recent times, Berta still took care of her sons, but from the birth of Bertita she almost completely forgot about her other children. Her only memory of them was horrific, something terrible that they had forced her to commit. The same went for Mazzini, although on a lesser scale. Their souls had not been touched by peace. The slightest indisposition of their daughter brought to the surface, with terror of losing her, rancour from their rotten progeny. They had accumulated too long a time in bitterness for the cup not to be full, and at the slightest touch they spilled it out. Their first vino dispute had cost them all mutual respect, but there is something in man that, when he has once started on a course of ill will take pleasure in it, carrying it to the bitter end. Beforehand they had been held back by their mutual failure, but now that success had come, each, in attributing the credit to himself, became more acutely aware of the information of the 4 aborted children which the other had forced him to beget. With such feelings there was no longer any possibility of affection for the 4 elder children. The good woman dressed them, fed them, put them to bed. With the most obvious brutality, she almost never washed them. They spent about all day long abandoned in front of the wall, far from any attempt at caress. This is the text translated into English. That's how Bertita celebrated her 4th birthday, and that night, after all the treats her parents couldn't refuse to give her, the child got a bit chilly and a little feverish. The fear of her dying or being left an idiot reopened the eternal wound. 3 hours had passed since they had last spoken to each other, and the pretext was, as almost always, Mazzini's noisy footsteps. "My God," she said, "you can't walk any more quietly?" "How many times?" "Well, I don't think so. It's over. I'm not doing it on purpose. That's it. I'll believe you." "Yes, and I would never have thought that you," she added in a low voice. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "Yes, I heard you. Listen, I don't know what you said, but I swear that I prefer anything rather than a father like the one you had." Mazzini went pale. "Finally," he murmured without loosening his teeth. "Finally, Snake, you've said what you wanted to say." "Yes, Snake, yes. But my parents were normal. You hear? Normal. My father was not mad. I could have had children like everyone else." "Those are your children," the 4 of them, Mazzini exploded in turn. "Viper!" "That's what I told you and what I wanted to tell you." "Ask him. Ask the doctor who is responsible for the meningitis of your children, my father or your sick lung." "Snake!" and they continued thus, with ever greater violence, until Bertita's sigh came to seal their lips instantly. At 1 o'clock in the morning her slight indigestion had vanished, and, as with all young couples who have loved each other intensely even just once, reconciliation came, inevitably, with all the more displays of affection since the insults had been infamous. A fine day rose, and, at the wake-up, Berta spat blood. Undoubtedly the emotions and the bad night were responsible for much of it. Mazzini kept her a long time cradled in his arms, and she cried desperately, but neither one nor the other dared to say a word. At 10 o'clock they decided to go out after lunch. As they had barely the time, they ordered the housekeeper to kill a chicken. The radiance of day had torn the fools from their bench. So the maid, who was plucking the animal with parsimony, Berta had inherited from her mother this excellent method for preserving all its freshness in the flesh, thought she, sensed something like a breath behind her. She turned and saw the 4 idiots, shoulder to shoulder, gawking at her in amazement. "Madame!" The children cried out. "The children are here, in the kitchen." Berta arrived. She didn't allow them to intrude. Even in these hours of complete forgiveness, of forgetting and of reclaiming happiness, she couldn't spare herself this terrible vision, because naturally the more intense his transports of love for his husband and daughter, the more irritated he was with the 4 monsters. "Get out! Out with them! I say, get out!" And the 4 beasts, shaken, roughly pushed back, went to lay down on their bench. Everyone came out after lunch. The good party for Buenos Aires, and the couple went out to walk on the alleys. They returned at dusk, but Berta wanted to spend a moment greeting her neighbours across the street. Her daughter immediately escaped to go back home with her parents. Meanwhile, the fools had stayed glued to their bench all day long. The sun was already behind the wall. It was beginning to disappear, but they, on the other hand, continued to stare at the bricks, more inert than ever. Suddenly something came between their gaze and the wall. Their sister, tired after 5 hours of rocking, wanted to discover the world by herself. Standing at the foot of the wall, she thoughtfully watched the crest. She wanted to climb. There was no doubt about it. She finally settled on a broken chair, but that was not enough. She then resorted to a keg of kerosene that her sense of topography made it place in a vertical position. Thereby she triumphed. The 4 idiots, with an indifferent look, saw how their sister was slowly managing to find balance, and how, on her toes, she leaned her throat against the crest of the wall, between her outstretched hands. They saw her looking all around and searching for a footrest to lift herself up even more. A sane and insistent light had fixed in their pupils. They did not leave their sister's eyes, while slowly a feeling of bestial greed transformed every feature of their faces. Slowly they advanced towards the wall. The little girl, who had found where to put her foot, and was about to jump on the wall to, no doubt, fall on the other side, felt that someone was grabbing her leg. 8 eyes, fixed on hers under her, made her feel scared. "Let go of me! Let go!" she shouted while shaking her leg. But she was dragged along. "Mom! Mom, Dad!" she pleaded. She tried hard to hang on to the edge, but felt herself being pulled and fell. "Mom! Mom!" she cried out, and couldn't scream any more. One of them choked her by twisting her hair like it was feathers, and the others dragged her by one leg into the kitchen, where that morning they had bled a chicken, holding it firmly, taking away its life second by second. Mazzini in the house across the street thought he heard his daughter's voice. They listened, concerned, but didn't hear anything more. They withdrew a moment later, and while Berta was putting on her hat, Mazzini came out into the courtyard. "Berta," no one answered. "Berta? No," he shouted, lifting a voice already hoarse. And the silence that followed was so funereal to his ever-on-the-alert heart that an awful premonition sent a cold shiver down his spine. "My daughter! My daughter!" And he rushed forward in despair towards the end of the courtyard, but as he passed by the kitchen, he saw on the floor a sea of blood. He violently pushed the half-open door and let out a scream of horror. Berta, who had been called by her father's frantic cry, heard him scream and screamed in turn. But as she rushed into the kitchen, Mazzini, pale as death, intervened to hold her back. "Don't come in! Don't come in!" Berta managed to see the floor covered with blood. It is barely if she could bury her face in her hands, and she collapsed with a rasping sigh along with her husband. Suicide boats. There are few things more terrifying than to encounter at sea an abandoned ship. If, by day, the danger is less, by night, there is nothing that allows one to see the ship or avoid it. The impact takes both. These abandoned ships, for one reason or another, stubbornly drift along with the currents or the wind, if they have their sails unfurled. In this way they sail across the seas, capriciously changing course. The number of vapour ships that did not arrive at port one day fell into one of these silent ships that travel without a purpose. It is always possible to come across them at any time. Fortunately, the currents usually trap them in the Sargasso seas. The ships finally stop, here and there, forever immobile in this desert of water. And so, little by little, they rot away. But others arrive every day, take their place in silence, so that this gloomy and quiet place is always crowded. The first cause of these ship abandonments undoubtedly lies in the storms and fires that leave black drifting skeletons at sea. But there are other peculiar reasons, among which one can count what happened to the Maria Margarita, which sailed from New York on August 24th, 1903, and did not report anything on August 26th in the morning, when it made contact with a corvette. 4 hours later, a steamship, getting no response, sent out a lifeboat that boarded the Maria Margarita. There was nobody on board the ship. The sailors' shirts were drying at the bow. The stove was still lit. A sewing machine, the needle suspended over its work, seemed to have been left there only a moment before. There was no sign of struggle or panic. All was perfectly in order, and they had all vanished. What had happened? That night, when I learned this, we were gathered on the deck. We were going to Europe, and the captain told this story of sailors, incidentally perfectly exact. The female audience, won over by the suggestive murmur of the swell, listened, shivering. Nervous girls unconsciously lent an anxious ear to the rough voices of the forerunners. A very young newlywed girl ventured, "Will it be the eagles?" The captain smiled warmly. So what? Eagles that would carry away a whole crew? Everyone laughed, and the young woman did too, feeling slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, one of the passengers knew something about this. We looked at him with curiosity. Throughout the trip he had been an excellent companion, admiring things apart from himself and speaking little. "Ah, if you would tell us, mister," pleaded the young lady to the eagles. "I don't see any objections," agreed the quiet character. "In a nutshell, one day on the seas of the north we met a sail like the Maria Margarita of the captain. We also travelled by sail, almost dragged us next to him. The singular aspect of abandonment, which does not deceive about a ship, attracted our attention. We slowed down to observe it. In the end we managed to get off a boat. On board there was no one, and everything was perfectly in order. But the last note in the log was 4 days old, so we weren't really impressed. We even had a good laugh at those famous sudden disappearances. 8 of our men remained aboard to take the other ship. We were to sail in company. At night it got ahead of us. The following day we caught up with it, but there was no one on deck. They had again dropped the dinghy, and those who went on board had in vain searched all the ship. They were all gone, and nothing was moved, not even an object. The sea, over its entire expanse, was absolutely smooth. In the kitchen a pan of potatoes still boiled. As you will understand, the superstitious terror of our men then reached its summit. In the end 6 found courage to go fill the void, and I followed them. As soon as we got on board, my new companions decided to drink to chase away all anxiety. They sat in a circle, and after an hour most of them were already singing. Midday came, and the nap passed. At 4 o'clock the breeze stopped, and the sails fell. A sailor approached the edge and gazed out at the oily sea. Everyone had gotten up. They meandered, and no longer felt like talking. One of them sat down on a coiled rope and removed his shirt to mend it. He sewed for a moment in silence. Suddenly he stood up and let out a long whistle. His companions turned around. Also surprised, he looked at them with a vague expression and sat up straight. A moment later he went to the edge, left his shirt there, and jumped into the water. On hearing the splash, the others turned their heads, their eyebrows slightly furrowed, immediately after they had forgotten it, to fall back into the general apathy. After a while another one stretched and rubbed his eyes as he walked, and jumped into the water. A half-hour had passed. The sun was setting. Suddenly I felt someone touch my shoulder. "What time is it?" he asked. 5 o'clock, I replied. The old sailor who had asked me the question looked at me with suspicion, hands in his pockets, leaning forward in front of me. He gazed at my trousers for a long time, distracted. At last he threw himself into the water. The 3 who remained quickly approached and observed the ripples. They sat on the edge, softly whistling, their eyes lost in the distance. One of them went down and stretched out on the deck, tired. The others disappeared one by one. At 6 o'clock, the last one. He had gotten up, adjusted his clothes, pulled his hair back, started walking still groggy, and threw himself into the water. I was then left alone, looking like a fool at the empty sea. Everyone, not knowing what they were doing, had rushed into the sea, wrapped in the morbid somnolence that floated on the boat. When one jumped into the water, the others turned away, for a moment concerned, as if they remembered something and then forgot it again. So all of them disappeared too, I suppose, those from the night before, and the others, and those from other boats. That's all. We stayed watching this strange man with a well-understood curiosity. "And you, then, haven't felt anything?" asked my neighbour from the cabin next to mine. "Yes. Great exhaustion and the obsession of the same ideas, but nothing else. I don't know why I didn't feel more. I guess the reason is this. Instead of wearing myself out trying in vain to defend myself against what I felt, as everyone else must have done, and even the sailors without, knowing it, I simply accepted this hypnotic death, as if I had already counselled it. It was something like that which must have happened to the sentinels of this famous watch, who hanged themselves night after night. Since the comment was pretty complicated, no one replied. A little later the narrator retired to his cabin. The captain followed him for a moment with the corner of his eye. "Jester," murmured Teal. "On the contrary," said a sick passenger who was returning home to die. "If it was a joker, he would not have stopped thinking about it, and he would also have thrown himself into the water." The lonely one. Cassim was an ill-fated man, a jeweller by trade, although he did not have a place to rest his head. An expert in gem-setting, he worked for major houses. His small hands were no match for the delicate jewellery work. More daring and more capable of trading, he could have been rich. But at 35 he continued to work in his room, transformed into a workshop under the window. Cassim, with his frail frame, pale face bordered by a sparse black beard, had a beautiful wife who was passionately devoted to him. The young woman, a child of the neighbourhood, had aspired, thanks to her beauty, to a more advantageous marriage. She had waited until 20 years, causing men from her body and her neighbours. But, as she finally began to worry, she eagerly accepted Cassim. And so, goodbye dreams of luxury. His husband was talented, even an artist, but totally lacking in talent to make a fortune. Also, while the jeweller was working bent over his tweezers, she fixed her slow and ponderous gaze on him, with her elbows on the table, and then suddenly tore it off, followed him with her eyes through the window to the easy-going passer-by, who might have been her husband. However, all that Cassim earned was for her. On Sunday he too worked, so as to be able to give her a little more. When Mary wanted a jewel, and how passionately she desired it, worked at night, after which he coughed, at points of side, but Mary received his flashes of brilliance. Gradually, the daily attendance of precious stones ended up by him to love the work of the artisan, and she followed with ardour the intimate delicacies of the setting. But when the jewellery was finished, he had to leave her. She sank more deeply into the disappointment of her marriage. She stopped before the mirror to try on the jewel. Then she ended up abandoning it here and there, and went into her room. Cassim, hearing her sobs, rose and found her on the bed, but she didn't want to listen to him. "I do everything that I can for you," he said to him finally with sadness. At these words the sobs redoubled, and the jeweller slowly went back to set up at his bench. This kind of scenes was repeated so often that Cassim no longer got up to console her. To console her? To console her? To console what? What didn't stop Cassim from extending his vigils even further, for him to give him even more? He was an indecisive, irresolute, and taciturn man. The glances of his wife now stopped, with a heavier fixity on this silent tranquillity. "And you say you're a man," she murmured. Cassim, on his pause, did not stop moving his fingers. "You aren't happy with me, Maria," he said from time to time. Happy, and the nerve of you to say so. Who could be happy with you? The very last woman wouldn't be. Poor devil, she concluded, a nervous laugh as she went off. Until 3 in the morning, and his wife, one new diamond flashes that she considered for a moment, her lips pinched. Yes, it's not an extraordinary tiara. When did you make it? I started. On Tuesday. He looked at her with a pale tenderness while you were sleeping. At night. Oh, you would have better gone to bed. The brilliants are enormous. Calm his passion. It was the large stones that Cassim heaped up on. She followed the work with a crazy avidity to see it finished, and as soon as the jewel was finished, she ran to the mirror. Then a fit of sobs. Any husband, even the last, would make a sacrifice to spoil his wife. And you. I had not even got a miserable dress to put on. Once she had passed a certain limit of respect for man, a woman might come to say to her husband things incredible. Cassim's wife passed this limit with an eagerness at least equal to that which she felt for diamonds. One evening, Cassim was putting away his jewelry when he noticed the disappearance of a pin, 2 solitaires worth 5,000 pesos. He searched again in his boxes. "Haven't you seen the pin, Maria?" he asked. "I left it there." "Yes, I saw it." "Where is it?" He turned around, surprised. "Here." His wife, with a flamboyant gaze and a witty mouth, paraded, wearing the pin at her corsage. "She looks very good on you," said Cassim after a moment. "Let's go." Maria burst out laughing. "Oh, no, she's mine." "You're kidding." "Yes, I'm kidding. I'm joking, yes. Like that hurts to think she could be mine. Tomorrow I'll give her to you. Today I take it to go to the theatre." Cassim regained his speech. "You're wrong. They could see you. One would lose all confidence in me." "Bah!" she concluded with ennui and anger, slapping the door shut violently. Coming back from the theatre, she put the jewel on the bedside table. Cassim got up and locked it away in his workshop. When he came back, his wife was sitting on the bed. "That means you're afraid I'll steal it. Say I'm a thief." "Don't take things like that. You were careless, that's all." "Ah, and you give it to you. And when your wife asks you to hurry a little and wants. You treat me as a thief, scoundrel." Finally she fell asleep, but Cassim didn't sleep. Then Cassim was entrusted with a lone one to mount, the most brilliant diamond that he had ever held in his hands. "Look, Maria, what stone?" I had never seen anything like it. She said nothing, but Cassim heard the deep sigh of his wife at the sight of the solitaire. "An admirable water," he went on. "It must cost 9 or 10,000 pesos." "A ring," she murmured at last. "No, it's a man's stone." An earring. As he climbed the lonely mountain, Cassim felt the burden of his weary shoulders grow heavier with the pent-up resentment of a frustrated wife who consumed his heels. Wife? 10 times a day she would interrupt her husband to go in front of the mirror with the gloss. Then she would try it on with different clothes. "If you want to, you'll do it later." One day Cassim said boldly, "It's urgent work." He waited in vain for an answer. His wife opened the window of the balcony. "Maria, they can see you. Here it is, your stone." The loner, violently torn, rolled on the ground. Cassim, pale, picked him up and examined him, then later raised his eyes to his wife. "Well, why are you looking at me like that? Has something happened to your stone?" "No," answered Cassim, and he immediately resumed his task, his hands trembling pitifully. But he had to finally get up to go see his wife in the room, in a fit of nervousness. Her hair had come undone, and her eyes popped out of their sockets. She was crying out, "Give it to me! Let's go! Give it to me!" Cassim tried to push himself free, stammering, "Maria!" His wife screamed at him like a mad woman, You thief! You miserable wretch! You've stolen my life, thief!" "And you thought I wouldn't catch up with you? Cuckold! There you are, all right." Then she raised her 2 hands to her throat, as if to strangle herself. But when Cassim wanted to leave, she jumped out of bed, fell, and managed to hold on to a boot. "It doesn't matter. Give me the shiny one. I don't want anything else." "It's mine, Cassim." Wretched Cassim, pale, helped her to get up. "You are sick, Maria. We will talk later. Lie down. My shiny one." "Well, we'll see if that's possible. Lie down. Give it to me." The nervous crisis abated. Cassim went back to work on his solitary. Since his hands had a mathematical certainty, he only needed a few more hours to finish it. Maria got up to eat, and Cassim treated her as usual. At the end of the dinner his wife looked at him. "It's not true, Cassim," she said. "Oh," Cassim replied with a smile, "it's nothing. I swear to you it's not true," she insisted. Cassim smiled again, lightly stroked her hand, and then got up to continue working. His wife, with her head in her hands, followed him with her eyes. "You're just saying that," she murmured. Disgusted by this viscous, limp, and lifeless creature that her husband was, she went into his room. She didn't sleep well. She woke up. It was already late, and saw light in the studio. Her husband was still working. An hour later, Cassim heard a scream. "Give it to me." "But yes, it's for you. It's almost finished, Maria," he hurried to answer as he stood up. But his wife, after this scream of a nightmare, had fallen asleep again. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Cassim was able to complete his task. The light shone bright, virile, and strong in its kitten. In silent footsteps he entered the room and turned on the lamp. Mary was sleeping on her back, in the cold whiteness of her shirt and sheet. He went to the studio and came back. He looked for a moment at the almost bare breast, and with a pale smile he pushed back a little more the unfastened shirt. Her wife didn't feel anything. There was little light. Cassim's face suddenly hardened like stone, and, stroking the jewellery for a moment on his wife's naked breast, he drove the entire pin straight into her heart. She opened her eyes wide, then her eyelids slowly drooped again. Her fingers curled in, and that was all. The pillow of feathers, his honeymoon, was a long shiver. Blonde, angelic, and shy, the tough character of her husband froze her childish dreams as a young bride. She loved him very much, and yet sometimes on the street, when they returned home together in the evening, she would cast a quick glance at his tall stature, Jordan, mute 4th stature. An hour. As for him, he deeply loved her, but did not show it. For 3 months they had married in April. They lived a singular happiness. Without doubt, she would have liked less severity in this stern sky of love, more expansive and more innocent tenderness. But the impassible face of her husband always held her back. The house in which they lived was not the least cause of her tremors. The whiteness of the silent courtyard, friezes, columns, and marble statues produced an autumnal impression of an enchanted palace. Inside, the glacial brilliance of the plasterwork, without a single scratch on the high walls, heightened this sense of disquieting coldness. When one went from room to room, the whole house resounded with footsteps, as if prolonged abandonment had made it more noisy. In this strange nest of love, Alicia spent all of autumn. She had, despite everything, resigned herself to cover a veil over her old dreams, and lived half asleep in the hostile house, without wanting to think about anything until the clear arrival of her husband. Nothing surprising that she should lose weight. She was stricken with a slight influenza, which hung on for days and days. Alicia never got over it. At last, one afternoon, she was able to go out into the garden in the arms of her husband. She looked here and there, indifferent. Suddenly, Jordan, with deep tenderness, very slowly ran his hand through her hair, and Alicia then burst into tears, throwing her arms round his neck. She cried longly, all the terror she kept inside, and her sobs doubled at the slightest attempt of comfort. Then the sobs grew fainter, but she still stayed for a long time huddled in Jordan's neck, not moving or saying a word. This was the last day that Alicia could get up. The next morning, when she woke up, she had fainted. Jordan's doctor examined her with great care and ordered her to stay in bed and rest absolutely. "I don't know," he said to Jordan at the doorstep of the street, and always in a low voice. "She suffers from a very great weakness that I cannot explain. And without vomiting? Nothing. If tomorrow she wakes up like today, call me right away." The next day Alicia was even worse. They consult. They found anemia with acute evolution, perfectly inexplicable. Alicia did not lose consciousness, but she was obviously going to die. The bedroom remained completely illuminated all day in perfect silence. Time passed without any sound being heard. Alicia dozed. Jordan lived in the living-room, where all the lamps were also lit. He walked back and forth from side to side with an inexhaustible obstinacy. The carpet stifled his footsteps. For moments he would enter the room and carry on with his silent coming and going along the bed, stopping an instant at each end to look at his wife. Soon Alicia began having hallucinations, confused and floating at first, and then later descending down to the floor. The young woman, with eyes unnaturally wide open, kept gazing at the carpet on both sides of the bedside table. One night she suddenly stopped, staring fixedly. A moment later she opened her mouth to scream, and her nostrils and lips began to perspire. "Jordan! Jordan!" she cried out in terror, still not taking her eyes off the carpet. Jordan rushed into the room. As she saw him appear, Alicia cried out in horror. "It's me, Alicia, it's me." Alicia lost her mind and stared at the carpet. Again and again, after this long and stunning encounter, she calmed herself down. She smiled and held her husband's hand for a whole half-hour, shaking. Among her most relentless hallucinations she saw an anthropoid who, leaning his fingers on the carpet, kept his eyes fixed on her. The doctors came back uselessly. There before them was a life that was ending, whose blood flowed day by day, hour by hour, without anyone absolutely knowing how. During the last consultation, Alicia was lying in stupor while they took her pulse, passing their immobile wrist from one to another. They watched her for a long moment in silence, and then went into the dining-room. His discouraged doctor raised his shoulders. "It's a serious case. There isn't much to do. It couldn't get worse," Jordan blurted out, and he suddenly began to tap on the tabletop. Alicia continued to fade into her emaciated delirium that grew more intense at night, but receded a little each morning. Her illness didn't progress during the day, but every morning she awoke pale, almost as if she were fainting. It seemed that only at night her life was draining away in new waves of blood. She always had the feeling of being crushed in her bed by tons of lead when she woke up. From the third day on, this feeling of sinking did not leave her again. She could hardly move her head. She no longer wanted anyone to touch the bed or even adjust her pillow. Her crepuscular terrors now came in the form of monsters that crept up to the bed and clumsily scrambled onto the bedspread. Then she lost consciousness. For the past 2 days she had been talking incessantly to herself at a whisper. The lamps remained on, dim in the bedroom and the living-room. In the silence of despair that reigned in the house, there was no longer heard but the mad, monotonous deluge which escaped from the bed, and the dull echo of Jordan's eternal steps. Alicia died at last, and when the good woman came to undo the empty bed, she looked for a moment at the pillow with astonishment. "Mr. she called Jordan in a low voice. "There are spots on the pillow which look like blood." Jordan quickly approached and leaned over it. In fact, on the case, on both sides of the depression left by Alicia's head, 2 small dark spots were visible. "It looks like scratches," whispered the good one after observing him immobile for a moment. "Bring it closer to the light," Jordan said. The good girl lifted him, but immediately let go and continued to watch her, livid and shaking. Without knowing why, Jordan felt his hair stand on end. "What's wrong?" he whispered hoarsely. "He is very heavy," the maid murmured without ceasing to tremble. Jordan lifted him. He weighed extraordinarily. They took it, and Jordan cut the lining and the outer covering of a blow with a knife on the dining-room table. The feathers flew up, and the good, with wide open mouth, pushed out a cry of horror when she put her stiff hands to his bandages. At the bottom, among the feathers, slowly stirring its furry legs, there was a monstrous beast, a living, viscous ball. It was so swollen that her mouth barely showed. Night after night, ever since Alicia had gone to bed, she had slyly applied her mouth, or rather her tongue, to her temples. She had sucked all of his blood. The bite was imperceptible. By shaking his pillow every day, he had certainly prevented it from developing at first, but as soon as the young woman could no longer move, the suction was terrifying. In 5 days, in 5 nights, she had drained Alicia. These bird parasites, which are tiny in their natural environment, can reach enormous proportions under certain conditions. The human blood seems to be particularly favorable to them, and it is not uncommon to find it in the pillow-cases of down feathers. Death of Isolde, it was the end of the first act of Tristan and Isolde. Tired after a busy day, I stayed in my chair, delighted with my solitude. I turned my head toward the hall. My gaze immediately stopped on a loge in the pit. Men and women, of course. He, any husband, and perhaps, because of his vulgar shopkeeper's manner, and the difference in age with his wife, less than any. She, young, pale, one of those deep beauties who, more than the face itself, although it is very beautiful, maintain perfect solidarity between look, mouth, neck, half-closed eyes. It was, above all, a beauty for men without being in the least provocative, and that is precisely what women will never understand. I looked at her for a long time with my eyes wide open, because I could see very well, and because man, when he is thus stopped all by the contemplation of a beautiful body, does not resort to the female ruse of twins. The second act began. I turned my head towards the box once more, and our eyes met. I had already relished the charm of this vague gaze across the room, but in an instant, as it came to rest directly on mine, I lived the most adorable dream of love that I have ever been given. All of this happened very quickly. Her eyes furtively darted away a couple of times, but each time I looked at her with unwavering intensity for that long minute, she briefly turned them towards me. With the sudden joy of having fantasized about her husband for an instant, and with the ideal most prone to being disenchanted, I felt a great pain in my chest. She turned her eyes towards me again, but at this instant I felt that my neighbour on the left was looking in the direction of her, and, after staying immobile for a moment, he waved to them. So then, I had no right to regard myself as a happy man, and I observed my companion. It was a man over 35, with blonde beard, and that clear and hard look of blue eyes which express an unequivocal will. They know each other, I said to myself, and more than a little. In truth, about the middle of the act, my neighbour, who had not taken his eyes from the stage, fixed them on the box. She, her head a little back in the gloom, was also looking at him. She appeared to be even pallider to me. They looked at each other steadily, intently, isolated from the world, on this parallel that, from him to her, soul to soul, supported their immobility. During the third act, my neighbour didn't turn his head for a moment, but before the end he left by the side corridor. I looked at the box. It too had retired. The idyll's over, I said to myself with melancholy. He never returned, and the room remained empty. But yes, they repeat themselves, and he shook his head longly. All dramatic situations can repeat themselves, even the most unbelievable. But one has to have lived, and you are a child. And the same will happen with your Tristan, which does not prevent there being there the most passionate cry that e'er has ever set an human soul. I love this work as much as you, and perhaps even more. I am not referring, believe me, to the drama of Tristan and the 32 situations of the dogma, outside of which everything is just repetition. No, the scene that comes back as a nightmare, the characters who suffer from hallucinations of a dead happiness, it's something else. You have attended the prelude of one of those rehearsals. Yes, I know very well that you remember. At that time, we didn't know each other, you and me, and I was just about to tell you about that to you, but you misinterpreted what you saw, and took for a happy act. Happy. Listen to me. The boat leaves in a moment, and this time I will not come back to you. I tell it as if I could write it, for 2 reasons. First, because you bear a disturbing resemblance to what I was myself at the time you just, the good bits, by happy chance on second, because you will be, my young friend, quite perfectly unable to pay her compliments after what you are about to hear. Listen to me. 10 years ago I knew her. During the 6 months that I was her fiancé, I did everything possible to make her mine. I loved her very much, and she, on her part, loved me immensely. That is why one day she gave in, and from that moment on, my love, released from this tension, cooled down. She and I did not come from the same milieu. While she was basking in the aura that clung to my name, at that time I was considered a young man of some social distinction, lived in a sphere where it was inevitable for me to be flirting with girls who came from wealthy families, and sometimes they were very beautiful. One of them knew how to conduct our flirtation under the umbrellas of the Garda party, so that I became impatient and started seriously sighing after her. But while my physique was all right for this sort of game, my fortune was not sufficient to offer her the lifestyle she was looking forward to, and she made this clear to me. She was right, absolutely right. As a consequence, I made love with one of her friends, much uglier, but infinitely less capable for these supplices of head-to-head at 10 centimeters, the only appeal of heel, of Hawthorne, ballet, which consists in driving the flirt crazy, while remaining master of himself, and this time it was not me who was supposed to be exasperated. Sure of my victory, I thought about how to break up with Ines. I continued to see her, and, although she could not deceive herself as to the cooling of my passion, her love was too great for it not to shine her eyes with joy every time I saw her. His mother left us alone, and even if she had known what was going on, she would have closed her eyes to not compromise the faintest chance of getting his daughter into a much higher environment. One evening I went there in good spirits, eager to break up and agitated for this reason by a manifest bad mood. Ines ran to kiss me, but suddenly, very pale, she stopped. "What's wrong?" she asked me. "Nothing," I replied with a forced smile as I brushed her forehead. She let it be, not paying attention to my hand, looking at me intently. Finally she turned her frosty eyes, and we went into the parlour. Her mother came in. Sensing the storm coming, she stayed only a moment and then disappeared. To break up, it's a short word, easy, but to start. We were sitting down and not talking. Ines leaned down, pushed my hand away from her face, and looked at me with a sorrowful gaze, searching me with anxiety. "It's obvious," she murmured. "What?" I asked coldly. The tranquillity of my gaze did him more harm than my voice, and his face worsened. "That you don't love me any more," she articulated with a slow and desperate oscillation of her head. "It's the 50th time that you say the same thing," I answered. One couldn't find a harder answer, but finally I had started. Ines looked at me for a moment, almost as if I were a stranger, and, with an abrupt gesture, pushed away my hand and cigarette. She exploded. "Esteban?" "What?" I asked again. This time it was clear enough. She slowly let go of my hand and sank into the sofa, her pale face remaining frozen under the lamp. But a moment later his head swayed from side to side and fell under his tense arm on the backrest. A further moment passed. The injustice of my attitude — she saw nothing but injustice — made grow the disgust I felt for myself. That's why, when I heard, or rather felt, that her tears finally flowed, I got up with a loud clack of tongue. "She thought we wouldn't have any more scenes," I told him as I walked into the room. She didn't answer. I added, "But let this be the last." Between her tears that spread apart, I heard her reply, "A moment later, as you wish." But right after she collapsed in sobs on the sofa, "What have I done to you?" "Nothing," I replied. "And I, too, haven't done anything to you. To you, I think we're both in the same boat. I'm sick of these stories." The tone of my voice was surely much harsher than my words. Ines stood up, and, leaning on the arm of the sofa, she repeated, "I see, as you wish. It was a holiday. It was I who came to break it off, and they were taking the initiative." Vanity, a vile vanity that hit me hard, made me answer, "Perfectly. I leave." "May you be happy." Another time she didn't understand, and looked at me with a strange expression. I had committed the first infamy, and as always in such cases I was taken by a vertigo to shame myself even more. "It's clear," I launched myself at her brutally, "because from me you haven't had to complain. Isn't that so? That is to say, I have given you the honor of being your lover, and you must be grateful to me for it." She understood my smile better than my words, and while I was going to pick up my hat in the corridor, her body and soul collapsed in the salon. As soon as I entered the foyer, I felt intensely how much I loved, and what I had just done. My desire for luxury, a glamorous marriage, all of this scarred my mind like a wound. And I, who offered myself at auction to the fat wretches of the great world, who put me up for sale, I had just committed the most outrageous act that one can inflict on a woman who has loved you too much. A failure on Mount Olivet, or a vile moment with a man who is not so, leads to the same end: the desire to sacrifice oneself to regain more exalted self-value. Then there is this immense thirst for tenderness, kiss after kiss, to erase the tears of the beloved woman whose first smile, after the injury we have caused her, is the most beautiful light that can flood a man's heart. And it was over. It was no longer possible for me, in conscience, to resume what I had just outraged. I was no longer worthy of her. I did not deserve her any more. I had defiled in an instant the most pure love that any man had received, and I had lost with Inez the irreplaceable happiness of possessing who has loved you from the depths of the heart, Desperate and ashamed, I passed by the door and saw her lying on the couch, crying her heart out, her head in her arms. "Ines! I have lost her!" I felt my own loneliness even more deeply at the sight of her body, at all this love, shaken by the sobs of her dead happiness. Almost without realizing it, I stopped. "Ines!" I called out. My voice was no longer the same, and she must have noticed it, for in her soul she felt, since sobs redoubled, the desperate call of my love to her. This time, yes, my great love. "No, no," she answered me. "It's too late." Padilla stopped. I have rarely seen a more dry and more calm bitterness than that of his eyes when he concluded. As for me, I could not drive from my own mind the image of that adorable head of the lodge, sobbing on the sofa. Would you believe me if I were to tell you that during my many insomnias, as a single, dissatisfied man, I have seen it like this in front of me? As soon as I left Buenos Aires, without seeing almost anyone, and above all my rich fiancée, I returned 8 years later, and then I learned that she had married 6 months after my departure. Once again I have gone away, and it has been a month since I returned, more calm and now in peace. I had not seen her again. It was for me like a first love, with all the dignity of charm that an ideal virgin can have for man-made, who has then loved 1,000 times. If one day you were loved as I have been, and if as me you should commit an outrage, you would then understand all the virile purity there is in my memory, until this evening when I fell on her. Yes, that evening at the theatre, seeing his luxurious husband's armchair, I understood that she had rushed into marriage, as I had rushed to Ucayali. But when I saw her again, 20 meters away from me, looking at me, I felt in my soul, drowsed in peace, the bloody desolation of having lost her, as if these 10 years had only been a day. Inez, her beauty, her unique gaze among all women, had been mine, all mine, because they had been abandoned to me with adoration. A beautiful day. You too will know that. I did what was humanly possible to forget. I banged my head, trying to concentrate all my mind on the scene. But the wondrous score by Wagner, his cry of passion, sickened like a burning torch, kindled up what I wanted to forget. At the second or third act, I couldn't take it any more and turned away. She too was succumbing to Wagner's suggestion, and looked at me. "Inez, my love." For a half-minute his mouth, his hands were under my mouth, under my eyes, and during this time all the sensation of his dead joy a decade earlier was concentrated in his pallor, and Tristan still with its over-our-dead happiness. Then I got up, I walked through the rows like a somnambulist, and I advanced down the corridor to approach her, without seeing her, without her seeing me, as if for 10 years I had not been myself, a miserable wretch. And just as 10 years before, I thought it was an hallucination that I had my hat in hand, and that I was going to pass in front of her. I passed, the lodge door was open, and I stopped. I became mad. Like 10 years earlier on the sofa, she, Inez, spread out on the divan at the back of the lodge, sobbed over. The Wagnerian passion and her destroyed happiness. Inez! I felt that fate was placing me in a decisive moment. 10 years! But had they passed? No, no, my Inez. And as it was then, seeing her body all love shaken by the sobs, I called Inez, and as 10 years before, the sobs redoubled, and as she then replied, head between her arms, "No, no, it's too late." Adrift the man walked on something soft, and immediately felt a bite on his foot. He leaped forward and, turning, saw a yaracusa tree coiled up on itself, waiting for another attack. The man quickly surveyed his foot, where 2 blood drops were growing painfully large, and drew out his machete from its belt. The snake saw the threat, and thrust its head further down the center of its spiral, but the back of the moon fell, dislocating its vertebrae. The man ducked, wiped away the blood droplets, and gazed for a moment at the bite. A sharp pain arose from the 2 small purple dots, and began to spread throughout his entire foot. He hurriedly fastened his boot with his scarf, and followed the path to his cabin. The pain in his foot had increased, and now he felt a stinging sensation from a swelling. Suddenly he felt 2 or 3 sharp jabs, which, like lightning, radiated from the eye, wound up to the middle of the calf. He was writhing with pain. A parched metal taste in his throat, and then burning thirst, brought forth another curse. At last he reached his cabin, and flung himself down on the sugar mill's wheel. The two little purple spots had disappeared within the monstrous swelling of the whole foot. The skin, too tight, looked thinner, as if about to split. He wanted to call his wife, but his voice broke into a hoarse rasping of a parched throat. Thirst devoured him. "Dorothea!" he managed to gasp in a groan. "Give me some water!" His wife came running with a glass full, which the man emptied in 3 gulps. But he felt not the slightest taste. "I asked you for water, not for water," he roared again. "Give me some water!" "But it's Cain, Paulino," the woman cried, terrified. "No, you gave me water. I want Cain, I tell you." The woman ran back and returned with a lady-in-waiting. The man drank 2 glasses in quick succession, but he felt nothing in his throat. "Well, it's getting worse," he murmured then, looking at his livid foot that was already oozing gangrene. Above the bandage that had sunk in, the flesh protruded like a monstrous sausage. The lightning-like pain succeeded itself continuously, and was now reaching the groin. The dreadful dryness of the throat, which the wind seemed to still heat up, also increased. When he tried to get up, a strong vomiting kept him leaning against the wooden wheel for a minute and a half. But the man didn't want to die, and after going down to the bank, he got into his canoe. He sat in the rear, and began to row across the middle of the Parana River. There the river current, which in the vicinity of Iguazu runs at 6 knots, would carry one to Tacurupucu in less than 5 hours. The man, with dark energy, could indeed get to the middle of the river, but his sleepy hands dropped the oar in the boat, and, after another bout of vomiting, this time blood, he looked for a moment at the setting sun behind the forest. His whole leg, down to mid-thigh, was no more than a deformed and very hard lump that was bursting through his clothing. The man cut the ligature and opened his trousers with his knife. His lower abdomen swelled out, bulging and covered in large purple-tinged blots that were excruciatingly painful. The man thought to himself that he could never on his own make it to Tacurupucu, and so he decided to ask for help from his fellow Alve, even though they had been feuding with each other for a long time. The river's current was now rushing toward the Brazilian shore, and the man easily managed to get out of the boat. He dragged himself up the path, but after 20 yards, exhausted, he collapsed on his belly. "Alves!" he cried with all his strength, and straining his ears in vain. "Compere Alves, do not refuse me this service," he exclaimed again, raising his head from the ground. In the silence of the forest no sound was heard. The man found the courage to get back to his canoe, and the current again seized him and quickly took him aback. There, in the middle of a huge hole, the Parana flows somberly between walls that rise 100 meters high. The black basalt blocks on the banks are already being overshadowed by the forest, which is also black. In front, on the sides, behind, the eternal gloomy wall always. At its foot, the rushing river pours down in relentless swirls, its muddy water. Over the harsh landscape reigns a deadly silence, yet at dusk its dark and serene beauty acquires a unique majesty. The sun had already set when the man, half lying in the bottom of his boat, felt a violent shiver run through him, and suddenly, startled, he lifted his head heavily. He felt better. His leg hardly bothered him any more. His thirst was abating, and his chest, unburdened, slowly opened itself to a slow breath. The poison was starting to wear off. There was no doubt about it. He felt almost well, and, although he did not have the strength to move his hand, he counted on the dew fall to get completely better. He calculated that before 3 hours he would be at Tacurupucu. His well-being was increasing, and with it a drowsiness full of memories. He no longer felt anything in his leg or stomach. His companion, Jauna, was he still alive? At Tacurupucu, perhaps he would also see his former boss, Mr. Dugald, and the factory collector. Would he arrive soon? The sky, now evening, opened up like a golden screen, and the river, too, had turned coloured. From the Paraguayan coast, already plunged into darkness, the forest let its dusk coolness fall on the river with the effluves of orange blossoms and honey. A pair of macaws flew very high, silently, towards Paraguay. Down there, below, on the river of gold, turning sometimes in the whirl of a vortex, the canoe was drifting quickly. The man who had been in there was feeling better, and thought, among other things, about the exact time he had spent without seeing his former boss Dugald. 3 years? Perhaps not. Not that much. 2 years and 9 months? Possible. 8 months and a half? That's it. Yes, probably. Suddenly he felt that he was frozen up to the chest. It must be. What? And his breathing. The old puppy, out through the door and across the yard with a straight, slow pace. He stopped at the edge of the pasture, stretched out towards the woods, his eyes half closed, his snout quivering, and sat down calmly. He could see the monotonous plain of Chaco and the alternating woods and fields, fields and woods, with no other colour than the cream of the fields and the black of the woods. That closed in on 3 sides around the farm. West, the cleared field extended into a wide opening that the inevitable dark line bounded at a distance. At this early hour the horizon, distorting light at noon, acquired a serene clarity. No clouds, no wind. Beyond the calm of the silver sky, the countryside exhaled a tonic freshness that in front of the certainty of a new day of drought awakened in the pensive soul the melancholy of a better rewarded work. Milk, the father, crossed the yard and came to sit next to his puppy by pushing a lazy sigh of contentment. They both stayed immobile since there were no flies yet. Old, who had been gazing for some time into the wood's edge, remarked, "The morning is cool." Milk followed the dog's gaze and fixed his eyes, blinking distractedly. After a moment he said, "In this tree there are 2 falcons." Their indifferent gaze then came to rest on a bull that was passing by, and they continued to observe things, as. Usual, however, the sky in the east had already begun to turn purple, and the horizon had lost its morning sharpness. Milk crossed its front legs and felt a slight pain. It looked at its fingers without moving, and then decided to sniff them. The night before he had extracted a chew, and, in remembrance of the suffering he had endured, he licked his sore finger copiously. "I couldn't walk any more," he exclaimed to conclude. Old didn't understand what he was referring to. Milk added, "There are many chews." The one and the other fell silent, convinced. The sun rose, and at the first bath of light wild chickens burst forth in the pure air their turbulent fanfare. Dogs, golden under the oblique sun, opened their eyes, tempering their lassitude with a beatific blink. Little by little the group expanded with the arrival of the other companions. Dick, the taciturn favourite, Prince, whose upper lip, split by a coatee, revealed his teeth, and Isondu, with its indigenous name. The 5 fox terriers, stretched out and dead tired, fell asleep. After an hour they lifted their heads. On the other side of the strange house, a ground floor in earth, and a wooden first floor with balconies and chalet-style corridors. They had recognized the pace of their boss, who stopped at the corner and looked up at the sun already high. He still had the dead look and the hanging lip, after a longer than usual solo evening of whisky. While he was washing himself, the dogs approached and sniffed at his boots as they lazily wagged their tails. Like tamed wild beasts, the dogs would recognize their master's excesses at the slightest hint. They slowly moved away and again lay down on the ground, but the growing heat soon forced them to abandon their place for the shade of the corridors. The day was advancing, like all those of that dry month, clear and bright with 14 hours of burning sun in a melting sky, and the earth cracked in an instant into white crusts. Mr. Jones went out to the field, looked at the work of yesterday, and returned to the farm, although this morning he did nothing. He ate lunch and went up to take a nap. In spite of the hot sun, the peons came back at 2 o'clock to cut the cotton, which was overgrown with weeds. The dogs followed them, for they had become friends to the crops since last winter, when they learned to battle the falcons for the white worms that the plough turned up. Each dog spread out under a cotton bush, and accompanied the heavy clops of the scythe with its panting. However, the heat increased. The air buzzed all around, blinding the eyes in the silent, dazzling landscape of light. The turned earth breathed out a burning breath that the peons bore, their heads wrapped up to their ears by a floating scarf, in the silence of field work. The dogs, looking for a cooler shadow, changed plants at any time. They were lying down, but fatigue compelled them to sit on their hind legs in order to breathe more easily. In front of them there now shone a small patch of clay-like earth that was not even tilled. It was here that Little Dog suddenly saw Mr. Jones, who was looking at him fixedly, sitting on a log, Old got up by twitching his tail. But the others, who also got up, had hair standing on end. "It's the boss!" the puppy exclaimed, surprised by the attitude of the others. "No, that isn't him," Dick replied. The 4 dogs approached each other and grumbled in a low voice without taking their eyes off Mr. Jones, who remained motionless, looking at them. The puppy, incredulous, was going to approach, but Prince showed his teeth. "It's not him, it's Death." The puppy shivered with fear and returned to the group. "Is the boss dead?" he asked anxiously. The others, without answering him, began to bark furiously, keeping their frightened attitude. But Mr. Jones was already fainting in the gusty air. The peons, upon hearing the dog bark, raised their eyes, but saw nothing. They turned their heads to see if a horse had not entered the field, and bowed again. The fox-terriers returned at a walk to the farm. The puppy, still all prickly, went forward and came back on its short, nervous trot, and he learned from the experience of his companions that when a thing is going to die, it first appears. "And how do you know that what we saw was not the living boss?" he asked. "Because it wasn't him," they replied coldly. And there the Death, with the change of master, Misery's kicks, fell upon them. They spent the rest of the afternoon beside their boss, dark and vigilant. At the slightest noise they groaned, not knowing where to. Mr. Jones was satisfied with their worried watch. Finally, the sun disappeared behind the black palm grove of the creek, and, in the quiet of the silver night, the dogs took position around the house on the first floor of it, which Mr. Jones began a new vigil with whisky. At midnight they heard his footsteps, then the double drop of his boots on the floor, and a light went out. Then the dogs sensed the change of master even more closely, and on their own, at the foot of the sleepy house, they began to cry out. They cried in chorus, gnawing their dry, convulsive sobs that erupted like a desolate lament that Prince supported with his hunter's voice, while the others continued their lamentations. Only the puppy could bark. The 4 adult dogs, gathered under the moonlight, sniffing their tears, well fed and pampered by the master they were about to lose, continued to cry over their domestic misery. The next morning Mr. Jones went out himself to get the mules, hitched them to a wagon, and worked until 9 o'clock. Yet he was not satisfied. Not only was the land never properly hearsed, but the machine had worn teeth, and the quick pace of the mules caused it to jump. He brought it back and sharpened the blades, but a screw, which he had already noticed at purchase, being defective, broke when he tried to put everything together again. He sent a peon to the nearest blacksmith, ordering him to take care of the horse, which was a good animal, but too sensitive to the sun. He raised his head towards the blazing sky at noon, and repeated to the peon not to let the animal gallop for a moment. After that he had lunch, and immediately got on. The dogs, who hadn't left their master for a second, stayed in the hallways. A siesta was oppressing, smothered in light and silence. Everything around was fusing into a torrid fog. The pale earth of the courtyard seemed to distort itself in the throbbing heat air that made the eyelids of the fox-terriers droop. "He didn't reappear," said Milk. Old, on hearing Rataru, quickly raised his ears. Incited by this recollections, the puppy got up and began to bark in search of it. After an instant he stopped, and, like his companions, devoted himself to a defensive fly hunt. "He didn't come back," added Isondu. There was a small lizard under the root, remembered Prince for the first time. A chicken, beak open and wings outstretched, crossed the scorching courtyard of a trotsada bogged down by heat. Prince looked at it lazily, and then leapt. "Look, he's back!" he shouted. North of the yard, the horse on which the peon had set off was advancing alone. The standing dogs hunched, snarling with cautious fury at Death, who approached. The animal was walking with its head down, apparently undecided about which path to take. As it passed by the house, he took a few steps toward the well, and gradually faded into the harsh light. Mr. Jones came downstairs. He wasn't sleepy. He was just about to start putting the harrow together when he had the surprise of seeing the peasant coming on horseback. In spite of his orders, he had to gallop home at that hour. With his own national logic, Mr. Jones berated him, to which the other replied with vague reason. Just freed, having accomplished his mission, the poor horse, whose sides could no longer be staggered down low and fell over on one side. Mr. Jones sentenced the servant to work in the field, still with a whip in his hand, lest he should not send him away if he continued to hear his Jesuit-like apologies. But the dogs were happy. Death, who had come for their master, was satisfied with the horse. They felt joyful and free of any concern, and so they decided to follow the peon into the field when they heard Mr. Jones, already far behind, calling him to ask for the screwdriver. But there was no screwdriver, the store was closed, and the employee was sleeping, etc. Mr. Jones, without answering, took off his hat and went himself to look for the screwdriver. He endured the sun like a peon, and the walk would do wonders for his foul mood. The dogs went out with him, but they stopped at the shade of the first carob tree. It was too hot. From there, firmly planted on their paws, with a furrowed and attentive eyebrow, they saw him leave. But the fear of loneliness finally got the better of him, and they followed him at an exasperating trot. Mr. Jones found his way and returned. To shorten the path and avoid the dusty curves, he naturally went straight to his field. He came to the stream, and plunged into the brush, the antediluvian brush of Saladito, which has grown, dried, and recurred since there have been brushes in the world without. Ever having known fire, the plants, curved like a vaulted ceiling to the chest, were tangled in thick hedge. The task of traversing them was already difficult on a cool day, much more so at that time. Mr. Jones went on, however, struggling through the thorny and dusty brush, loaded with mud deposited by floods, suffocating under fatigue and acrid exhale of saltpetre. At last he came out and stopped at the verge of the field of brush. But this sun and this fatigue prevented immobility. He resumed his walk. The searing heat that had been increasing day by day for the past 3 days was now heightened by a sense of suffocation from the broken weather. The sky was white, and there wasn't a hint of wind. The air was scarce, and the anxiety constricting his chest made breathing difficult. Jones was then convinced that he had exceeded the limits of his strength. For some time he felt the blood pounding in his ears. He had the feeling of floating in mid-air, as if something in his head was pushing his skull up. He got dizzy looking at the pasture. He hurried along to get it over with. And suddenly, coming to himself, he found himself in another place. He had walked 50 meters without taking notice of anything. He looked behind him, and his head took off again in a new vertigo. Meanwhile, the dogs followed him trotting, their tongues all hanging. Sometimes, choked, they stopped in the shade of a spike. They sat down, and their panting rushed, but they soon returned to the torture of the sun. Finally, as the house was now near, they accelerated their trot. It was then that Old, who was going forward, saw coming from behind the fence Mr. Jones in white. The puppy, suddenly remembering, turned his head towards his master and confronted the two visions. "Death! Oh, death!" he cried. The others had also seen it, and they were barking all furiously. They saw Mr. Jones cross the fence, and thought for a moment he would get lost. But at 100 meters he stopped, looked at the group from his blue eyes, and walked on. "The boss!" Prince exclaimed. "He shouldn't be walking so fast. He's going to hit him," they all cried together. Indeed, the other, after a brief hesitation, had advanced, not directly towards them as before, but following an oblique and apparently false line, which was nevertheless the right one, and would inevitably lead him to meet Mr. Jones. The dogs realized that this time it was all over, because their master was walking on with the same unvarying pace of an automaton, quite oblivious to anything, and the other was coming. The dogs lowered their tails and ran alongside each other, howling. A second passed, and the encounter took place. Mr. Jones stopped, turned himself around, and fell down. The peons, who saw him fall, quickly carried him into the house, but water did no good. He died without coming to. Mr. Moore, his mother's half-brother, came from Buenos Aires, and stayed an hour on the property. He settled everything in 4 days, to go back right away to the south. The peons shared the dogs who lived since then, thin and sickly, and went secretly every night, hungry, to steal ear of corn from the neighbouring farms. The barbed wire for 15 days, the Alazan had unsuccessfully sought the trail by which his companion escaped from the corral. The formidable fence of cacti, felled, they had pushed in an inextricable maze, did not offer any breach, not even for the head of a horse. It was obviously not through there that the beautiful face passed. Once again the alazan, head alert, was traversing the pasture with an anxious trot. The beautiful face from the depths of the forest answered the vibrant whinnies of his companion with his own, short and fast, in which there was certainly the fraternal promise of abundant food. The most irritating thing for the chestnut was that the pretty face reappeared to drink 2 or 3 times a day. He then promised not to abandon his companion even for an instant, and for a few hours, in fact, the pair grazed in an admirable harmony. But suddenly the fair face, with its bridle trailing behind it, went down into a thicket, and when the chestnut horse realized he was alone and set off in pursuit of him, it came up against an impenetrable forest. Yes, but to his desperate whinnies, in the woods and even close by, the mischievous fair face replied with its mouth full, until one day the old chestnut horse very easily found the way out. As he plunged headlong into the brambles that spread 50 meters between the forest and their field, he saw a faint path which led him in a perfectly oblique line into the forest. The beautiful face was there. There he stripped the trees of their leaves. It was very easy. The beautiful face, passing one day between the boughs, had found a breach opened in the forest by an acacia tree uprooted. He repeated his course through the boughs until recognizing perfectly the entrance of the tunnel. Then he took the old road, which with the alazan they had formed, along the line of the forest, and there was the cause of the alazan's discomfiture, the track so departed from. The path of the 2 horses of the alazan, accustomed to going from south to north, and never from north to south, would never have found the breach. In an instant the old horse was at his companion's side, and from then on they were together, only occupied with proudly pricking the young palms. That is how the 2 horses decided to leave the unfortunate enclosure which they knew by heart. The forest, extremely cleared, offered an easy passage, even for horses. The high woods actually only remained a band of 200 meters wide. Behind, an expanse of 2-year-old nopal was bathed in wild tobacco. The old bald man who had beaten the nopal jungles in his youth, and had even gotten lost there for 6 months, opened up the way, and in a half-hour the nearest tobacco foot was, stripped bare as far as the horse's mane would allow. As they walked, ate, and played, the alazan and the beautiful face crossed the thickness of the nopals, but a fence stopped them. "A fence," said the alazan. "Yes, a fence," nodded the beautiful face, and so, passing their heads over the top wire, they looked closely. From there we could see a high pasture on an old, clear-cut, white with frost, a banana grove, and new plantations. All of this was not very tempting, no doubt, but the horses wanted to go take a look. One after the other, they followed the fence to the right. 2 minutes later they passed by. A tree, struck by lightning, was bent over the wires of barbed wire. They advanced on the white frost of the field that smothered their steps, and following the edge of the banyan grove that blazed red, scorched by the frost, they saw it close. Range what those new plants were. "Mate," said the beautiful face, her quivering lips a half-inch from the withered leaves. The disappointment could have been great, but the horses, though very greedy, are above all eager to graze. So they cut across the mate plantation and continued on their way, until a new fence stopped them. They quietly followed it, serious and patient, and reached a gate which, for their luck, was open. Thus the 2 walkers found themselves right in the middle of the main road. Or for the horses, what they had just accomplished was a feat. From their boredom in their enclosure to their present freedom, the distance was infinite. But whatever infinite it was, horses still claimed to increase, and thus, after observing the surroundings with a lazy attention, they gagged each other's necks and continued their adventure in a peaceful bliss. The day, indeed, was propitious. The morning mist of missions was finally dissipating, and under the suddenly blue sky the landscape shone in glorious clarity. From the hill, from whose peak they took up residence, the red dirt road cut across the pasture land before the 2 horses, with admirable precision, descended into the white valley of frozen sparks, to climb back towards the distant forest. The very cold wind made the clarity of this golden morning even more crystal clear, and the horses, who could feel the sun on their faces, still almost horizontal, opened their eyes to this happy glare. Alone, and all their glorious freedom, they followed thus the flamboyant path of light when they saw, passing at the limit of a wood, an expanse of a little common green. A pasture? Yes, but in the middle of winter, and with their noses inflated by gluttony, the horses approached the fence. Yes, a slim pasture, an admirable pasture, and they would enter it. Those 3 horses. It should be noted that the alazan and the bell-face, since dawn, had a very high opinion of themselves. Barrier, forest, fence, wasteland, to them nothing was an obstacle. They had seen extraordinary things, overcome incredible difficulties, and felt filled with courage and pride, ready to undertake the most extravagant initiatives that could come to their minds. Filled with this emphasis, they saw 100 meters from them some cows stopped at the edge of the road. They headed towards them and reached the fence, composed of 5 solid logs. The cows, immobile, looked intently at the green paradise that was out of reach. "Why don't you enter?" asked the alazan to the cows. "Because one cannot," they replied. "We go anywhere we please," declared the chestnut horse haughtily. "For a month now we have gone wherever we pleased." In all the splendor of their adventure, the horses had truly lost track of time. The cows did not even bother to look at the intruders. "Horses cannot," says one. "Pressed cow, they say so, and they never go anywhere." "Yes, but we go anywhere," a young girl says, a young mother who does not lift her eyes from the floor. "I don't have a bridle," the boy replies quickly. "I lived in the nopal, and I went everywhere. Yes, after us. We can go through anything, but you can't go anywhere," the little cow again intervened. "The master said the other day, with a rope one holds the horses, and then—" "Are you not going to go?" "No, we are not going," replied the beautiful lice simply, acknowledging the truth. "We are going, however." The noble, beautiful face suddenly thought that the cows, bold and cunning, impudent violators of cultures and rural code, couldn't either go over the last fence. "This fence is bad," objected the old mother. "Yes, he makes the posts jump with his horns." "Who?" asked the alazan. All the cows turned in alarm towards him. "Barigui bull," he said. "He is stronger than all the bad fences." "Fences?" they asked. "What's he doing here?" "He's going through them," answered Horacio Quiroga. "And we're going to follow him." The horses, now returned to their peaceful state, as an animal that a string is enough to hold, felt naively blinded by this hero capable of facing barbed wire, the most terrible thing on which to butt a forward desire. Suddenly the cows fidgeted, placid. The bull was approaching at a slow pace. Before this flattened and obstinate front that was moving quietly straight towards the fence, the horses humbly recognized their inferiority. The cows stepped aside, and Barigui, passing his neck under one of the bars, tried to push it aside. The horses lifted their ears in admiration, but the bar did not budge. One after another he tried them, each time renewing his clever effort. The farmer, happy owner of the field of oats, had assured the previous afternoon his barrier with stakes. The bull did not make any other attempts. He returned with laziness by sniffing in the distance, half-open eyes, and then he followed the fence with stifled and whistling barks. From the fence the horses and cows watched. At a certain point the bull passed its horns under the barbed wire by stretching violently upward with its neck, and the huge beast bent its back. In 4 steps it was in the middle of the oats, and the cows approached to try to pass in turn. But the cows are obviously lacking this male determination to accept bloody gashes on their skin, and as soon as they put their necks in, they would draw them back with a nod. Of the head, the horses were always watching. "They're not going through," remarked the beautiful face. "The bull has gone through," said the chestnut. "He's eating a lot," and the couple went on their turn to stretch the fence, by force of habit, when a bellowing, loud and vibrant this time came. In the field of oats, the bull, with all the jumps of a feigned charge, bellowed before the farmer, who tried to reach him with a stick. "Ah! I'm going to make you jump myself," cried the man. Barigui, who always danced and bellowed in front of him, dodged the blows. They maneuvered this way for 50 meters, until the farmer succeeded in forcing the beast against the barbed wire. But it, with the heavy and brutal determination of its strength, rammed its head between the wires and went through the squeal of the iron bars and spikes that were thrown at aid. In 20 meters away, the horses witnessed with what urgency the man returned to his farm and came out again with a pale face. They also saw him jump the fence and head towards their direction. That's why the two companions, in front of this resolute step, turned back on the path to their field. As the horses marched docilely a few paces ahead of the man, they arrived simultaneously with him at the owner's ranch, which enabled them to hear the conversation. It was evident from what they heard that the man had endured the unbearable with the Polish bull. Plantations, also as inaccessible as they may be in the forest, fences, also as taut and countless as are the iron wires. All, the bull had everything razed with his pillage. Mania. One can also deduce that the neighbours were sick of the owner and his beast due to the permanent damage. But as the settlers in the area complained heartily to the judge of peace about the damage caused by the animals, however serious it might be, the bull kept eating everywhere, except on the owner's field, which, incidentally, seemed to give him great pleasure. And so the horses saw and heard the angry owner and the cunning Poe. "This is the last time, Mr. Zaniski, that I come to see you about your bull. He just trampled all my oats. It's impossible." The Pole, tall with small blue eyes, spoke in a falsetto voice, sharp and sweet. "Ah, bad bull! I can't. My bull, it escapes. It's the fault of the cow. The bull follows the cow. I don't have any cows. You know that well. No, Cow Ramirez. He makes my bull go crazy. And the worst is that he lets go all the wire, isn't that so?" Yes, wire. Ah, I don't know. Okay, listen, Don Zaniski. I don't want stories with the neighbours, but for the last time, be careful that your bull doesn't go through the fence from behind. On the road will stretch a new wire. The bull will go through the path, not behind. This time it is not going to go through the path. It passes everything. No barbed wire or anything. He passes everything. He will not pass any more. What do you put? Wire mesh, but he will not pass. Wire mesh is useless. Well, do what you can so he doesn't try to enter, otherwise he'll regret it. The farmer went away. It is evident that the witty Pole, laughing once more at the antics of his animal, complained, within the limits of what was possible, to his neighbour who was going to build an imperishable fence for his bull. And he certainly rubbed his hands together. Nothing can be said to me this time if the bull eats all the oats. The horses took the path that led them away from their field, and an instant later they arrived at the place where Barigui had performed his feat. The beast, still there, motionless in the middle of the road, had been for a quarter of an hour looking with solemn emptiness into a fixed point on the horizon. Behind him the cows slept in the sun, already hot, ruminating. But when the poor horses passed the road, they opened great scornful eyes. "I don't know the horses." They wanted to pass the fence, and they have a bridle. "Barigui," he went by, "the horses, you keep them with a wire. They're thin." The chestnut horse seemed to be in great pain, and turned its head. "We are not thin. You are. He won't go by here any more," he said, pointing to the bent wire after Barigui's exploit. "Barigui always goes through, and we follow him. You don't go. He will not go by here any more. The man has said it. He ate the man's oats, and we followed behind him. The horse, because it is more intimate with him, is significantly more attached to the man than the cow. Hence the faith of the bell-face and the alazan in the enclosure that the man was going to build. The couple continued on their way. A few moments later, before the open field that opened up before them, the horses lowered their heads to eat, and forgot about the cows. It was already late. When the sun began to disappear, they remembered about corn, and went back. On the way, they saw the farmer who was changing all the posts of the fence, and a blond man stopped next to him on his horse, who watched him work. "I tell you that it will pass," said the passer-by. "It won't pass twice," replied the farmer. "You'll see. That's a game for the damned Polish bull. It will go." "It won't go twice," the other repeatedly insisted obstinately. The horses went their way, still picking up some words. "Laugh. We'll see." 2 minutes later, the blond man passed by them at an English trot. The beautiful face and the alazan, a bit surprised by this step that they had never seen, looked at the hurried man who was losing himself in the valley. "Curious," observed the beautiful face after a long moment. "The horse trots and the man gallops," they continued. They were now on top of the hill, as in the morning. On the cold, duskful sky, their silhouettes stood out in black, a tranquil couple with heads bowed down the fair face before, the chestnut behind. The atmosphere, blinded by the excessive sunlight during the day, acquired in this gloom a transparency almost funereal. The wind had completely stopped, and in the calm of the evening, when the thermometer began to drop quickly, the frozen valley exhaled its penetrating humidity, which condensed, at the bottom, into a ribbon of fog between the two slopes. On the now cool earth, the winter scent of burned pastures grew anew, and when the path went along the forest, the air, suddenly colder and wetter, was charged with excessive, heavy fragrance of orange blossom. The horses returned to the field through the gate, for the farm boy, who was shaking a bucket of corn, had heard their anxious whinnying. The bay horse had the honor of being given the initiative of the adventure, and gratified with a bridle, in anticipation of what might happen. But the next morning, late because of the thick fog, the horses again broke away. They crossed the field of wild tobacco, trodden in silence on the frozen meadow, passed through the still open gate. The morning, radiant with a very high sun, shone with light, and the excessive heat promised to change the weather soon. After the hill, the horses suddenly saw cows stopped on the road, and the memory of the previous afternoon excited their ears and steps. They wanted to see how was the new fence made. But when he arrived, his disappointment was great. On the new posts, blackened and twisted, there were two simple barbed wire strands, thick perhaps, but only two. Despite their lack of risks, the usual life of the horses in the forest pens had given them some experience with stalls. They carefully observed this one, and particularly the bars. "Damn posts," remarked the beautiful face. "Yes, burned posts," approved the chestnut. And, after looking at them for a long time, the beautiful face added, "The thread goes through. There are no spikes. They are very close to each other. Close the pickets. Yes, indubitably, 3 meters. But on the other hand, these two modest wire replacements for the 5 that the previous fence had counted disappointed the horses. How could the man for a moment believe that this cow fence would stop the terrible bull? The man said it wouldn't pass, risked, however, the beautiful face which, being his master's favourite, ate the most corn, whence the firmness of his faith. But the cows had heard him. Here come the horses. They are both tied with a halter. They won't pass. Barrigi, him, has passed by, around here. The chestnut horse, gasping for breath, asked, "By the back?" "Around here. He can also go through." He ate the oats. Meanwhile, the chatty calf had tried to put its horns between the wires, and a sharp vibration, followed by a hard hit on the horns, startled the horses. "The wires are very tight," said the chestnut after a long inspection. "Yes," replied the black horse, "tighter than this it's impossible." And the two of them, without taking their eyes off one another, thought confusedly about how to get between the two wire fences. Meanwhile, the cows were exciting one another. "Yesterday he got through," said the Alazan. "He can get through the barbed wire." And we after him, "Yesterday you didn't get through," the Alazan insisted. "The cows say yes, and they don't get through. There's barbed wire there, and Barrigi gets through it. Here it comes." Still in the woods at the bottom of the field, 200 meters away, the bull approached the oats. The cows all placed themselves face to the fence, to watch carefully with their eyes the beast, the invader. The horses, immobile, raised their ears. "He's eating all the oats?" "After he passes." The boys were very tense. The beautiful face observed, still looking to predict what would happen if. "He's eaten the oats!" exclaimed the chatty cow. "Here comes the man. He's coming, the man." Indeed, the man was leaving his farm and heading towards the bull. He held a stick in his hand, but didn't look angry. He was, on the contrary, very serious, and scowled. The animal waited until the man was facing him, and only then did the bellowing and brazen horn-banging begin. The man advanced further. The bull started to back away. He continued to bellow, and in a wild bound he shredded the grain. At last, 10 meters from the path, he made a turn in an ultimate snarl of defiant mockery, and leapt onto the fence. "Barrigi's here! He takes everything!" "He takes the barbed wire," cried the cows. With the momentum of his heavy trot, the huge bull lowered its head and pushed its horns through the wire. We heard the shrill moan of the barbs. A screeching crunch spread from picket to the end of the corral, and the bull went by. But from its torn back and belly, a deep gash from the shoulder blade to the chest, streams of blood flowed. The terrified beast stood motionless for a moment, stunned and trembling. Then she walked away slowly, drenching the pasture in blood, and 20 meters farther on she collapsed with a ragged sob. At noon the pole came to fetch his bull, and sighed piteously before the unconcerned farmer. The animal had stood up and could walk, but its master realized he would have a hard time taking care of it, if indeed that were possible, and that night he killed it. The following is the translated text. The next day, with privilege, the beautiful face took home in its bags 2 kilos of beef from the dead bull. The labourers Cayetano Maidana and Esteban Podoli, labourers on the forestry camps, returned to Posadas with their 15 companions down the silex. Podoli, a lumberjack, had finished his contract, and was therefore returning, after 9 months, with a free pass. Caye, paid at the end of the month, returned in the same conditions, but after a year and a half, time he had needed to clear his account. Poor, badly painted, in underpants, shirt torn, barefoot like most, dirty like everyone else, the 2 labourers devoured with capital of the forest, the Jerusalem and Golgotha of their lives, 9 months there, a year and a half. But they finally came back again, and the pain of the axe, too long used during their life on the building site, was no longer than a fleeting sting in front of the inexorable pleasure which they smelt there. On 100 peons only 2 came to Posadas with money. For this week of glory in which the river carries them downstream, the peons count on the advance of a new engagement. As an intermediary and auxiliary, on the beach awaits a group of girls who are happy by nature and by profession, before whom the thirsty labourers launch their hayo of pressing madness. Caye and Podoli, as they went down the stairs, already stumbled from a taste of festivity, and, surrounded by 3 or 4 friends, they soon found themselves in front of the quantity of alcohol enough to quench the thirst of a day labourer. A moment later they were drunk, and had signed a new contract. For what work? Where? They didn't know, and didn't care either. What they did know was that they had 40 pesos in their pockets, and licence to spend much more. Blissful with rest and alcoholic felicity, both were blithering as the girls went off to buy clothes. The young ladies were led by the girls to a shop, with which they were in cahoots for a commission, perhaps even the very store of the operating company itself. No matter what, the girls renewed the outrageous luxury of their dress, plucked a quantity of combs from their hair, choked themselves under the ribbons, all stolen with the ribbons. Perfect coolness from the prince-like drunkenness of their companion, for the only real thing that a labourer has is the ability to violently get rid of his money. Caye, on the other hand, bought much more perfume, lotion and oil than he needed to saturate in the new clothes she felt sick, but Podoli, more prudent, chose a suit of canvas. They certainly paid a most extravagant price, barely heard and attested by a heap of papers flung on the counter. But all the same, an hour later, they flung their flamboyant persons into a 4-door cabriolet, boots on their feet, ponchos on their shoulders, and, of course, a 44 caliber. Revolver at their belts, the suit full of cigars that they unceremoniously chewed between their teeth, while from each of their pockets stuck out the point of a red handkerchief. 2 girls accompanied them, proud of this opulence, whose generosity was still apparent in the somewhat boastful expressions of the labourers who dragged themselves from morning till night, in the heat of the streets, infested with brown tobacco and the scent of the building site. Finally came night, and, with it, the ball where the same wise girls pushed the peons to drink. Big lords, with their money from the advance, they threw 10 pesos for a bottle of beer, and collected without complaining the 1.4 of coin that was returned to them. So then, after having wasted without ceasing new payments, irresistible, need to compensate for 7 days of princely life the miseries of the construction site, the workers climbed once again the river on the silex. Caye brought home a companion, and the 3 of them, as drunk as the other peons, settled down on the deck where 10 mules were already packed together in intimate contact, with bags and bales, dogs, women, and men. The next day, with their wits about them, Podoli and Caye checked their ledgers. It was the first time they had done so since signing the contract. Caye had received 120 pesos in cash and 35 for expenses, and Podoli, respectively, 130 and 75. They looked at each other with an expression that could have been of horror if a carpenter was not perfectly immune to this kind of malady. They did not remember having spent the 5th. "Anna," Kaye murmured, "I will never pay off." And at once, as a just punishment for his profligacy, he took to the idea of running away. The legitimacy of his life in Posadas, however, was so clear to him that he felt envious of Podley's more conspicuous success. "You've got it easy," he said. "Bell, your advance." "You bring less company," said Podley. "It is that much more in your pocket." Kaye looked at his wife, and was satisfied. Although the beauty or other qualities of a more moral nature weigh little in the choice of a day labourer, the girl really did shine in her satin dress, green skirt, and yellow blouse, sporting a triple row of pearls around her dirty neck, Louis XV-style shoes, outrageously painted cheeks, half-closed eyelids, and a contemptuous cigarette hanging from her lips. Kaye looked at the girl and his 44. Out of what he was bringing with him, it was really only that which was worth something. And yet he was still risking that his debt would swallow up his 44, since the temptation to chop wood was so great. At 2 meters from him, on a standing trunk, the lumberjacks conscientiously played Monte with all they had. Kaye watched them for a moment, laughing in the manner of peons who always laugh whenever they are together, whatever the reason, and he went up to the trunk, betting 5. Cigars on a card, a modest start that could finish by making him enough money to pay his advance at the construction site and get back by the same boat to Posadas, to squander another deposit. He lost what was left of his cigars. He lost 5 pesos, the poncho, his wife's necklace, his own boots, and his 44. The next day he retrieved the boots, but nothing else, while the girl compensated for the nakedness of her throat with incessant and contemptuous cigarettes. They had finally arrived. The peons climbed the endless red path that twisted up the cliff, from whose summit silex, smaller, seemed to be sinking into the dreary river, and with shrieks and terrible imprecations in Guarani. But they were all happy. They said goodbye to the steamboat, which was to ride for 3 hours at high water too, disperse the nauseating atmosphere of filth, patchouli, and sick mules that had accompanied them for the 4 days of the journey. For Podley, the lumberjack, a day's work could bring him 7 pesos, and yet he did not consider his life at the sawmill hard. He had become accustomed to it, and dominated his desire for a strict cubic measure of wood by compensating for daily thefts with certain privileges of a good peon. A new phase began for him the next day, once his cutting area was delineated. He built his hut with palm leaves, a roof and a south wall only. He called the 8 horizontal slats a bed, and hung his weekly rations on a crosspiece. He returned mechanically to the daily routine of the building site. At dawn, still night, the silent matés that he took one after another, without letting go of the cauldron in his hands, the detection of wood exposed to the sun, breakfast at 8 o'clock, flour, dried meat and fat, then the axe with a bare torso, with the sweat that attracts axe, flies, barigais, and mosquitoes, and then lunch, beans this time, and corns soaking in the inevitable fat, ending at night, after another fight against the pieces of 8 on 30, by the same trick as at noon. Apart from some incidents with his fellow loggers who trespassed on his jurisdiction, the ennui of rainy days which relegated him to squatting before his mate, his task, continued until Saturday afternoon. Then he would do his laundry, and on Sunday he would go shopping at the store. That was the moment of real relaxation for the labourers, who, forgetting all about the anathemas of their native tongue, endured with a native fatalism the ever higher prices. Of goods, 5 pesos, then for a machete and 80 cents for a kilo of pancake, and that very fatalism which made them accept this with a ana. With a mocking glance at their companions, they were saying to themselves, out of an elementary sense of revenge, that they had the duty to flee the works as soon as possible. If this ambition was not in all hearts, at least all the peons understood the bite of this counter-justice, which, if it happened, would plant its teeth in the boss's entrails. He, however, kept up the struggle to the last, watching his people day and night, and especially those whom he paid on the 1st of the month. The day labourers were then tugging on the pier to flip wooden beams with endless screams that rose even more when the mules, unable to hold the whiplash that erupted at high speed from the top of the cliff, tumbled down one after another in a confusing mix of trunks, animals, and carts. Mules were rarely injured, but the racket was inevitable. Fell amidst the laughter. Always meditated his escape. Disgusted with the revolvers and the fracas, that the taste of escape rendered even more nauseating, he was no longer stopped by anything other than a lack of revolver, and certainly by the Winchester of the boss. But if I had a 44? This time fortune came to him by rather devious ways. The girl of Caillet, who, now deprived of her luxurious finery, earned her living by washing the linen of the peons, one day changed her abode. Caillet waited for 2 nights, and on the 3rd he went as far as the hut of his substitute, where he gave the daughter a superb thrashing. The 2-day labourers were left alone to talk. As a result, they agreed to live together, for which the seducer installed himself with the couple. It was economical and rather wise. But as the day labourer seemed to truly appreciate the lady, a rare thing in the corporation, Caillet offered to buy her against a revolver and bullets that he would go choose at the store himself. Despite its simplicity, the agreement was on the verge of being broken, because at the last moment Caillet demanded, in addition, a metre of chewed tobacco, which seemed excessive to Paco, the builder. But finally the deal was done, and while the newly installed family was settling down in his cabin, Caillet carefully loaded his 44 before going out to finish this rainy afternoon with their company around a mate. The autumn was coming to an end, and the sky, which had been dry until then, despite some brief showers, finally broke, turning into persistent bad weather, while humidity swelled the shoulders of the labourers. Podley, who had been spared, felt so miserable when he arrived at his log cabin that he stopped and looked around, unsure what to do. He had no heart for anything. He went back to his cabin, and on the way he felt a slight tingling in his back. He knew very well what this discomfort and this itching on the skin were. He sat down philosophically to drink mate, and an hour later a long and deep shiver ran down his spine under the shirt. There was nothing to do. He lay on the bed, shivering with cold, curled up like a dog under his poncho, while an imperceptible chattering of teeth shook his jaw. The following day, as he did not expect the fever to break until evening, it broke around noon, and he went to the post office to get some quinine. All in the aspect of the workman revealed so clearly the mallet that the employee descended the packages without almost looking at the sick man, who quietly received on his tongue the terrible bitterness. Going back into the forest, he came across the manager. "You too," said the latter, while looking at him. "And 4? For the others it makes nothing. Not much, but you're a good payer. Where's your account? I'm almost done, but I won't be able to work any more. Eh? Take care, and it'll be nothing. See you tomorrow? See you tomorrow?" Bodley walked away in a hurry, because he had just felt a slight tingling in his heels. The 3rd attack came an hour later, and Podley felt exhausted into a deep absence of strength, his stare fixed and opaque, as if he could no longer see further than 2 meters. The absolute rest to which he surrendered himself for 3 days, specific remedy for a stutterer, since it was unexpectedly transformed him into a quivering mass wrapped in blankets on a log. Please note that I am removing uncommon symbols to improve readability and English language standards. Here is the translated text. You see, the previous attack of fever had developed at an honest pace and alternated, so it did not bode well for him in the face of these galloping, almost uninterrupted attacks. There is a fever, and then there is a fever. If the quinine had not put a stop to the 2nd attack of malaria, it was useless to stay there any longer, waiting to die like a bag of rags at any turn in the path. And he went back down to the store, where the manager received him. "Again? You? Things are going from bad to worse. You haven't taken your quinine. I have taken it. I am done with this fever. The axe is slipping out of my hands. If you want to give me something to get back home, I will refund you as soon as I am well." The director looked at the garbage and did not mind the life of his servant. "What about your account?" he asked again. "I still have 20 pesos. Saturday I gave. I'm very sick. You know very well that until you pay your debt, you must stay down there. You can die. Take care of yourself here, and settle your account as soon as possible. To treat a pernicious fever in the very place where it was caught. No, certainly not. But the craftsman who is leaving may not return, and the manager preferred a dead man to a runaway debtor. Podley had always repaid every cent, up to the last sole mark of pride that a sawyer might allow himself before his boss. "I don't care if you've always paid or not," replied the manager. "First pay your bill, and then we'll talk." This injustice soon, and logically, made him feel a desire for revenge. He went to live with Caillet, of whom he was well aware, and they decided together to escape on the following Sunday. And that's it. Clear the same afternoon, the stage manager on Podley by crossing it. "There are 3 who escaped last night. Do you like that, huh? They were also good pays like you. But you will die here rather than step on the gangway, and take care well, you and all those who hear me. You have been warned. The decision to flee and its dangers, before which the carpenter needs all his strength, allows to overcome much more than pernicious fever." And then Sunday had come, and with feigned laundry-washing noises, guitar noises faked in the shacks of one or another, the watch could be full, and soon Podley was left, with Caillet 1,000 feet away from the post. So long as they were not being pursued, they would not leave the trail. Podley had difficulty walking, and even so, the peculiar echo of the forest sent them a rough voice. "To the head!" Aim at both of them, and a moment later the foreman and 3 peons emerged from a turn in the path. The hunt was on. Caillet armed his revolver without interrupting his run. "Surrender or die!" Their cries were answered by a voice from above. "Come back, or I will kill you when they are closer," said Caillet. A ball of Winchester passed, hissing on the path. "Dive!" shouted Caillet to his companion, and taking cover behind a tree, he discharged his revolver's 5 shots at their pursuers. Shouts of pain answered him, as a new ricochet bullet made the bark of the tree crack. "Surrender, or I'll make you lose your head." "Scramble," insisted Caillet. "I'm going." And after again unloading his weapon, he entered the forest. The others, briefly stopped by the gunfire, furiously advanced in front, emptying their Winchester in all directions, probably in the direction taken by the fugitives. At 100 meters from the path they were following, Caillet and Podley were leaving, bent over to avoid the vines. Their pursuers suspected this maneuver, but as in the forest, the one who attacks has 9 chances out of 10 to be stopped by a bullet in the forehead, the foreman contented, himself with his Winchester salvos and defiant howls. In addition, the missed shots today had hit, and beautifully, on Thursday night. The danger was past. The fugitives sat down, frazzled. He wrapped himself in the poncho, and, leaning against his companion's back, he suffered for 2 hours a terrible malaria attack due to his exertions. Then they set out again, still keeping to the path, and when night finally came, they stopped. Caillet had brought some cakes, and Podley lit a fire, despite the 1,000 inconveniences in a country where, aside from night flies, many other creatures have a weakness for light, not to mention men. The sun was already high when the next morning they found the river, first and last hope of the escapees. Caillet cut a dozen bamboo poles with no care, and Podley, who expended his last strength on the task, barely had time to cut the vines before collapsing onto himself in shivers. So Caillet built the raft, a Luneton long bamboos held together by ipu palms, and one across at each end. With the raft finished, they set sail within 10 seconds, and the little raft, carried along by the current, entered the Paraná River. The nights at this time are terribly cold, and the 2 men, with their feet in the water, passed the night frozen, one against the other. The Paraná's current, coming loaded with huge rains, twisted the raft in the tumult of its eddies, and slowly loosened the knots of Isthmus. The next day they ate 2 crackers in all, the last remains of their supplies. Podley hardly tasted them. The bamboo, eaten away by the termites, sank into the ground, and at dusk the raft had come down from one hand, below them on the wild river, enclosed between the Glumier. Walls formed by the forest, void of the faintest call. 2 men, up to their knees in water, were drifting around, for a moment held immobile by a whirlpool, only to begin, carried away again, barely supporting themselves on the almost detached bamboo that slipped from under their feet in a night of ink that their despairing eyes could not penetrate. The water had already come up to their chest when they touched land. Where, they didn't know. A river-bank. But they stayed still on the shore, lying on their bellies. The sun shone when they woke up. The river-bank, between the river and the forest, sank about 20 meters into the interior. At 200 feet south, the Paraná, which they decided to cross when they would have recovered their forces. But these latter did not come back as quickly as they could want. because the shoots and bamboo worms are poor strengtheners. And for 20 hours a curtain of rain turned the Paranane into a white oil river, and the Paraná into a furious avenue. There was nothing to do. Podley, dripping with water, suddenly stood up, leaning on the revolver to get up and aiming at Caillet. Fever was carrying him away. "Go ahead, Anna. Go ahead, Anna." Caillet saw that he had little to hope for from this delusion, and he crouched down discreetly to reach his companion with a stick. But the other insisted. "Go into the water." "It's you who brought me here. Cross the river." His livid fingers trembled on the trigger. Caillet obeyed. He let himself be borne away by the stream and disappeared behind the bush cliffs, where he was able to stop in a terrible effort. There, behind, he spied his head. Companion. But Podley lay again on the side, the knees drawn up under the chest, under the incessant rain. At the approach of Caillet, he raised his head, and, without almost opening his eyes, blinded by the rain, he murmured, "Caillet." "Carré." Very great cold. It rained all night on the dying, this white and dull downpour of autumn deluges, and in the morning Podley finally stopped immobile for ever in his water-grave. And in the same jonchery besieged by the forest, the river and the rain, the survivor got rid of the roots and all the accessible worms. He slowly lost his strength until he finished seated, dying of cold and hunger, his eyes fixed on the Parana. The silex who passed through here towards evening collected the man already almost moribund. His happiness turned to terror when he realized the next day that the steamer was going upstream. "Please, I beg you," he whined in front of the captain. "Don't drop me off at Puerto X. They'll kill me. Please, really." The silex returned to Posadas with the carpenter still soaked. He well knew that it could only be there. Yaguai sniffed the stone, a solid block of iron ore, and looked at it with caution. At noon, under the sun of the missions, the air vibrated on the black rock, a phenomenon which did not please the fox-terrier. However, below there was the small lizard. The dog, once again, turned around, sniffed a crack, and, to save the honour of his race, he scratched for an instant a burning block, on which it returned with a lazy step, which did not prevent it along the way from systematically exercising its sense of smell. He entered the dining-room to lie down between the credenza and the wall, a cool place which he considered his personal refuge, although he was against him, the opinion of all. The house, but the dark corner, admirable when the stagnation of air accompanies the atmospheric depressions, became impossible on days when the north wind blew. It is a brilliant discovery of the fox-terrier, in which still stood the inheritance of the temperate country, Buenos Aires, its homeland and that of its ancestors, where exactly the opposite takes place. So he left the house and sat under an orange tree, exposed to a fire-wind, but which rendered his breathing infinitely easier. And as dogs sweat very little, Yaguai enjoyed the appropriate evaporating wind that passed over his dancing tongue. At that moment the thermometer showed 40 degrees. But pure-bred fox-terriers are singularly obstinate whenever it comes to keeping still. In the afternoon sun, on the small volcanic terrace, where the red sand made it even hotter, there were lizards. Yaguai's mouth shut as he crept around the fence and found himself in open country. Since September, at the hour of rest, there was no better occupation than to search for food. This time he caught 4 little grey lizards, but there were hardly any left. He captured 3, lost 1, and finally went to swim. 100 meters from the house, at the foot of the terrace and on the edge of the banana grove, there was a stone well original in form and construction, for although a professional had begun it with dynamite, an amateur finished it with a shovel. It is true that it did not exceed 2 meters deep and spread out gently on one side like a small pond. His source, though superficial, stood up to a 2-month drought, which, in Messiaens, is more than commendable. There the fox-terrier bathed, first his tongue, then his belly sitting in the water, finally ending with a swim across. He came home, provided no tracks crossed his path. When the sun set, he returned to the well. This would lead one to believe that Yaguai was somewhat bothered by fleas, as much as by tropical heat, to which his breed was not accustomed. The fox-terrier's combative instinct usually manifested itself first against the dead leaves. Then it hung on to butterflies and their shadows, finally settling on small grey. Lizards, even in November, when he could already make all the rats in the house tremble, his great delight was starlings. The peons who arrived at siesta time for one reason or another always admired the dog's obstinacy in sniffing around in the small holes under a blazing sun, even though they're hell. Admiration never went beyond the boundaries of the house. "That," said one of them one day, indicating the dog with a nod, "is only good for chasing bugs." The master of Yaguai heard him. "Perhaps," he replied, "that not one of your so-called famous dogs would be able to do what this one does." The men smiled without answering. Cooper, however, was well acquainted with the wood dogs and their wonderful abilities for tracking game, qualities which his fox terrier lacked. Teach him? Why not? But he did not know how to do it. That very evening a peon complained to Cooper about the deer who were ransacking the bean fields. He demanded a rifle, because although he had a good dog, he could only now and then whack at the deer with a stick. Cooper lent him the gun, and even offered to go out that night on the field. "There is no moon," objected the peon. "It doesn't matter. Let your dog go, and we'll see if mine follows." At night they went into the field. The peon let his dog go, and the animal immediately launched itself into the darkness of the forest in search of a trail. As he watched his companion leave, Yaguai tried in vain to force the agave barrier. He finally got there and followed the other one's tracks. But he had to go back after 2 minutes, delighted with this night outing. What is certain is that he didn't leave a single small hole within 10 meters of each other without sticking his nose into it. But to set off in the forest, on a trail that could well last from dawn until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that's not on. The farmer's dog found a trace far away, but he lost it immediately. An hour later he returned to his master, and both of them went home. The unsuccessful experience discouraged Cooper, and he forgot her while the fox terrier continued to hunt rats, sometimes a fox or weasel in its hole, and the little grey lizards. In the meantime the days went by one after another, blinding with light, and heavy with that persistent north wind that made the flaccid vegetables bend under the white and torrid sky of noon. The thermometer stayed between 35 and 40 degrees Celsius without any hope of rain. There were 4 days of charged weather. Not a breath of air. It was stifling, and the heat rose. And when at last people gave up all hope that the south wind might turn the fire coming from the north for an entire month into a torrent of water, they surrendered to a disastrous drought. From that moment on, the fox terrier lived seated under his orange tree, because when the warmth exceeds certain reasonable limits, dogs do not breathe well when lying down. With its tongue hanging and its eyes half open, it witnessed the gradual death of all that resembled a spring bud. The vegetables were soon lost. The corn went from a light green to a straw yellow, and by the end of November there was only a field of slender columns cut down on the black of the barren earth. The cassava, heroic among all, was resisting well. His sauce drying up, the fox terrier well lost its green water day by day, and so warm now that Yaguai no longer went there but in the morning, even if he found the trace of it. Rabbits, weasels, and ferrets that the drought in the forest forced him to go down to the well. On his return from the bath, the dog was relaxing, watching as the wind gradually picked up, while the thermometer, having fallen to 15 degrees in the early morning, hit 41 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The dry air compelled the dog to drink every half hour, and he then had to fight against wasps and bees, who were swarming the troughs, dead from thirst. The chickens, their wings dragging on the ground, panted in the triple shadow of the banana trees, the canopy, and the red hibiscus, without daring to step onto the burning sand under a sun that instantly killed the blonde ants. All around, everything that the fox terrier gazed upon the rusty rocks, the volcanic gravel, the forest itself danced, swayed in this heat. To the west, in his pit between 2 mountains, dead at this hour in his zinc water, lay the Paraná, who was waiting for the fall of day to revive. The atmosphere, until then slightly hazy, was veiled by a thick mist, behind which the sun, falling on the river, stifled in a perfect circle of blood. And as the wind died away completely, and while Yaguai still dragged himself on the terrace like a small white stain, the black palm trees, immobile, leaned over the frozen river. Red rubies in this landscape produced an impression of dark and luxurious oasis. Days followed one another, all alike. The fox-terrier's well was drying up, and, that afternoon, the rigours of life which until then had spared Yaguai fell upon him. For a long time already, the small white dog had been claimed by Cooper from one of his friends, a forest man who spent all his moments lost in the woods hunting wild boars. He was aided by 3 magnificent dogs, although very apt at tracking Cotis, and the hunter not only lost time, but ran the risk of catastrophe, since with one bite a coati can mercilessly slaughter the dog that has failed to catch it. Fragoso, having once seen the fox-terrier at work with a raccoon, which Yaguai had taught to make perpetual peace, deduced from this that a little dog endowed with this singular talent for planting its teeth just between the coo and the garrote weren't an ordinary dog, no matter how short his tail was. That's why he kept insisting on getting Cooper's dog. "I'll train your dog for you, boss," he said to him. "We have time," Cooper replied. But in these weary days, and as Fragoso's visit brought back the memory of her request, Cooper entrusted his dog to him so that he could teach him to run. To run, he ran, and without doubt much more than Cooper himself would have desired. Fragoso lived on the left bank of the Parana. In October he had planted manioc, which still gave nothing, and half a hectare of corn and beans, completely lost through drought. This last point, which directly concerned the hunter, was of no importance to Yaguai, but the new diet was enough to upset the latter. That one, at Cooper's, was stirring the tail before a simple plate of cooked manioc, so as not to offend his master, and sniffed 3 or 4 times the stew in order not to offend the cook. He had known one anxiety of eyes shining fixed on a boss who eats, to finish by licking a plate that its 3 companions had already cleaned, waiting with it cleaned. Anxiety for the infamous handful of boiled corn that they gave him every day. At night, the 3 dogs would go off alone to hunt, a ploy that came as part of the hunter's educational system, but hunger, which naturally prompted others to track game in. The forest for food kept the fox-terrier tied to the farm, the only place in the world where he knew he could find food. Dogs that don't eat their prey will always be poor hunters, and, by chance, the breed to which Yaguai belonged was hunting out of taste since its creation. Fragoso made a few training tests with the fox-terrier, but as Yaguai was much more harmful than helpful to the usual work of his 3 dogs, he relegated him from then on to the farm, while waiting for better days to train him. Meanwhile, the previous crop of manioc was beginning to run out. The last sheaves of corn rolled on the ground, white and without a grain, and already tough for the 3 dogs. Born with it, hunger gnawed at Yaguai's entrails. In this new life, the fox-terrier had taken on with amazing speed the humiliated, cunning, and servile look of country dogs. Then he learned to sneak through the night in the neighbour farms, his elastic paws tucked under his belly, and slowly creep at the base of thorny hedges whenever he heard hostile noises. He learned to no longer bark, no matter how great his rage or fear, and instead to growl particularly loudly when a farm owner defended his home from looters. He learned how to break into the chicken coops, and, using his beak, separate 2 plates placed on top of each other, and carry a still greasy tin can in his mouth to empty it into the brush without being noticed. He learned to lick the tallow from the ropes. He knew the taste of shoe grease, of soot clinging to a pot, and sometimes of honey gathered and kept in a piece of bamboo. He acquired the caution necessary to keep out of the way when a passer-by came near, and follow his eyes hidden at the bottom of a meadow. By late January, with beady eyes, pillows firm against the eyes, and the straight, sly tail of a fox-terrier, there was just a small, frail skeleton with drooping ears. Low-slung, cunning tail, tiptoeing furtively along the paths. And the drought persisted. The forest gradually became deserted as animals gathered around the water-holes that had been great rivers. The 3 dogs covered the distance between themselves and the watering place of the wild beasts with a relative success, for the jaguars in their turn came there habitually, making their own hunt less sure. Fragoso, concerned about the ruin of his plantation and new troubles with the owner of his land, was not in a hunting mood, nor even to calm his stomach. Thus the situation threatened to become critical when a fortunate event gave some vigour to the wretched pack. Fragoso had to go to Sari Ignacio and the 4 dogs, who accompanied him, felt in their dilated nostrils a feeling of vegetable freshness, very vague, certainly, but which instilled some life into this hell of heat and drought. San Ignacio was indeed less severely hit. Therefore, some corn cobs were still standing, albeit in a pitiful state. On that day they did not eat, but on their return, panting behind the horse, the dogs had not forgotten this sensation of coolness, and at night they set off together, towards San Ignacio in silent steps. On the banks of Yabebiri they stopped and felt the water as their snouts trembled in the direction of the other side. At that time a crescent moon was rising in its yellow light. The dogs cautiously advanced across the rocky river, jumping here and swimming there through a gap which, ordinarily, has more than 3 meters of depth. Almost without effort they resumed their silent walk towards the nearest cornfield. There the fox-terrier saw how his companions crushed the stalks between their jaws, and with a sharp blow bit right through to the heart of the stalk, devouring it. He did the same thing, and for an hour, in this black cemetery of trees burned by the funeral light of the moon, that made it even more spectral, dogs moved here and there, between the reed in grunts to each other. They returned 3 times, until that last night a noise too close put them on alert. But since this misadventure coincided with Fragoso's move to San Ignacio, they didn't mourn it too much. Fragoso had finally succeeded in moving out there to the far reaches of the colony. In the forest, the tussocky reed left nothing to doubt that there was good soil, and this vast bamboo jungle, once cut and mowed on the ground, would give excellent cultivated fields. When Fragoso settled in, the reeds began to dry up. He cleared and burned quickly an acre of land, hoping for some miraculous rain. Time, indeed, was bad. The white sky became leaden, and, in the hottest hours of the day, a pale gleam of cumulus cloud transfixed the horizon. The thermometer stood at 39 degrees, and the north wind blew with fury, bringing 12 millimeters of rain, which Fragoso took advantage of for his maize. He saw it spring up. He saw it grow splendidly till 5 millimeters, but no further. An infinite number of rodents live in the reeds below and even feed on their shoots. When they dry up, their hosts scatter, and hunger inevitably drives them to the plantations. It is thus that one night the 3 dogs of Fragoso came out and immediately returned, rubbing their noses all munched. Fragoso killed 4 rats that were climbing into his wax-box that night. Yaguai wasn't there. But the next evening his companions and he penetrated the forest, for if the fox-terrier didn't sniff out game, he knew perfectly well how to punch out porcupines and find quail nests, when Iago was surprised by the detour taken by his companions to avoid crossing the field. However, Iago ventured there, and a moment later he was bitten on the leg, while fleeting shadows ran in all directions. The dog saw what it was, and instantly, in the barbarity of the rainforest, amidst all the misery, the bright eyes reappeared, and the straight tail and combative air of that admirable English dog. Hunger, humiliation, vices, everything disappeared in a second as the rats came out from every side. And when he finally went back to bed, exhausted and covered in blood, he still had to chase the starving rats that literally invaded the farmyard. Fragoso was delighted by this sudden return of energy, nerves and muscles forgotten for a long time, and he then remembered the old fight with the ferret. It was the same. Bite on the neck, a quick blow from the jaw on another rat. He also understood where this nasty invasion came from, and with a rosary of curses he declared his maize lost. What could Yaguai do alone? He went as far as the field, patting the fox-terrier and whistling his dogs. But just when the tiger-trackers felt the rats' teeth on their legs, they started barking by legs. They started barking by, rubbing them between their legs. Fragoso and Yaguai were to pay for the day's expenses themselves, and though the first got off with a bruised hand, the latter only breathed in a stream of bloody bubbles. In 12 days, despite everything Fragoso and the fox-terrier did to save it, the plantation was lost. The rats, just like the partridges, are very good at digging up seeds still attached to their small plants. The fire-time didn't even allow a shadow of a new seedling, and Fragoso was forced to go to San Ignacio to look for work, also taking his dog with Cooper, as he could no longer feed him. On his true hunting ground, the fox-terrier had won such a high esteem for the little white dog that the hunter's heart was made quite bitter by their last adventures. On his way, the fox-terrier heard the cracking of the Yababiri's brush, which was burning with drought. He watched the cows at the forest edge, where among a cloud of forest edge. Starlings, they were nibbling on the mealias from their chests, and advancing on the bent trunk to reach the leaves. He saw the banyan trees of the tropical forest, which are usually so straight, bend like candles, and on the hazy horizon of this afternoon at 38-40 degrees, he saw again fall. The sun, suffocated in its red and dull circle. A half-hour later they entered San Ignacio, and as it was already late to go to Cooper's house, Fragoso put off his visit for the next day. The 3 dogs, though starving, ventured not too far to loiter in unknown land, save for Yaguai, whose suddenly awakened memory of old races before Cooper's horse guided him, in a straight line toward his master's house. In the abnormal circumstances that the country was going through with this 4-month drought, and you have to know what that means, in Misiones, the peons' dogs, already starving in times of plenty, went too far in their nightly raids. In broad daylight, Cooper had lost 3 chickens to the dogs, and if we remember that the wickedness of an idle colon is such that he can teach this trick to his puppies, to share the booty with them, we shall see why Cooper lost his patience, and finally discharged his gun, without mercy on any night-time thief who presented himself. And even though he used only small lead, the lesson was none the less severe. Thus, one night, at the moment when he was about to go to bed, his alert ear perceived the noise of the enemy's claws that tried to break down the grate. With a gesture of annoyance, he took his rifle off, and, coming out, he saw a white spot moving in the courtyard. He shot without further delay, and to the shrieks of pain from the animal dragging himself on his hind legs, he had a fleeting startle, which he could not explain, and soon disappeared. He went to the place, but the dog was already gone, and he returned into the house. "What was it, Papa?" his daughter asked from her bed. "A dog?" "Yes," said Cooper as he reloaded the gun. "I got a little too close. How big was the dog, Dad?" "No, little one. Poor Yaguai," Julia said again. "What a state it must be in!" Cooper suddenly remembered his unease upon hearing the dog's howl. There was Yaguai in there. But thinking of all that such a possibility might involve, he fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, very early, following the trail of blood, Cooper found his fox-terrier dead at the edge of the well in the banana grove. He came home in a terrible temper, and the first question Julia asked was about the dog. "Is he dead, Papa?" "Yes, there, in the well. It's Yaguai." He took a shovel, and, followed by his 2 stunned children, went to the well. Julia, after looking for a moment motionless, she slowly came to cry against her father's pants. "What did you do, Dad? I didn't know, my little one." "Step aside for a moment." He buried his dog in the banana grove. He levelled a little hill, and returned sadly, holding by the hand his 2 children, who wept softly, so that their father might not hear. The lumberman, the starting point was this dining-room, which Mr. Hall did not yet have, and his phonograph served him as bait. Candiu saw him in the provisional office of the Yerba Company, where Mr. Hall was manipulating his phonograph, the door wide open. Candiu, the good native that he was, did not show the slightest surprise. He merely stopped his horse a bit across the beam of light, and looked away. But like an Englishman at nightfall, in shirt-sleeves, because of the heat with a bottle of whisky within reach, is 100 times more cautious than any half-caste, Mr. Hall did not take his eyes off the record. In front of what Candiu, defeated and conquered, eventually rode a horse up to the door, against which he leaned on his elbow. "Good night, sir. Nice music." "Nice, yes," replied Mr. Hall. "Nice," repeated the other. "And what noise?" "A lot of noise, yes," agreed Mr. Hall. Hall, who did not find devoid of depth the observations of his visitor, Candiu admired the new records. "It cost you a lot, boss." "Cost? What? That speaker?" "The singing boys." Mr. Hall's troubled, unexpressive gaze brightened. The accountant was appearing. "Oh, it costs a lot. Do you want to buy it?" "If you want to sell me," replied Candiu, "just to say something," convinced in advance of the impossibility of such a purchase. But Mr. Hall kept staring at him with a ponderous look, while on the record the needle jumped under the metallic impact of the military marches. "To you I don't sell cheap. 50 pesos." Candiu shook his head. alternating a smile with the machine and its machinist. "A lot of money." "I don't have it." "Then what do you have?" The man smiled again without answering. "Where do you live, Mr. Paul continued, obviously determined to get rid of his gramophone. "At the port." "Ah," he said, "I know you. You call it Candio, I called, and you logged trees, now and then, a small trunk without an owner. I sell for wood, 3 logs debarked, and I'll send a wagon. Is that okay?" Candio was laughing. "I don't have any right now, but this machinery, does it require much care?" "No. A button here and a button there, I'll show you. And the wood, when do you have it?" "If the water rises." "Soon there will be a flood. And what kind of wood do you want?" "Rosewood, is that right?" "That wood, it barely goes down. Only with a big flood." "Nice wood. You like good wood. And you're going to go with a good gramophone. Is that okay?" The market continued to the sound of British songs. The native was gazing at the distant horizon, but the accountant closed in on him the tight circle of necessity. In essence, aside from the heat and whisky, the English citizen did not make a bad deal by trading in a mere gramophone for several dozen beautiful boards, while Fay, lumberman in turn, devoted only a few days of his usual work in exchange for a prodigiously noisy machine. That's why the market was concluded without further delay. Candio has lived on the Paraná River for 30 years, and since his liver remains capable of eliminating anything since his last fever in December, he should live 4, several more months. Now he spends his days sitting on his bed made of reeds, a hat on his head. His only visible part was his vast, pale hands, veined green and hanging at the wrists, like a bird's wings projected into the foreground of a photograph that always twitched, with the monotonous squawking of a plucked parrot. But during this time, Candio was something else entirely. He had the honourable occupation of guarding an exotic banana grove, and the somewhat less official one of sawing logs. Normally, during the floods, trunks escaped from the sawmills float down the river, whether they detach themselves from a wood train being formed, or a peon Trixie cuts with machete the rope that holds them back. Candio was in possession of a long telescope, and he spent his mornings pointing it at the water, until the white line of a raft appearing at the tip of Itacurubi made him jump onto his boat to meet his catch. Having spotted the raft in time, the endeavour is not extraordinary, as the address of a courageous man, capable of bending over the edge or pulling a 10 by 40 piece, is worth. Any tugboat? Up there, the construction site of Castellum, upstream from Puerto Felicidad, the rains had started after 65 days of absolute drought that had brought the cranes to a halt. The realizable capital of the dock then amounted to 7,000 timbers, a little more than a fortune, but as one timber weighs 2 tons, so long as it is not at the port, it is worth nothing. Castellum and Company were far from being happy. They received an order from Buenos Aires to mobilize all the wood immediately. The foreman demanded mules and carts. He was told that, with the money from the first load of wood, they would send him mules, and the official replied that it was only with only pride. Those mules that he could send a first shipment. There was no way to come to an agreement. Castellum climbed up to the construction site, and at the campsite he saw the wood stock on the steep bank of the Nacanguazu to the north. "How much?" he asked his site foreman. 35,000 pesos, replied the other. This was the amount needed to transport the logs down to the Paraná River. And there was also the issue of the weather not being favourable. Under the rain, with his rubber cape and horse together in a single net, Castellum watched long the river whirling. Then, with a movement of his hood, he indicated the torrent. "Will the waters rise enough to cover the fall? Are they asking for? If it rains a lot, yes. Do you have all your men on the site?" "Until now I was waiting for your orders." "Good," said Castellum. "I believe we'll manage. Listen to me, Fernandez. From this afternoon reinforce the ropes of support on the bar and start gathering all the logs here at the bottom of the ravine. The river isn't bad, as far as I've been told. I'll be going down to Posadas tomorrow morning, and if it rains well, the first thing, set all the lumber adrift on the river. Do you understand? A real good hard rain." The forester looked at him in great surprise. "The rope will snap before we have 1,000 logs through." "I know that, and it's going to cost us a bundle of money. Let's go. We'll talk about it." Fernandez shrugged his shoulders and whistled the foreman. The rain had stopped. But the peons, all drenched by the damp air, spent the rest of the day leaning from one side of the river to another on the log raft, pulling the timber. Chains across the stream, and at the camp they began pushing the trunks into the ravine. Castellum descended to Posadas by the river. With the flood water ran 7 knots, and at the confluence of Gaia the level had risen 7 meters the night before. After the great drought, the great rains. The deluge began at noon, and for 52 consecutive hours the forest echoed with thunder from the water. The river, which had become a torrential flood, now roared like a red-water avalanche. Damp to the bone, the peons, whose clothes clung to their bodies and revealed their emaciation, swung the logs from the top of the cliff. Each new effort tore a cry of courage, in unison, and when the monstrous log finally came tumbling down the slope in bounces, and went down with a bang into the water, all the peons shouted their "Ay!" triumphantly. Next, the frantic efforts in the soft mud, the slats that gave way, falls in the torrential rain, and a fever. Suddenly the deluge stopped. In the sudden silence one could still hear the thunder of the rain on the nearby forest, and the rumbling, louder and deeper, of the Nakanguazu. A few intermittent drops fell from the dried-out sky, but the time remained heavy, without a breath. One breathed water, and the peons barely had a few hours' rest, for the rain began again, a leaden, massive white rain of great floods. Work-pressed wages had risen considerably, and until the end of the deluge the peons continued to cry, collapse, and roll logs down under the frozen rain. On the Nakuga's bar the floating barrier held back the first trunks that arrived. Then others, and still more, bent her over with a cracking sound, but she resisted until at last, under the inexorable thrust of the logs coming like catapults against the dam, the cable gave way. Candiu was observing the river with his binoculars, and thought that this flood, which here in San Ignacio had raised the water level by 2 meters the previous day carrying. Away his boat must have caused a tremendous flood upstream of Posadas. The tree trunks had started to flow, only cedar trees, and the fisherman carefully conserved his strength. That night the water rose another meter, and Candiu was surprised to see a whole flock of logs drifting by Itakurabi's point the next afternoon. White-barked logs, perfectly dry. There he found his prey. He jumped into his boat and paddled out to meet it. This said, in a flood of the upper Parana, one finds many trees before reaching the lump noticed. Of course, trees that have been uprooting themselves, their black roots exposed like squids. Dead oxen and mules, accompanied by a good number of wild animals drowned, killed by a shot or an arrow still stuck in their belly, piles of ants piled up on a log, and sometimes an island of carnalote and foam, not to mention the crocodiles, in the river. Candiu dodged, evaded, hit, and came close to capsizing more often than not before catching his prey. But at last there it was. A blow of the machete cut into the rosewood vein, and when he bent over the trunk of wood, he drifted across with the log for several meters. But the branches, the trees that kept passing, dragged him away. He changed tactics. He tied his boat to the log, and then a silent, unforgiving struggle began, in which he sweated blood and water with every stroke of the oar. In a heavy flood, a log drifts with such force that 3 men would hesitate before daring to try to swim it. But Candiu wasn't just very courageous. He had behind him 30 years of piracy in low or high waters, and, moreover, he wanted to become the owner of a gramophone. The night that was falling reserved for him some minor incidents, which pleased him no end. The river, at the edge, flowed quickly with an oily smoothness. Dense shadows passed constantly on both sides. A drowning man hit the boat. Candiu leaned and saw that he had a cut throat. He also suffered from importunate visitors, from snakes. These same ones, during the great floods, climbed by the wheel of the steamers to the cabins. The Herculean task went on. The oar trembled under water, but all the same he was being carried along. At last he gave up. He took a tighter angle to approach, and concentrated his last strength to reach the shore by skimming over the rocks of Tayucua. For 10 minutes the log-driver, with neck tendons stiffened, chest like rock, did what no one would ever do again to get out of a raging river dragging a log. The boat finally ran aground on the rocks, capsized, and Candiu had just enough strength, and not more, to tie up the rope and fall face down to the ground. 1 month later only, Mr. Hall received his 24 sheets, and 20 seconds later he handed over the gramophone, and even 20 records to Candio. The firm of Castellum and Company, despite its steam barge fleet that it launched after its logs, and this for more than 30 days, lost a large number of them. And if Castellum should go to San Ignacio and pay a visit to Mr. Hall, he could truly admire the furniture of that accountant, his rosewood furniture, the wild honey in Salto Oriental. I have 2 cousins, now grown up, who at the age of 12, after having read many books by Jules Verne, had the great initiative to leave their home and go live in the forest, 2 leagues from town. There they were to live primitively, hunting and fishing. It goes without saying that the 2 children had not particularly worried about taking rifles or hooks. But anyway, the woods were there, with their freedom as a source of joy, and the charm of their dangers. Unfortunately, those who were looking for them found them on the 2nd day. They were still quite bewildered, more than half stunned, and, to the great astonishment of their younger brothers, who had also been initiated into Jules Verne, they could still stand on both feet and preserve the use of speech. The adventure of the 2 Robinsons would have been more in keeping with the rule if it had taken place in a less trafficked wood on Sunday. Here, in Misiones, adventures can lead to impossible extremes, and it is precisely this that Gabriel Benincasa got carried away by pride for his Stromboot. Having finished his studies of public accounting, Benincasa felt a sudden desire to know the life of the forest. He wasn't trained by his temperament, being first of all a boy with rosy cheeks, peaceful and round-bodied, due to his excellent health. Therefore, someone who was pretty wise to prefer a cup of tea with his small cakes rather than some random and hellish food from the forest. But, just as the bachelor, who has always been full of sense, believes it his duty, on the eve of his wedding, to bury his life of boyhood in a night of orgy with his friends, Benincasa wanted to honor his well-oiled life with 2 or 3 blows of an intense life. That is why he sailed up the Paraná to a sawmill with his famous Stromboot. Just outside Corrientes, he had taken off his heavy boots, because the caymans were already giving a warm touch to the landscape. Despite this, the public accountant was very careful about his shoes, avoiding scratches and dirty contact. And so he arrived at the factory of his godfather, who had to put an immediate stop to the carelessness of his nephew. "Where are you going now?" he had asked in surprise. "To the forest? I want to explore it a bit," replied Benincasa, who had just adjusted his Winchester to his shoulder. "But, wretched, you won't be able to take even 1 step. Follow the path if you want, or rather lay down that weapon, and tomorrow I'll have you accompanied by a peon." Benincasa gave up his walk. However, he went as far as, at the edge of the forest, he stopped. He vaguely tried to put a foot forward, but stood still. He stuck his hands in his pockets, and looked long at this tangled mess, while softly whistling bits of songs. After looking again at the forest on both sides, he went back fairly disappointed. The next day, however, he followed the main path for a league, and though his rifle remained in its bag, Benincasa did not regret his walk. Wild beasts were coming by degrees, and they arrived on the 2nd night, although they were of somewhat singular nature. Benincasa was sound asleep when he was awakened by his godfather. "Well, damn it! Get up, they're going to eat you alive." Benincasa suddenly sat down on his bed, dazzled by the light of the 3 storm lamps that swayed from one end of the room to the other. His godfather and 2 peons were mopping the floor. "What is it? What is it?" he asked as he leapt to the ground. "Nothing. Watch your step." A correction. Benincasa had already heard of these curious ants, which we call corrections. They are small, shiny, and walk quickly, forming a column more or less wide. They are basically carnivores. They advance by eating everything in their way: spiders, crickets, toads, vipers, and all creatures that cannot resist them. There is no animal, however large and strong it may be, that will not flee from them. Their entering a house implies the absolute extermination of all living creatures, for there is no hiding place or hole, however deep, which the devouring river will not reach. The dogs bark, the oxen bellow, and one is forced to leave them the house under pain of being gnawed to the bone in 10 hours. They stay in the same place for a day, 2 days, or even 5 days, depending on their insect richness, their meat or fat. When all has been devoured, they go away. They do not resist the creosote or drugs of this type, and as there are no shortage on the site, in less than an hour the chalet was free of correction. Benincasa observed closely, at his feet, the livid mark of a bite. "They really bite hard," he said, surprised by raising her head towards her godfather. This one, who no longer attached any importance to this type of observation, did not answer, but was none the less happy to have contained the invasion in time. Benincasa found sleep again, although he jumped all night after tropical nightmares. The next day he was leaving for the forest, but this time with a machete, having finally understood that in the forest such an instrument would be much more useful to him than a rifle. It goes without saying that the sudden blow was not wonderful, and his successes were even smaller. But in any case he managed to break branches, hit himself in the face, and cut his boots. The quiet, dusk forest soon took its toll on him. It gave him the exact impression of a scene viewed in daylight. From the boiling life of the tropics there remained only an icy stage, not an animal, not a bird, not a sound, or almost none. Benincasa was walking away when a deep rumble attracted his attention. At 10 meters from him, near a hollow trunk, tiny bees formed an aureole at the entrance of the hole. He approached with care, and saw in the bottom of the opening 10 or 12 black purses the size of an egg. "That's honey," thought the accountant with secret greediness. It must be little wax purses full of honey, but between Benincasa and the little purses were the bees. After a moment's respite he thought of fire. It would make good smoke. Fate willed that while the thief was prudently approaching the moist dead leaves, 4 or 5 bees came to alight on his hand without stinging him. Benincasa stopped right away, and, holding her breath, realized that they didn't have stings. Her saliva, already light, became even clearer, abundant, and sweet as honey. What wonderful and so kind little animals! In an instant the accountant tore off the small wax bags, and, having gone far away to avoid the viscous contact of bees, he sat on a root. Of the 12 bags, 7 contained pollen, but the others were full of honey, a dark honey with dark transparency, which Benincasa tasted with relish. He had a very distinct flavour, but what? The accountant couldn't specify it. Perhaps a hint of fruit resin, or eucalyptus. For the same reason, this thick honey had a vaguely bitter aftertaste. But on the other hand, what a fragrance! Benincasa, having made sure only 5 small purses would be useful to him, began. His idea was simple, to raise the purse about his mouth and let it drip drop by drop. But since the honey was thick, he had to enlarge the hole, after staying a half-minute with the mouth unnecessarily open. Then the honey began to flow, stretching in a heavy thread, up to Benincasa's tongue. The 5 bags emptied themselves one by one into Benincasa's mouth. It was useless for him to keep them in that position any longer, or even to examine the empty globes again. He must be content. In the meantime, this prolonged position of his head backward had given him a little giddiness. Heavy with honey, quiet and big-eyed, Benincasa looked at the twilight forest again. The trees and the ground took 2 abrupt positions, and his head accompanied the up-and-down motion of the landscape. What an odd vertigo, thought the accountant, and the worst is, as he tried to get up to take a step, he saw himself obliged to fall back on the trunk. He felt his body of lead, especially his legs, as if they had considerably swollen. In his feet and in his hands he had ants. "It's very strange, very strange, very strange," repeated stupidly Benincasa, without, however, seeking the cause of this mystery, "as if I had ants. The correction," he concluded, and suddenly his breath got stuck under the blow of fear. "It must be honey. He is poisoned. I'm poisoned." In his second attempt to right himself, his hair bristled with horror. He had not even been able to move. Now the sensation of being leaden and tingling went up to his waist. For a moment the horror of dying there, miserably alone, far from his mother and friends, deprived him of all means of defence. "Now I am going to die. I will die in a moment. I can't even move my hand any more." In his panic he realized, however, that he had no fever, nor a sore throat, and that his heart and lungs were still beating normally. His anxiety took a different form. "I am paralyzed. It's paralysis, and they won't find me." But an irresistible sleep, which left him all his powers, began to take hold of him as the vertigo increased. He thought he noticed that the quivering floor was turning black and whirling dizzyingly around him. Again, the memory of his punishment came back to him, and his thought fixed itself with a supreme anxiety on the possibility that this black thing which was spreading over the ground. He still had the strength to tear himself away from this last terror, and suddenly he shouted out one of those genuine cries in which the voice of man regains the tone of Alfred. That of a child terrified on its feet was climbing swiftly up a river of black ants. Around him the devouring corrector obscurated the ground, and the accountant felt the river of carnivore ants flowing beneath his shorts. His godfather finally found, 2 days later, no piece of flesh at all, the skeleton covered with Benincas's clothes. The corrector that was still marauding by there, and little bags of honey illuminated him well enough. It is not common for wild honey to have these narcotic or paralytic properties, but it can happen. The flowers of this kind abound under the tropics, and in most cases the taste of the honey suffices to reveal their nature, so the aftertaste of eucalyptus that Benincasa thought he felt. Our first cigarette no time was happier than that when, with Maria and myself, our aunt died. Lucia had returned from Buenos Aires, where she'd been for 3 months. And that night, as we were going to bed, we heard Lucia say to Mom, "How strange! I have puffy eyelids." Mom examined certainement les paupières de notre tante, car après un moment, elle répondit, "C'est vrai, vous ne sentez rien?" "Non, je sommeille." Le lendemain, vers 2 heures de l'après-midi, nous notâmes soudain une violente agitation dans la maison. Portes ouvertes qu'on ne refermait pas, car dialogues entrecoupés d'exclamations, visages effrayés. Lucia had smallpox, the hemorrhagic form that she had contracted in Buenos Aires. The drama, of course, excited my sister and me. Children rarely get the chance for big things to happen around them. This time our aunt exactly our aunt. And she had smallpox. I, a happy boy, could already boast of the friendship of a policeman and a meeting with a clown who, jumping the benches, had come to sit next to me. But now the great event came to our own house, and when I spoke of it to the first child who stopped at the street door to look, there was already in my eyes that vanity with which a child in great grief passes before its little envious neighbours. That afternoon we left our home to set up in the only one that we could find so hastily, a small villa near the old villa where Mother's sister had stayed with Lucia. The first few days Mother must have suffered cruel anxiety for her children who had kissed the sick girl. But we, on the other hand, transformed into furious Robinsons, we had no time to remember our aunt. The orchard had long since slept in a dark and damp quietude. White mangled orange trees, peach trees with broken forks, mulberry trees that looked like osier, and climbing fig trees that had been left to fester this thick carpet of dead. Leaves that smothered our footsteps. Everything gave a stunning impression of a paradise. We weren't exactly Adam and Eve, but yes, we were heroic Robinsons, driven to exile by a family misfortune, the death of our aunt, which occurred 4 days after the beginning of our exploration. We spent all our days poking around the park, despite the fig trees whose roots, too close together, worried us a little. The well also piqued our geographic interest. It was an old, unfinished well. Work had stopped at 14 meters on a layer of stone, and it now disappeared between the ferns and the doradillas that covered its walls. It was, however, an absolute necessity to explore it, and with infinite trouble we managed, by pushing a large stone as far as possible, to make the well appear at the foot of a thicket. As the well was hidden by a mass of reeds, the operation could be performed in Maman's absence. However, Maria, whose poetic inspiration always ruled our efforts, obtained a postponement of the experiment until a heavy rain filled the well halfway. We then received both half-fresh fiat, artistic and scientific satisfaction, but it is mainly towards the reeds that our daily assaults led us. It took us 2 whole weeks to explore, as it should, this maze of green sticks, dry sticks, vertical sticks crossing, broken, bent on the ground. The dead leaves, stopped in their fall, tangled in the mass that filled the air with straws and dust at the slightest touch. We managed to solve the mystery after all, and sitting with my sister in the dark dane of some corner, pressed together and silent in the half-light, we used to play for hours, at a time on the pride of not being afraid. It was there one afternoon that, ashamed of our lack of initiative, we invented smoking. Maman was a widow. 2 of her sisters lived with us constantly, and at that time one of her brothers, the very one who had come from Buenos Aires with Lucia. This uncle, 20 years old, as elegant as he was presumptuous, had assumed over us an authority which Maman, with her present troubles and lack of character, encouraged. Maria and I both felt an immediate strong dislike for this little imp. "I assure you," he said to Mother, pointing at me with his chin, "that I would like to live always with you to look after your children. They are going to give you a lot of trouble." "Leave them alone," replied Mother, tired. We said nothing, but we looked at each other across the soup. We had therefore stolen a packet of cigarettes from this stern man. We were very tempted to initiate ourselves at once into the manly virtue, but we waited for the instrument. It was a pipe that I had made myself. A piece of reed as stove, a thin curtain rod as conduit, and, to cement everything, the mastic of a recently repaired window. The pipe was perfect, large, light, and of many colours. We carried it, Maria and I, in our shelter among the reeds with a firm and religious handle. 5 cigarettes left their tobacco there. We sat up, lifting our knees. I lit the pipe and breathed in. Maria, who was devouring my wedding vows, noticed that mine were filling up with tears. Never has nor ever will anything more abominable been seen. Despite all this, I swallowed my nauseating saliva. "It's good, right?" asked Maria, enticed, reaching out her hand. "It's good," I replied to her as I passed her the terrifying machine. Maria took a bigger breath. Me, who was watching her carefully, I noticed my turn, came to tears, and the simultaneous movement of lips, tongue, and throat, which drove this thing away. But she had more courage than me. "It's fine," she said, her eyes full of tears and almost a grimace. Heroically she brought the bronze bar again to her lips. It was urgent that we save her. Pride alone was pushing me again towards that infernal smoke with a taste of salt from Chantor, the same pride that had made him praise the nauseating. "St," I said abruptly, holding my ear. "It sounds like the goldfinch of the other day. He must have built his nest around here." Maria straightened up, setting her pipe aside, and with an alert ear, a scrutinizing gaze, we moved away, apparently eager to see the little creature, but clinging to this noble pretence of mine, like dying men, to avoid tobacco without our pride suffering. A month later I took up the reed pipe again, but with a very different result. After one of our pranks, the young father had raised his voice much more harshly than my sister and I could permit him to do. We complained to Mother. "Pooh," said she, almost without listening to us. "It's like this. It's just that one day he'll finally hit us," Maria cried. "Not if you don't give him a good reason," she added, turning to me. "What have you done to him?" "Nothing, Mum," I objected. "But I don't want him to touch me." At that moment our uncle entered. "Ah, your son Eduardo is here. He'll give you a run for your money, that kid, you'll see. They're complaining that you want to beat them." "Me?" the young father exclaimed, holding himself in check. "I haven't even thought about it yet. But if they should disrespect me—" "And you'd better," Mum agreed. "I don't want him to touch me," I repeated, red with anger. "That's not Dad, but in the absence of your poor father it is your uncle. And then leave me alone," she concluded by moving away from us. Alone in the garden, Maria and I exchanged a look filled with fire and sarcasm. "No one will hit me," I asserted. "No. Me," she replied on her side. "It's an idiot." And, as always, suddenly the inspiration came to my sister, with a fury laugh and a triumphant step. "Uncle Alfonso is an idiot! Uncle Alfonso is an idiot!" When a moment later I fell upon the uncle in question, it seemed to me, from his look, that he had heard us. But we had already worked out the story of the vengeful cigarette, an epithet all in praise of Maud the mule. The vengeful cigarette consisted, in its general outline, in a cigarette put on a small pipe that was placed in the case that Uncle Alfonso always kept on his bedside table, and opened at siesta time. A bit of the cigar had been cut off, thereby minimizing the risk to the smoker. A violent jet of sparks was quite enough, and in essence all the success of the enterprise depended on the hope that our uncle, half asleep, would not notice the singular rigidity of his cigar. Things sometimes happen so fast that there's no time or breath to tell about them. I only know that one day in a siesta the patron came out of his room like a bomb and found Mom in the dining-room. "Ah, you're here! Do you know what they did? I swear this time they'll remember me." "Alfonso?" "What? There's only one thing left for you to do. If you don't know how to raise your children, I'll do it. When I heard my uncle's furious voice, I was innocently playing with my sister on the edge of the well, making lines with a pencil. So I took a long way around and came in by the second door of the dining room and hid behind Mum. Our patron saw me then and threw himself at me. "I haven't done anything," I shouted. "Wait a bit," grumbled my uncle, chasing after me around the table. "Alfonso, let him go. Later I'll let you. I don't want him touching me. I don't want him touching me. Come on, Alfonso." You look like a child. That was just the last thing to say to the young father. He swore an oath, and his legs came after me with such speed that he was almost about to catch up with me. But at this moment I shot out like an arrow through the open door, disappearing as I dived into the hedge with my uncle in hot pursuit. In 5 seconds we had gone as a shooting star among the mulberries, orange trees, and pears, and it was at this moment that suddenly, with terrible clarity, came to me the idea of the well and the stone. "I don't want him to touch me," I cried out once again. "Wait a bit," I shouted for my mother to hear me. "It's me who is going there." Suddenly I disappeared into the reed. Running all the time, I upset the explorative stone which awaited the rain, and jumped over onto the side to get myself stuck in the foliage. Uncle rushed out right away, and at the same time ceasing to see me, he heard at the bottom of the well the abominable vibration of a body that crashed. The patron stopped, pale. He turned in all directions with his dilated eyes and approached the well. He tried to look inside, but the ferns prevented him. He then appeared to be thinking, and after carefully observing the well and its surroundings, he began to search for me. Unfortunately for me, since only recently the Uncle Alfonso himself had stopped hiding from his parents so as not to get into a scrap with them, he still kept in mind the old tricks and did everything possible to find me out. He discovered my lair right away. This is where he always returned, with a wise and admirable flair. But aside from the prehistoric foliage hiding me completely, the sound of my body crashing obsessed my uncle, who, as a result, didn't search well. It was therefore agreed that I lay at the bottom of the well, which was the beginning of what we could call my post-mortem revenge. Things were very clear. How would my uncle announce to Mom that I had killed myself to avoid her blows? 10 minutes passed. "Alfonso!" The voice of Mom suddenly echoed in the garden. "Mercedes," he replied after a sharp jump. Mom must have felt something, because her voice echoed again, altered. "And Eduardo? Where is he?" it adds in advancing. "Here with me," he answered, laughing. "We made peace." As far as Mom couldn't see her paleness or the silly grimace that wanted to be a happy, all went well. "You didn't hit him, did you?" insisted Mom. "No, it was just a joke," Mom returned. A joke that began to become mine for the small birthing boy. Cecilia, my mother's oldest sister, who had finished her nap, crossed the garden, and Alfonso called her with a hand gesture. A few moments later Cecilia exclaimed, "Ow!" choked by lifting her hands to her head. But how? What horror! Poor Mercedes! What a blow! It was necessary to find a solution before Mercedes realized it. To get out of the well still alive? The well was 14 meters deep on her, maybe. Who knows? But then we would need ropes, men, and Mercedes. Poor mother. My aunt kept repeating. It should be said that for me, the little hero, the martyr wounded in his physical dignity, not a single tear flowed. Mom monopolized all the outbursts of this pain, to which they sacrificed the thin chance that remained to me to still be alive down there, which, by wounding my double vanity of death and life, revived my thirst for revenge. An hour later Mom asked where I was, and Cecilia answered so diplomatically that Mom immediately had the certainty of a catastrophe. "Eduardo, my son!" she exclaimed, pulling her hands free from her sister, who tried to hold her back, and she rushed out into the orchard. "Mercedes! I swear he didn't leave. My son! My son! Alfonso!" Alfonso ran to meet her, and stopped her when he saw that she was going towards the well. Mom didn't think of anything specific, but seeing her brother's horrified gesture, she then remembered my screams an hour earlier, and let out a terrifying scream. "My son! He killed himself! Let me go, Alfonso! You killed him!" They brought Mother back insensible. Her despair did not move me the least little bit, for I, her only cause, was actually alive, and very much alive, and that I was just playing at 8 years old with emotion. In a way, the big ones reserve surprises tragic joy for her when she'll see me again. While I relished the intimate pleasure of my uncle's failure, I murmured to myself, still hidden among the foliage. Then I got up carefully, crouched down and took out the pipe, sheltering it well between the leaves. This was the time to devote all my seriousness to finishing this pipe off. The smoke from this moistened, dried, and again moistened and dried an infinite number of times. Tobacco had at that moment a peppery, Goya elixir and baking soda taste, much more pleasant than the first time I smoked it. However, I was launching myself into a task I knew to be difficult, with my brow furrowed and teeth clenched around the pipe. I must have smoked, I would like to believe, a quarter of the pipe. I only remember that in the end the osiers became completely blue and began to dance 2 fingers from my eyes. 2 or 3 hammers on either side of the skull began to drill my temples, while my stomach, installed at the center of my mouth, sucked up the last gasps directly. I came to myself when I was carried in my mother's arms home. Though I was horribly sick, I was tactful enough to stay asleep for fear of any danger. I felt her and her frenzied arms shaking me. "My dear son, Eduardo, my son. Oh, Alfonso, I'll never forgive you the pain that you have caused me. But come now," she said to her elder sister. "Don't be foolish, Mercedes. You can see that he has nothing." "Ah," replied Mother, placing her hands on her heart in an endless sigh. "Yes, it's over. But tell me, Alfonso, how could he get himself into such a mess?" "That well, my God." The patroness, in her turn, agitating, spoke vaguely of the landslide, of the soft earth, preferring to postpone the true explanation to a time of greater calm, while my poor mother took no notice of the horrible tobacco fumes that exuded from her suicide. I finally opened my eyes, smiled, and went back to sleep, this time a decent and deep sleep. Long ago Uncle Alfonso woke me up. "Do you know what you deserve to be done to you?" he said, filled with a fiery resentment. "Wait until tomorrow. I'll tell your mother everything, and then you'll see what a joke is." I could still see poorly, the things danced a little, and my stomach always stuck to my throat. Despite all this, I answered, "If you tell Mum a word, I swear that this time I'm jumping." The eyes of a young would-be suicide, who had smoked heroin bravely out of his pipe, would express desperate courage. Maybe so. Anyway, the padrino, after looking me in the face, shrugged his shoulders and lifted on my neck the blanket that had slipped a little. It was Tuesday of Carnival. Nabel had just entered the pass as night fell, and while he was unravelling a bunch of streamers, he looked at the car in front, surprised by a visitor that he had not seen the day before, and asked his companions, "Who is she?" "A demon. She's beautiful. I think it's Master Arrizabalaga's niece, or something like that. She arrived yesterday, I think." Nabel then fixed his gaze on the beautiful child. She was still a very young girl, not more than 14, but already nubile. She had, under a very dark hair, a face of supreme whiteness, of that matte and silky white which is the monopoly of very fine skins. Her large blue eyes looked up at the temples under long black lashes that perhaps were a little apart from each other, giving an air of nobility or great resolve to the smooth forehead. But as it was, these eyes cast a radiance of beauty over her flower-faced young head, and Nabel, feeling them fixed for a moment on his own, was astounded. "What a wonder!" he murmured immobile, with one knee on the cushion of the surrey. A moment later, the serpentines flew toward Victory. The 2 carriages were already entwined by the suspended bridge of ribbons, and the cause of it smiled at times at the gallant young man. But now it was a lack of respect for people, the horse-drivers, and even the cars. On backs, heads, whips, mud-guards, rain-spatters were pouring without ceasing, to such an extent that the 2 people sitting in the back turned around, and, although smiling, examined closely the guilty squanderer. "Who is he?" asked Nabel quietly. "Master Arrizabalaga. You don't know him, surely. The other is your beautiful. It's the lawyer's sister-in-law." After examining him, Arrizabalaga and the lady smiled slyly at this youthful exuberance, and Nabel felt himself then to be bound to greet them, which the trio replied with jovial condescension. This was the beginning of an idyll that lasted 3 months, during which Nabel invested all the passion that his adolescent heart could contain. During the entire Paradiand in Concordia, It extended until incredible Ausnebel unceasingly held out his arm forward, so much so that the sleeve of his shirt, undone, danced on his hand. The following morning the same scene was repeated, and as this time the procession started in the evening with a flower fight, Nebel emptied 4 huge baskets in a quarter of an hour. Isabellata and the lady, who often turned around, were laughing, and the young girl hardly left off looking at Nebel. He looked down despondently at the empty baskets, but on the seat of the surrey there remained a poor bunch of country immortelles and jasmines. Nebel snatched it, leapt over the wheel of the carriage, almost dislocated her ankle, and running towards victory, panting, drenched in sweat, and enthusiasm flowering in his eyes, he handed the bouquet to the girl. Dazed and confused she sought another, but there were none to be found. Her companions began laughing. "But you little fool!" her mother exclaimed, pointing to her corset. "There's one for you." The carriage was off again at a trot. Nebel, appalled, had descended from the footboard. He then ran up and caught the bouquet the girl was holding out to him, half hanging out of the carriage. Nebel had arrived 3 days earlier from Buenos Aires, where he had finished his secondary school studies. He had been there for 7 years, and his knowledge of the current society in Concordia was limited. He still had to spend about 2 weeks in his hometown, which he intended to enjoy in complete peace of mind, if not body. And behold, on the 2nd day he lost all his calmness. But in contrast, what wonder! What a marvel! He kept repeating to himself as he thought about that ray of light, flower, and feminine flesh that had appeared to him in the other car. He knew for sure that he was really deeply spellbound, and in love, of course, and if she wanted, would she want him? To convince himself, Nebel recalled not only the bouquet torn from her corsage, but also the stunned haste with which the young girl had sought to give him something. He clearly remembered the glitter of her eyes when she saw him coming, the anxiety with which she was waiting for him, and, on the other hand, the languor of her young breasts when she offered him the flowers. And now it was all over. She was leaving for Montevideo the next day. What did she care for the rest, Concordia, her friends of yesterday, her father even? At least he would go with her to Buenos Aires. They did indeed make the trip together, and during the journey Nebel reached the highest degree of passion that a romantic 18-year-old boy can know when he feels loved. The mother welcomed this almost childlike idyll with amicable complacency, and she often laughed when she saw them talking little, smiling constantly at each other and looking at each other endlessly. Farewells were brief, for Nebel wanted to save an ultimate remnant of wisdom, and ceased to follow her. They would return to Concordia in the winter, for a few days perhaps. Would he come? Oh, no, come back to me. And while Nebel slowly receded from the mool, turning at every instant, she bent over the edge, and, with her head down, followed it with her eyes, while on the quay Thorfurstedt sailors raised their own, laughing at this ideal and the short skirts of the tender little fiancée. Été on the 13th of June Nebel returned to Concordia, and, although he had hardly arrived, he learned that Lydia was also there, but he spent a week without worrying in the least about the young girl. A delay of 4 months is indeed very long for an outbreak of passion, and it is barely if in the calm water of his soul a last reflection came to caress his self-esteem. He was curious, yes, curious to see her, until a quite ordinary incident, stinging his vanity, carried him off again. The first Sunday, Nebel, like any young villager who respected himself, waited at the corner of the church for the exit of Mass. Finally, straight, and with a high gaze, as if by chance, Lydia and her mother passed through the boy's hedge. Revisiting her, Nebel felt his eyes dilate to drink the fullness of this face, suddenly adored. He waited. He almost desired, with pain, the moment when his eyes would recognize her at a sudden flash of cheerful surprise among the group. But she passed on, looking coldly straight ahead of her. "It looks as if she doesn't remember you any more," said a friend who had witnessed the incident. "No, not much," he replied, smiling, "and it's a pity, because this little girl really pleases me." But when he was alone, he wept over himself and his misfortune. And now that he had seen her again, oh, as he had always loved her, he who believed he would no longer remember her, it was over, and so, he repeated it without realizing it. So, everything is over, but all at once, and if they hadn't seen me, of course. His face regained its expression, and he welcomed this vague possibility with a profound conviction. At 3 o'clock he knocked on the door of Master Arrizabalaga. His idea was simple. He would ask for an appointment with the lawyer under any pretence, and perhaps then he might see her. He went there. A quick footsteps noise answered his ring, and Lydia, so as not to jump, had to violently grab the glazed door. She saw Nabel, gave a cry, and with her arms hiding the lightness of her dress, she instantly disappeared. A moment later, the mother opened the door of the cabinet to welcome her old acquaintance with an affection even greater than 4 months earlier. Nabel was brimming with joy, and since the lady didn't seem to be worried about her legal troubles, he preferred 1,000 times his company to that of the lawyer. Nevertheless, he found himself now on the coals of a happiness too blazing. And, as he was 18 years old, he had only one desire, to leave for good, and all to enjoy alone, and without reservation, his immense happiness. "You are leaving already," the lady said. "I hope that we will have the pleasure of seeing you again. Can I count on that?" "Oh, yes, madam. In this house everyone would be delighted." "Yes, everyone, I suppose. Do you want us to make sure?" she asked with a maternal and mocking smile. "Oh, with all my heart," Nabel answered. "Lydia, come on for a minute. There's someone here that you know." When Lydia came in, he had already gotten up. She approached Nabel, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she offered him a large bouquet of violets with adorable clumsiness. "If you don't mind," the mother continued, "you could come every Monday." "What do you think about it?" "That's very little, madam," replied the boy. "Friday, too. Would you like that?" The mother laughed out loud. "So soon? I don't know. Let's see what Lydia has to say. What do you say, Lydia?" The child, who did not take his eyes off Nabel, launched a yes on full face, since it was to him that she owed an answer. "Very well, and see you Monday, Nabel." Nabel objected. "You wouldn't let me come back this evening?" "Today is an extraordinary day." "Good. Deal for tonight. Accompany him, Lydia." But Mist, seized by a wild desire to stir, greeted without waiting, and ran off with her almost torn bouquet. The soul launched into the last heaven of happiness. For 2 months, all the moments they spent together, all the hours when they were separated, Nabel and Lydia adored each other. For him, a romantic to the point of being sensitive to the painful state of melancholy that causes a simple drizzle when it darkens the patio, this child, with his angelic face, blue eyes, and youthful exuberance, must have embodied the possible quintessence of the ideal. For her, Nabel was a handsome, virile, and intelligent boy. There was only one shadow on their mutual love. Nabel was a minor. The boy, abandoning his studies and career plans and other trifles, wanted to get married. 2 things were certain. It was absolutely impossible for him to live without Lydia, and he would go over everything that could stand in the way. He sensed, or rather he felt well, that he would meet with stiff obstacles. His father, after all, deeply upset at the year that Nabel had wasted on a carnival tryst, must have put points on the eye with terrible vigour. At the end of August he one day spoke categorically to his son. "I've been told you're still visiting Arrizabalaga. Is that true, since you no longer deign to say a word to me?" The mist cleared the storm that this sort of restraint announced, and his voice trembled a little when he replied, "If I haven't said anything to you, Dad, it's because No, you don't like to hear about it. Damn. As for making me happy, you can certainly spare yourself the trouble. But I would like to know in what position you find yourself. Are you going in there as a fiancé?" "Yes. And are you being received in the proper form?" "I believe so." The father stared at him and tapped his fingers on the table. "Very good. That's nice. You're going to listen to me, because I have the duty to show you the way. Do you really know what you're doing? Have you thought well about what could happen?" "What could happen?" "What is it? That you marry this little girl. But look a bit. At least you're big enough to think, aren't you? Do you know who she is? Where she comes from? Do you know anyone in the loop of her life in Montevideo?" "Dad." "Yes, perfectly. What they do there." "Ah, don't make that face. I don't speak of your fiancée. She's a child, so she doesn't know what she's doing. But do you at least know how they live?" "No, and I don't care, because even if you are my father—" It's fine, it's fine. Keep this refrain for later. I'm not speaking to you like a father, but any honest man could speak. And since your questions offend you so much, inquire whoever will take the trouble to tell you about the nature of the relations which exist between the mother of your fiancée and her brother-in-law, ask a little. Yes, I know very well that she has been. Ah, you know that she was Arrizabalaga's mistress? And do you know that he is, or others are, maintaining her in Montevideo? You too are being fooled. I know. Your fiancé has nothing to do with this, don't you know? There is no more pure passion than yours. But be careful. It may be that you are already a little behind. No, calm down. Far from me the idea of insulting your fiancée. I even believe, as I told you before, that she has not yet been contaminated by the decay around her. But if the mother wants to sell you in marriage, to yourself, or rather to the fortune that I must leave you, tell her that your deals are not to the taste of old Nabals, and that he will prefer to suffer 1,000 deaths before consenting to this marriage. I have nothing else to say. The boy loved his father very much, despite his character. He left with great anger, because he could not express his anger, all the more violent as he knew it was unjustified. He had long forgotten nothing. Lydia's mother had been Arrizabalaga's mistress during her husband's lifetime, and even 4 or 5 years after his death. They would still meet from time to time, but there was nothing strange about the old libertine, who, now well settled in his bachelor life of moaning and griping, was for his heart sister-in-law, what one might expect. And if he still kept mother and daughter, it was a kind of gratitude on the part of an old lover, which bordered on the most odious selfishness, and especially to encourage the perpetual gossip that inflated his vanity. Nabal evoked the mother, and with the disquiet of young men disturbed by married women, he recalled a certain evening where, while they flipped through together illustration inclined one next to the other, he had thought to feel, all at once on his stretched nerves, the deep breath of a desire issuing from the full body that ran, against his own. As he looked up at her, Nabal had seen the look in this woman's eyes, a heavy look that settled upon him. Had he misjudged? She was frightfully hysterical, but the fits did not break out often. Her deranged nerves buzzed inside herself, which was why she was so obsessed with such and such a trifle, and his abrupt changes of mood, but in the prodromes of a crisis, his increasing obstinate and convulsive, built up mountains of absurdities. She abused morphine, giving in to anxious need and vanity. She was 37. She was tall, and constantly damped her juicy lips with a burning red. Her eyes, though not large, seemed so to her because of their shape and her very long eyelashes. Marvellous eyes, full of fire and shadow. She wore make-up. She dressed, like her daughter, with perfect taste. As a woman, she must have been deeply charming. Now, hysteria had well-nigh ruined her body, and naturally she suffered from the belly. When the morphine whip had passed, her eyes became dull, and from the corner of her lips, from her swollen eyelids, hung a whole network of fine wrinkles. And yet this hysteria that gnawed at her nerves was for her the somewhat magical food that made her tonic. She loved Lydia infinitely, and, following the morality of hysterical bourgeois, she was ready to shame her daughter in order to make her happy, that is to say, to procure for her what would have made her own happiness. The father of Nabal's anxiety about this pinched at the tender strings of his son's love. How had Lydia escaped it? For the clarity of his complexion, the childlike candour of the passion that shone from his bright eyes with an adorable freedom, more than a proof of purity, were a first step toward a noble pleasure that Nabal triumphantly took, in order to pluck from a firm hand the flower that was waiting for him from the rotten plant. Fog and believed with such conviction that he had never hugged her. One day, after lunch, passing by Arrizabalaga's house, he was overcome by the wild desire to see her. His joy was complete, because he found her alone in a bathrobe, her curls floating on Who Plays. And as Fogg held her, she, all confused, leaned against the wall, laughing. Facing her, the boy who had touched her almost felt from the immobility of her hands the happy surge of a love that he could have so easily defiled. But later, as soon as she would be his wife, Naby made every effort to bring forward the marriage. A habilitation, acquired a few days earlier, allowed him to face expenses thanks to his mother's inheritance. It remained to obtain the father's consent, and Lydia's mother pressed him on this point. In her personal situation, more equivocal than ever in Concordia, she aspired to social recognition, which was, of course, to begin with that of the prospective father-in-law, of her daughter. In particular, she was supported by the desire to humiliate, to force the bourgeois and their morality to kneel before the license that they had hitherto despised. She had already several times approached this point with her future son-in-law by allusions that the father-in-law, his new family, his sister-in-law of his daughter. The mist settled, and the mother's eyes shone with a flame of fire. At last she lit the fuse. Nabal had set his wedding for October 18th. There was still more than a month to go, but the mother made it quite clear to the young man that she counted on her father's presence that evening. "It will be difficult," replied Nabal after a deadened silence. "It is painful for him to go out in the evening. He never goes out." "Oh!" she launched at him only, with a brief pinch of her lips. There was another pause, heavy with portent this time. "Because you're not getting secretly married, are you?" This is the translation of the provided text into English. It's not what my father would want either. "Well, then," another silence, growing more tempestuous by the second, "is it because of me that Mr. Your father doesn't want to come?" "But no, no, madam," finally exclaimed Nabal, impatient. "He's like that, it's all. I'll talk to him if you want." "Me? If I want?" She smiled, but her nostrils fluttered. "Do as you please. Now, Nabal, would you mind leaving? I don't feel well." Nabal left, deeply disappointed. What was he going to say to his father? The latter always persisted in his categorical opposition to this marriage, and the son had already begun the necessary procedures to do without his consent. "Nothing prevents you from doing so, and you can even do whatever you like, but I will never consent to make this little pot your stepmother." 3 days later, Nabal decided to cut short all of this, and he took advantage of a moment when Lydia was not there. "I spoke to my father," began Nabal, "and he told me that it would be completely impossible for him to come." The mother paled a little, her eyes shooting suddenly upwards as she peered towards the temples. "Ah, and why? I don't know," said Nabal in a soft voice. "You mean that your father is afraid to walk here and get his shoes dirty?" "I don't know," he repeated with the same stubbornness. "Is it an affront on the part of this man? What is he thinking?" she added, in a now altered voice, trembling lips. "But who is he to take such a tone?" That was a stinging blow that roused Nabal's long-buried sense of pride. "I don't know what he is," he answered in turn, with haste. "And not only does he refuse to come, but he doesn't give his consent." "What? He doesn't give what? But who does he think he is? It's up to him to make up stories." Nabal got up. "You—" But she had also gotten up. "Yes, yes, you're just a child, but ask him where he gets his fortune from. Stolen from his clients, and those airs that he gives himself. His irreproachable family. Spotless, he's got it all figured out in his mouth, his family. Demand him a little bit, tell you how many walls he had to jump to go to sleep with his wife before her marriage. Yes, and now he puts on with his family. Very well. Go your way. I am tired of these hypocrisies, and good wind." During 4 days Nabal lived in the deepest despair. What could he still expect after what had happened? At dusk on the 5th day he received a note. "Octavio, Lydia is quite ill, and only your presence could calm her down. Maria S. de Arrizabalaga." This was undoubtedly a ruse, but if I did not. Nabal entered the room with his mother. He saw his beloved lying on the bed, legs drawn up, and a face full of the freshness that is given only to those who are 14 years old. He sat down beside her, and the mother waited in vain for them to say anything. They contented themselves with looking at each other and smiling. Suddenly Nabal realized that they were alone, and the image of his mother came back, clear. "She's leaving so that in the frenzy of my regained love I'll lose my head, and so that marriage becomes inevitable." But during this final quarter of an hour's pleasure, which was being offered him as a down payment on a forced marriage contract, the 18-year-old boy felt like the last time against the wall only the enjoyment of a pure love, without the slightest blemish, adorned with all the poetry of their ideal. Only Nabal could tell the immensity of his new-found joy after the shipwreck, and he also forgot the mother and his outburst of slanders, his raging drunkenness, to insult those who did not deserve it. But once married, he had the most firm intention of keeping this woman away from his life. The memory of his lovely fiancée, pure and smiling in this bed where she had left him a little space, inflamed his hope of a voluminous pleasure to which he had not wanted to. Snatch prematurely the smallest diamond. The following evening, on arriving at Arrizabalagas, Nabal saw that the vestibule was not lit. After a long moment of waiting, the maid opened the glass door a crack. "Have they left?" he asked in surprise. "No, they're going to Montevideo," she continued. "They left for Salto to sleep on board." "Ah," Nabel murmured, dejected, but he still had some hope. "And Master Arezabalaga? Can I see him?" "He's not here. He's gone to his club after dinner." When he was left alone in the dark street, Nabel raised, and then let his arms fall with a deadly air. Despair? Everything was over. His joy, his happiness reconquered the day before, that's what he lost again, forever this time. Mother had been taken by an attack of madness. Her nerves had given way, and there was nothing he could do about it. He walked to the corner, and from there, immobile under the lamp-post, he stared fixedly at the pink house like an idiot. He went around the block, and came back to stop under the lamp-post. Never, never again. He couldn't do anything else until 11:30. Finally, he went home and loaded his revolver. But a memory stopped him. Months before, he had promised an artist from Germany that on the day when he would want to commit suicide, Nabel was then a teenager, he would first come and see him. A warm friendship tied them together through long philosophical discussions. It united him with this old military officer of Guillermo's. The following text in English. In the morning, soon after daylight, Nabel pounded on the wretched room of the cartoonist's door. The look on his face said it all. "Is this the time?" asked his friend, a tone paternal in his voice, as he shook Nabel's hand warmly. "Anyway," the boy answered, looking elsewhere. Then, with great calm, the cartoonist told him the story of his own love-sorrow. "Go home," he said to conclude, "and if at 11 o'clock you have not changed your mind, come back for lunch with me if we find something to eat. Then do as you want. You promise me." "I promise you," answered Nabel, giving him his friendly embrace, tears in her eyes. At home, a word from Lydia was waiting for him. "My beloved Octavio, my despair could not be greater. But Mamma seen well that if I married you, I would reserve me infinite torments. I understood, like her, that it was better to separate us. Je vous jure que je ne vous oublierai jamais, votre Lydia." "Ah, bien sûr, c'était ça!" s'écria le garçon, en apercevant avec frayeur son visage décomposé dans le miroir. C'était la mère qui lui avait dicté la lettre. Sa mère était cette maudite folie. Lydia n'avait pu obéir, et la pauvre enfant, bouleversée, pleurait de tout son cœur en écrivant. "Ah! If only I could see her, tell her how much I loved her, how much I still love her today, my beloved soul." He walked trembling to his bedside and took the revolver. But he remembered his last promise, and for a moment, which was very long, he remained standing there, scratching obstinately with his fingernail a mark on the cylinder. For an afternoon in Buenos Aires, Nabel had just gotten on the tram, and the car stopped a little longer than usual. Nabel, who was reading, finally raised his head. A woman, at a slow pace, was advancing with difficulty between the seats. After a brief glance at this embarrassed person, Nabel went back to reading. The lady took her seat beside him, and as she sat down, she gazed intently at her neighbor. Although he felt the stranger's eyes on him from time to time, Nabel continued to read. But eventually he became impatient and looked up, intrigued. "It did seem to be you," declared the lady, "but I still hesitated. You don't recognize me, do you?" "Yes," Nabel answered, widening his eyes. "Mrs. Arezabalaga." At the sight of Nabel's surprise, she gave a smile that old courtiers still try to project when in front of a young man. Of her, as he had known her 11 years ago, there remained only the eyes, but very set back. They were now dull. Her yellow skin, with green shadows, was wrinkled beneath a layer of powder. She now had prominent cheekbones, and her thick lips, which were always red, pretended to conceal all her teeth, which were all decayed. In his emaciated body, among the exhausted nerves and moist veins, he saw the morphine circulating, active enough to have transformed a graceful woman who had once leafed through illustration next to him into such a skeleton. "Yes," he replied, "I've grown very old and sick. I already had nephritic colics," and she added, looking at him with tenderness, always the same. "It is true that you are not even 30 years old." Lydia is still the same. Nabel looked up. "Is she married?" "No. But she will be pleased when I tell her that I have seen you. Why don't you give the poor little thing the same pleasure? "You don't want to come see us?" "I would be delighted," whispered Nabel. "Yes, come right away. You know very well what we've been for you." Finally, Bredo 1483, apartment 14. "But we live so modestly." "Oh," Nabel protested as he stood up to go downstairs, "I promised to come by very soon." Nabel was due to return to the sugar mill in 12 days' time, but before he wanted to keep his promise. He went there, a miserable apartment on the outskirts. Mrs. Arrizabalaga received him, while Lydia got ready. 11 years, my God," the mother again remarked. "How time flies, and you might already have a lot of children with Lydia." "Certainly," smiles Nabel, looking around him. "Oh, we're not very comfortable, especially since you must have a house. I hear very often about your sugar-cane plantations. Is that your only estate?" "Yes, it's also in Entre Rios." "How lucky you are. If everyone could. What a dream it would be to spend some months in the country, but it will never happen." She stopped and shot a furtive glance at Nabel. He, with a tight heart, also relived the impressions that had been buried in him for 11 years. And to think we've come this far because of lack of communication. It's so difficult to have a friend under these conditions. Nabel's heart was contracting more and more, and Lydia came in. She too had changed a lot, for the innocent charm, the freshness of 14 no longer existed in a woman of 26, but beautiful she still was. With his masculine air he felt the tenderness of her neck, the quiet sweetness of her gaze, all those indefinable things that reveal to a man the love consumed, which he had to throw a veil over the memory of Lydia, whom he knew. They exchanged banter with the perfect politeness of people who have matured. When she absented herself again for a moment, her mother went on, "Yes, she's a little frail, and when I think that in the countryside she would recover right away. Listen, Octavia, may I be frank with you? You know very well that I loved you as a son. Couldn't we come and spend some time at your estate? It would do so much good to Lydia." "I am married," replied Nabel. She made a quick mockish gesture, and for a moment she was genuinely disappointed. But almost immediately she crossed her hands in a comical manner. "Married you? Oh, what bad luck! What bad luck! Excuse me, well, I don't even know what I'm saying any more." "And your wife lives with you at the sugar mill?" "Yes, usually. At this moment she is in Europe. What a misfortune, honey." "Octavio," she added, spreading her arms and tears in her eyes. "To you, I can say it, almost you were my son. We are on the brink of poverty. Why don't you want me to come with Lydia? I am going to make a confession as a mother," she concluded with a sweet smile and lowering her voice. "You know Lydia's heart well, don't you?" She waited for a reply, but Nabel remained silent. "Yes, of course you know her." "And do you think Lydia is the type to forget about the one she loved?" This time she had emphasized her hint with a lingering eye contact. It was then that Nabel realized the depth of the abyss he could have fallen into at that time. It was always the same mother, but her mind had grown old, morphine and poverty had still reviled her. And Lydia. Seeing her again, he had felt a sudden surge of desire for this woman with a full throat and quivering. In the face of the market that was being made to him, he didn't resist the strange conquest that fate had reserved for him. "You don't know Lydia?" Gaily the mother, when her daughter entered. "Octavio invites us to spend some time on his estate. What do you think about it?" Lydia had a fleeting eyebrows and regained her composure. "It's very good, Mum. Ah, you know what he says. He is married, and so young. We are almost part of his family." Lydia turned her eyes to Nabel and looked at him for a moment with painful gravity. "A long time," she murmured. 4 years, he answered in a low voice. But he did not have the heart to look at her. Winter they didn't take the trip together, out of scruple, because Nabel was too well known on the line. But at the exit of the station they all got into the house's car together. When Nabel was left alone in the sugar mill, he kept only an old Indian car, because although he himself had simple habits, his wife took with her all the servants. He could thus present his companions to the native as a distant aunt and her daughter, who came to take their rest. Nothing more credible, besides, as Madame Arrizabalaga's health was declining at an alarming rate. She had come unwell, her pace heavy and uncertain. She had sacrificed her morphine for 4 hours on Nabel's demand, and now the anxiety on her face conveyed the urgency of an injection of drugs to this living corpse. Nabel, who had abandoned his studies at the death of his father, knew enough to foresee the imminence of a catastrophe. The kidneys, deeply affected, sometimes suffered dangerous failures that morphine only made worse. Already in the car, unable to hold it any longer, she had looked at Nebel with a deadly anxiety. "If you allow me, I can't take it any more. Lydia, stand in front of me." The girl, calmly, hid her mother a little, and Nebel heard the rustling of the dress sharply lifted when she pricked her thigh. Her face blazed, and the fullness of life covered like a mask that face of agony. "Now I feel well. What a joy! I feel good." "You should leave that alone," said rudely Nebel, looking at her from the side. "In the end, it will only get worse for you." "Oh, no, rather be here right now." Nebel spent all day feeling uncomfortable, and as determined as possible not to see Lydia and her mother, but two poor sick people. But as night fell, at the hour when beasts drew out their claws, languid tremblings of a virile instinct began to work on his belly. They dined early because the mother, worn out by fatigue, wanted to go to bed right away. But she even refused to drink milk. "Ouch! What horror!" "It's not going away. And would you like me to sacrifice the last years of my life, now that I could die content?" 4 hours later, Nebel opened the door of his room without making a sound. "Who is it?" Lydia asked in a disturbed voice. "It's me," he murmured barely audibly. A movement of fabric, like someone sitting abruptly on a bed, followed his words. Then silence reigned again. But when Nebel's hand touched a fresh arm in the darkness, it was the whole body that trembled with a deep shiver. A little while later, a passive bystander to the woman who had already known love, from the depths of his soul rose the holy pride of his adolescence of never having touched her, not even stolen a kiss from the child who looked at him with radiant innocence. He thought of these words by Dostoevsky, which he had not understood until this moment. Nothing is more beautiful or fortifies life better than a pure memory. This without spot, in the purity of its 18 years, Nebel kept, and now it lay there, forever tainted on a servant's bed. Then he felt 2 heavy and silent tears on his neck. She too must remember. And the tears of Lydia flowed one after another, watering like a tomb, the terrible end of her only dream of happiness. For 10 days this joint life went on, although Nebel spent almost all his days outside. By tacit agreement, Lydia and he were rarely alone. And even if they did meet every night, they still spent long moments in silence. Lydia had enough on her hands with her mother, who was nothing but a ruin. As it couldn't be reconstructed what was already rotten, and despite the immediate danger that this might entail, Nebel thought of suppressing his morphine. But he decided to abstain one morning when, as he suddenly entered the dining-room, he found Lydia in a hurry. She had a syringe in her hand, and fixed on Nebel a look of fear. "You have been doing that for a long time," she said finally. "Yes," Lydia murmured, twisting the needle in a convulsive gesture. Nebel looked at her again and shrugged his shoulders. However, as the mother repeated her injections with a terrible frequency to relieve the pain of her kidneys that morphine was finishing off, Nebel wanted to try to save this unfortunate woman by confiscating her drugs. "Octavio, you're going to kill me," she begged in a hoarse voice. "Octavio, my child, but I wouldn't live another day without it." "You don't have 2 hours to live if I let you do that," Nebel replied. "It doesn't matter, my Octavio." "Give it to me. Give me the morphine." She reached out her arms towards Nebel, who left with Lydia. "Do you know the gravity of your mother's condition?" "Yes." "The doctors told me." "Alors?" Il la regarda fixement. "C'est qu'elle est beaucoup plus malade que tu ne le penses." Lydia devint pâle. Elle regarda de haut et retenir un sanglot en se mordillant les lèvres. "Il n'y a pas de médecin ici?" murmura-t-elle. "Ici non, ni à Dix lieues à la ronde, but we'll find one." That same evening the postman arrived, while they were alone in the dining-room, and Nebel opened a letter. "News?" Lydia asked, lifting her worried eyes to him. "Yes," answered Nebel, continuing to read. Lydia repeated after a moment, more anxious than before. "No," he replied, his voice harsh without looking up. At 10 o'clock at night, Lydia ran into the sick-room. "Octavio!" she cried out. "Mom is dying." They rushed to the patient's room. The intense pallor of her face was that of a corpse. From between his blue lips, which were disproportionately swollen, escaped a murmur of words, guttural and indistinct. "Pla, pla, pla." Nabel immediately noticed on the bedside table the morphine bottle, almost empty. "It's clear that she's dying," he said. "Who gave it to her?" "I don't know, Octavio. He heard a noise. She must have gone to your room when you weren't there." "Ma'am, poor ma'am!" And she collapsed in tears on the arm that hung sadly down to the ground. Nabel took her pulse. Her heart was on the verge, and her temperature was dropping. A moment later the lips closed on their wound, and large purple spots appeared on the skin. She died at 1 o'clock in the morning. In the afternoon, after the burial, Nabel waited for Lydia, who was finishing getting dressed, while the peons loaded her suitcases into the car. "Take this," he said to her as she approached, handing her a 10,000 peso check. Lydia had a violent shiver, and her red eyes fixed on those of Nabel. But this time he met her gaze. "Then take it," he repeated surprisedly. Lydia took the check and stooped to grab her suitcase. Then Nabel leaned over her. "Forgive me," he said to her. "Don't judge me worse than I am." At the station they waited for a moment without speaking, in front of the step of the wagon, because the train had not yet left. When the bell rang, Lydia offered her hand to Nabel, who held it for a moment in silence. Then, still holding it, he took her by the waist and passionately kissed her on the mouth. The train started moving. Nabel, immobile, watched as the window receded into the distance. But Lydia didn't appear. Meningitis and its shadow, I can't believe it. What does the letter from Funes mean? I admit that I don't understand the first word of this story. Here are the facts. 4 hours ago, at 7 in the morning, I received a card from Funes, which read, "Dear friend, if it is possible for you, please come to my house tonight. If I have time, I will go and see you first." Dear Sir Luis Maria Funes, this is where my surprise began. No one, as far as I know, is invited at 7 in the morning for an hypothetical conversation that night without a serious reason. What does Funes possibly want with me? It is only a vague relationship of mine, and at his house. I have only been once. It is true that he has 2 rather pretty sisters. Thus, therefore, I was intrigued. This as regards to Funes. But here comes Dr. Eilstein at an hour later, when I left my home, another character whom I was a classmate of at the National College, and with whom I have in all some same kind of distant relations, that with Funes. And the man talked to me about this and that, ending with, "Well then, Duran, you must realize that I haven't come to see you at this time of day to talk about the weather. Is that not so?" "Yes," he said, "I think I understand. I couldn't have said anything else, that's clear. So, let me ask you one question, just one. All that's unchaste about her I'll explain to you later. All right?" "Anything you want," I answered frankly, keeping my distance at the same time. Eilstein then looked at me with a smile, as men do when they're among themselves, and asked me this strange question. "What sort of inclinations do you have for Maria Elvira?" "Funes?" Ah, and that's how it was. Maria Elvira Funes, sister of Luis Maria Funes, of the Marias, and still more Marias. But it is true that I barely knew this person. No wonder, then, that I looked at the doctor as you would look at a madman. Maria Elvira Funes, I repeated to myself, but neither do I have any inclination towards her. It's hard for me to know her, and now— No, let me finish, he interrupted me. I assure you that this story is quite serious. Could you give me your word of honor that there is nothing between you two? You're crazy, I finally told him. Nothing, absolutely nothing? I barely know her, I repeat, and I don't think she remembers having ever seen me. All in all, I must have talked to her for a minute, maybe 2 or 3 minutes at home, but nothing more. I have no particular preference for her either, I repeat it to you for the 10th time. It's strange, really strange, murmured the man, looking at me fixedly. All the more eminent he was, and he was, this Aesculapius began to tire on me, now that he ventured into a field that had nothing to do with his aspirin. I still believe that I have the right, but he interrupted me again. Yes, you have more than a right. Would you please wait until this evening? In 2 words, you understand that it can be anything but a joke. The person of whom we speak is seriously ill, almost at death's door. You catch my meaning? He concluded by looking straight at me. I did the same for a moment. Not a word, he replied to me. Neither will I, he said, shrugging his shoulders. That's why I told you this was a serious matter. This evening, Finally we'll know something. Will you go? It is necessary. I will, I told him, shrugging my shoulders in turn. And that's why I spent the whole day wondering like an idiot what kind of relationship could possibly exist between the life-threatening illness of a sister of Funes, who barely knows me, and me, who barely know her, back to Funes. It's the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my life. Metempsychosis, spiritualism, telepathy, and other absurdities of inner worlds are nothing compared to this absurdity here, which concerns me personally, and in which I find myself entangled. It's a small story that makes one go crazy. Judge for yourself. I went to see Funes. Luis Maria took me into his office. We chatted for a moment, pretending to be two fools, since in doing so we avoided looking at each other by talking about the weather and the rain. Finally, Rain came in, and Luis Maria went out, leaving me on the table the pack of cigarettes, because mine was empty. My former classmate then told me what, in summary, gave this. A few days earlier, on an evening at the end of a party at her home, Maria Elvira had become ill because of a bath that was too cold in the afternoon, according to her mother's opinion. What is certain is that she spent a bad night with a severe migraine. In the morning she felt even worse and had a fever. In the evening it's meningitis with all its symptoms, above all delirium, as frank and prolonged as possible, and along with this a nervous trance that couldn't be calmed. The psychological projections of the delirium, so to speak, developed to never turn, starting from the first night, but around only one thing, one single thing, but which absorbs all his life. It's an obsession, continued Rain, a simple 41-degree obsession. The patient has her eyes constantly fixed on the door, but she doesn't call anyone. Her nervous state is felt by this silent anxiety that kills her, and since yesterday we thought with my colleagues that something had to be done. It can't continue like this. Do you know what name she utters as she falls into her sleep? I don't know, I replied, feeling my heart beat suddenly change. Yours, he said, asking for some fire. We remained, as can be understood, a moment silent. You still don't understand, he finally said. I didn't say a word. I murmured, stunned, as can be an adolescent who, leaving the theatre, sees in the half-darkness of his cab La Primera Estrella open her door to him. But I was already almost 30 years old, and I asked the doctor what explanation could be given for this. An explanation? None, not a bit. What do you want us to know about it? But, well, if you want one at all costs, suppose that there is in a given land 1 million, 2 million different seeds, as anywhere. An earthquake occurs, it stirs everything like a devil, shatters the rest, and a seed develops, any seed. Rising from the deepest or highest layers, it's the same thing. A beautiful plant. Does that satisfy you? I couldn't say another word to you. Why you in particular? Who knows her hardly, and the sick woman doesn't know any better. Have you been inside her mind, the preferred seed? What do you want me to know about it? I was replying to his always interrogative look, while feeling quite cool at the thought of being turned into a free subject of brainstorming first, and an agent of therapy. Second, it was at this instant that Luis Maria entered. Your mother is calling you, he said to the doctor, and, turning to me with a forced smile, as I, Serene, kept you informed about what's going on. There would be plenty to drive one mad with someone else. This someone else needs an explanation. The Funes, and in particular the family of which I was so ridiculously a part, have a high opinion of themselves, I suppose due to their origin and their wealth, which seems more likely to me. So they were quite pleased with themselves that their charming son's romantic fancies had turned toward me, Carlos Duran, engineer, instead of fluttering around any individual, of lowly condition. In my inner self I was therefore grateful to the young patrician for the distinction he bestowed upon me. It is extraordinary, repeated Luis Maria, throwing his matches on the table with an annoyed air, and a moment later with another forced smile. Would you mind accompanying us for a moment? You are aware, aren't you? I think Rain is returning. Indeed, the latter was entering the room. She starts up again, and he shakes his head, looking only at Luis Maria. Then Luis Maria turned to me with the third forced smile of the evening. Shall we go? With pleasure, I told him, and we went. The doctor came in without making a sound. Luis Maria entered, Finally I, too, after some time, each one. What surprised me first, although I should have expected it, was the dim light of the room. The mother and the sister stood still and stared at me, replying to the nod I gave them by a brief nod in return, for I did not feel like doing anything else. Both seemed much taller than before. I was looking at the bed, and I saw, under the sheet of ice, 2 eyes open, gazing at me. I looked at the doctor, hesitantly, but he made an imperceptible eye sign to me, and so I went over to the bed. As every man has, I have a vague notion of what 2 eyes love when approached gently. But the light of these eyes, the felicity in which they dimmed at my approach, this flash of lost happiness, even to the strabism when I leaned over them, no normal love attained. 37 will ever make me see them again. She stammered a few words between her parched lips, but with such difficulty that I heard nothing. I believe I smiled like an idiot. What could I do? I wish someone would tell me. And she then extended her arm towards me. Her intent was so ambiguous that I took her hand. "Sit over there," she murmured. Luis Maria hurriedly pushed the chair closer to the bed, and I sat down. "According to you, has anyone ever found themselves in a stranger and weirder situation? I, up front, since I was the hero, to hold in mine a burning hand of fever and love, of a love of fools, and the opposite side, standing the doctor. At the foot of the bed, sitting, Luis Maria, leaning against the head of the bed, in the background, mother and sister. All of them, without saying a word, looked at us askance, with a frown on their brow. What could I do? What could I say? Think it over for a moment, and you will see. The patient, in turn, from time to time, pulled her eyes from mine, and fixed them, full of anxiety, in turn on each of the faces present without recognizing them, in order to let her gaze fall back upon me, and yield herself up to her deep happiness. How long did we remain thus? I don't know anything about it. Perhaps half an hour, perhaps more. A moment I tried to take my hand, but the patient clutched it more firmly in her lap. "Not yet," she murmured, as she tried to find a more convenient position for her head. They all hurried. The sheets were changed, the ice refreshed, and her eyes fixed again in a happy immobility. Now and then they resumed their restless movement, and scoured the faces they did not recognize. 2 or 3 times I shot a glance at the doctor, but he lowered his eyelids as he motioned me to wait. And in the end it was all right, because suddenly, abruptly, like being overwhelmed by sleep, the patient closed her eyes and fell asleep. We all came out, except the sister who took my place in the armchair. It wasn't easy to find something to say, at least for me. Mother, finally, addressed me with a sad and dry smile. "What an awful thing, isn't it? What pain! Horrible, horrible!" That was not illness, but the situation that seemed so horrible to them. It was understood that in this house I would have everything. First the little brother, and now the mother. I, Staram, who had left us for a moment, returned very satisfied with the state of the patient. She rested in peace, until then unknown. The mother looked elsewhere, and I looked at the doctor. I could go away, of course, and I bid farewell. I didn't sleep well, full of dreams with no connection to my normal life. And it's all the fault of the Funes family, and only them. Luis Maria, the mother, the sisters, the doctor, and the cousins. Because, if you think carefully about the situation, it boils down to this. There is first a young girl of 19 years, very beautiful without a doubt, who barely knows me, and to whom I am completely indifferent. This, as far as Maria Elvira is concerned. There is also a young man here, an engineer, if you will, who does not remember ever thinking twice about the young lady in question. In all of this, nothing but very reasonable, understandable, and normal. But here the pretty young girl is sick, meningitis or something like that, and in the delirium of fever, but exclusively in her delirium, she feels burned by love to our cousin, the brother of one of her friends, a young man from the world whom she knows well. No, sir, for me, is it enough stupid, no? I therefore take a decision which I will communicate to the first representative of this sacred family, who will present himself at my door. Yes, it is decided. As I expected, Aisterane came to see me this afternoon. I could not do less than inquire about the patient and his meningitis. Meningitis, he told me. God knows what that is. At first it would seem, and even last night. Today we have no idea what it could be about. But finally I objected, that's brain disease. And spinal cord, of course. with some small lesions, don't know where. Do you know something about medicine? Very vaguely. Good. We're dealing with an intermittent fever, and we don't know where it comes from. It was a case of certain death, and in less time than it takes to say it. Now there are remissions, tick-tack, set as by a clock, but the delirium, I insist, persists. And how? There is everything and anything in this story. By the way, tonight we are waiting for you. Now it was my turn to practice medicine in my own way. I told him that my personal substance had fulfilled its curative role the night before, and that I did not think I would go back. Eystein looked at me intently. Why? What's going on? Nothing, but honestly, I don't think I'm indispensable over there. Tell me, do you have the slightest idea of what it feels like to find yourself in such a humiliating and ridiculous situation? Yes or no? It's not about that. Yes, it is about that, about playing a stupid role. It's curious that you don't understand. I understand too well, but it seems that you make. Don't take offense. A question of pride. What a well-said remark. I exploded. Pride! That's all you found. It seems to you all that when I'm going to sit like an idiot for them to take my hand in front of the whole family who raises an eyebrow, if you think it's just a matter of pride, sort it out among yourselves. I've got better things to do. Eystein apparently understood the truth in what was said, for he did not press the point, and we never mentioned that story again until he left. All this is quite all right. What is least, it is that 10 minutes ago I received a note from the doctor thus turned. Dear friend Duran, with all your pack of resentment, you are indispensable to us this evening. Suppose once again that you are doing service as chloral, veronal, the hypnotic which irritates you least nerves, and come, I said. It was just now I said that all evil came from this letter. And I'm right, because ever since this morning I've been expecting nothing but such a letter. For 7 consecutive nights, from 11 o'clock at night to 1 o'clock in the morning, the moment when the fever decreased, and with it delirium, I stayed by Maria Elvira, Funes' side, as close as two lovers can be. She has reached out her hand to me from time to time, like the first evening, and on other occasions she made an effort to spell my name while looking at me. Therefore I know with perfect certainty that in those moments she loves me deeply, without ignoring the fact that in her lucid moments she doesn't care about my existence, present or future, for a pinch. So then we have a unique case of psychology which a novelist could benefit from. As for me, I can say that this double emotional life has touched me at the heart. The situation is as follows. Maria Elvira, if I haven't said so yet, has the most admirable eyes in the world. Pass yet again, that the first night I only saw in her eyes the reflection of my ridiculous position as an harmless remedy. The third time I had no effort to make me feel the happy being that I pretended, and since then I live and dream of this love in which the fever joins its head with mine. I know that it is all fleeting. I don't know who she is today, and maybe I won't even love her more when I see her standing. But dreams of love, were they but 2-hour dreams at 100 degrees Fahrenheit, have to be paid for on the day that they are made. And if there is anyone in the world that I am willing to risk loving in broad daylight, I'm very afraid it won't be my vain night love. Car, I love in shadow, and think with anxiety the day when Eystein will consider his patient out of danger, and where he'll no longer need me. It's a torture that lovers will appreciate, with all their warm sympathy, shadow or not. Eystein has just left. He told me the patient was improving, and that if he had not been so utterly mistaken, I would be free of Maria Elvira's presence one day soon. Yes, my friend, he said to me, free from ridiculous evening parties, brainy loves and frowns. Do you remember? My face perhaps did not express the supreme joy, because the shifty one began laughing, adding, if I had not been so utterly mistaken, in exchange you will have a compensation. The Funes lived upside down in the last 2 weeks. Do not be surprised if they forgot many things, especially regarding you. In the meantime we are dining there today. Without your blessed presence and the love that you know, I wonder where this all would have taken us. What do you say? I say, I replied to him, that I am almost tempted to decline the honor that the Funes are doing me by admitting me to their table. Eystein began to laugh. Don't make such a big deal of it. I reiterate that they didn't know where their heads were at. When it came to serving opium and morphine, the sedative for miss, they knew very well, right? There, I wasn't forgotten. My man became serious, and looked at me insistently. You know what I think, my dear friend? Say it. That you're the luckiest person on earth, lucky me, or the most fortunate. You understand now, don't you? And he kept staring at me. I said to myself, either I'm an idiot, which is more than likely, or this brave doctor deserves to be kissed until his thermometer falls apart in his pocket. The guy was a smart one, and he knew more than he let on. Maybe, just maybe, it would have been safer to play along. Happy? I asked again. Because of this extravagant love that you have invented with your meningitis? Eysterane again looked at me fixedly, but I thought I could detect this time a vague, very vague trace of bitterness. And even if it were not anything else, fool, he whispered, as he took my arm to go out. On the way we went to the Eagle to have some vermouth, he explained very clearly. 3 things. 1. My presence by the patient's side was absolutely necessary, considering her state of profound excitement, delusion, and depression at the same time. That my job was to keep an eye on her in case she tried to hurt herself or others. 3. That if I ever found myself in a situation where I felt like I couldn't handle it any more, I should go get help from someone else immediately. That the Funes had heard it so, neither more nor less, in spite of what such an adventure might have of equivocal, strange, and inappropriate, without obviously escaping them. The artificial character of all this idyll. The Funes had simply trusted my good breeding to make me realize quite clearly the therapeutic value of my presence near the sick one, and his near mine. It's all about the end, isn't it? I added the comment. In all this conversation there is only one thing. That I don't believe at all that Maria Elvira has for me the slightest real inclination. Is that right? Evidently. The doctor shrugged his shoulders. Put yourself in their place. And the good fellow is right, because the simple fact that she could. Last night I had dinner with Funes. It was not exactly a cheerful meal, though at least Luis Maria was very kind to me. I would like to say the same of his mother, but despite all her efforts to make her table pleasant to me, she sees me only as an intruder who is at certain hours a person. That her daughter prefers above all others. She is jealous, and one cannot blame her. For the rest, they took turns with his daughter to go and see the patient. She had spent a good day, so good that for the first time in 15 days there was no serious, feverish spike that night. And although I stayed until 1 in the morning at talk, at Esterain's request, I had to go home without having seen her even for an instant. Is it clear now? Not seeing her every day. If by the grace of God a fever of 40, 80, 120, or any fever were to strike her tonight. And that's all there is from this blessed man by the gods, Eysterane. She is delusional again. Come right away. All that I've reported here would drive a sane man half mad. Last night, when I entered, Maria Elvira extended her arm to me as she had the first time. She rested her head on her left cheek, and, in that position, she fixed her eyes upon me. I don't know what her eyes were telling me. Perhaps they were offering me all of her life, and all of her soul, in an infinitely happy surrender. Her lips told me something, and I had to bend down to listen. I am happy, she smiled. A moment passed, and her eyes called me again. I bent down once more. And after, she murmured barely, slowly closing her eyes. I believed that she suddenly lost her mind. But a light, this senseless light, in which the gaze is lost in flashes of happiness, flooded his eyes again. And this time I heard with clarity, I clearly received full-face this question. And when I heal and go mad, will you still love me? Madness! It's madness that rides my heart. And after, when I'm not going crazy any more, are we all mad in this house, or was I well there, projected out of myself, an echo of my permanent angst after that? How is it possible that she said so? Was it a delusion or not? Because then, my Mary Elvira. I don't know what I answered. Something that would have, I suppose, scandalized the whole crowd of parents if they had heard me. But I had barely murmured, but she had barely whispered with a smile, and she fell asleep. Returning home, my mind was just a vertigo, with wild desires to jump in the air and shout joyfully. Who among us could swear that he wouldn't have felt the same thing? Because, to be clear, things must be presented thus. The sick deludes, and because of some psychological aberration, she loves X, but only in her delusion. On one side there is this. On the other hand is the X in question who, unfortunately for him, does not feel the strength to strictly limit himself to his role as a medication. And here is that, the patient with her meningitis and unconsciousness, her undeniable unconsciousness, whispers to our friend, "And when I no longer delirium, will you still love me?" This is what I call a small case of crazy, clear, and precise. Last night, on my way home, I thought for a moment that I had found the solution, which would be Maria Elvira in her fever dreamed she was awake. Who hasn't dreamed of dreaming? There can be no simpler explanation, it's certain. But when against the background of this false love, two immense eyes appear that, while filling you with joy, drown themselves in a love that can never be a lie, when you have seen these eyes pass hard, as if on strangers' faces, on familiar ones, to fall into ecstatic happiness before you, despite madness, despite 100,000 such delusions. One would have the right to dream all night of such a love, or, to put it more explicitly, of Maria Elvira Funes. I dream, I dream, I dream. 2 months have passed, and sometimes I still think I'm dreaming. Is it me or not? For the love of all the saints, to whom a hand was extended, a naked arm up to the elbow, when fever made even the beloved faces of the house hostile. Is it I or not who knew how to calm in her eyes, during long minutes of eternity, the loving gaze of my Maria Elvira? Yes, it's me, but everything is over, gone by, extinct, dead, immaterial, as if never to have been, and yet. I saw her again 20 days later. She was now well, and I had dinner with them. At first there was an obvious allusion to the patient's love delusions, with all the natural tact of this house, to which I cooperated as well as possible, for in the past 20 days my chief concern had been to think about the discretion I should exercise on that first visit. But everything went best. "And you," Mother said, smiling, "have you completely recovered from the care we gave you?" "Oh, it was very little." And I would even tell you, I finished smiling too, that I would be ready to bear again. Elvira Maria smiled in turn. "You may be, but not me, I assure you." The mother looked at her with sadness. "My poor little girl, when I think of the extravagances that took you." Finally, she turned towards me with kindness. "You now, could we say, belong to the house, and I assure you that Luis Maria values you a lot." Luis Maria's question put his hand on my shoulder and offered me cigarettes. "Smoke? Smoke, and don't worry about it." "Well then, Luis Maria," his mother said somewhat seriously, "if you listen to yourself, one might think that we are not telling the truth to Duran." "No, Mom, what you say is perfectly accurate, but Duran understands me. I understood that Luis Maria wanted to end these more or less polite pleasantries, but I didn't thank him for it at all. In the meantime, as soon as I could without drawing attention to myself, I fixed my eyes on Maria Elvira. Finally, here I had her before me, cured, well healed. I had loved a shadow, or rather 2 eyes and 30 centimeters an arm, for the rest was only a long white smudge. And out of this dimness, like a chrysalis of silence, had risen a young person, fresh and splendid, indifferent and gay, who did not know me. She looked at me as she might look at a friend of the house, whom it was proper to look at for an instant when something is being related, or a good word commented on, but nothing more. Do not pass even the slightest trace of the past, nor even the pretence that I was not to look upon which I had counted as my last resource. For her, I was a manto, be precise, an individual totally unknown. And think of what it would please me to remember now, that those very eyes, now frivolous, had told me with 2 fingers next to mine. And when I am healed, will you still love me? What good is looking for light, fireflies of a spent happiness, sealed by fire in the buzzing urn of a brain fever? To forget, that's all I wished for, and it was just the thing I couldn't do. Later in the hall, I found a way to isolate myself with Luis Maria, while placing him between Maria Elvira and me, so that I could look at her without punishment on the pretext that my sight naturally carried beyond my interlocutor. And it was amazing how his body, from the tip of his hair to the heels of his shoes, was a living desire, and how, as he crossed the hall to enter the room, each movement of a room, his skirt against the stone floor, could drag my soul after it like a piece of paper. She turned, smiled, crossed in front of me with a forced smile, since I was blocking her way, while I continued on like an idiot, dreaming that she would suddenly stop next too. Me and place not one but both of her hands on my temples. "Well, now that you've seen me standing up, do you still love me? Dead, deadlier than alive, I took leave, and for an instant held fast this cold, friendly, quick hand. However, there is one thing certain. Here's what happened to Maria Elvira, that she may not remember, I admit it. She knows it perfectly, though, as it has been told to her. It is therefore impossible that I be for her devoid of all interest. Charm. God forgive me, she thinks what she wants. But of interest, the man of whom one has dreamed for 20 consecutive nights, it is no. That is why her perfect indifference towards me is not rational. What advantages, what vague chance of happiness would I gain in verifying this? Nothing, as far as I know. Maria Elvira has protected herself against my possible ambitions, and nothing else. This is where she is wrong. I do love her desperately. That much is clear. But for me to demand of her to honor a love debt signed on the accounts of a meningitis, by heaven, no way. 9 in the morning. It's not a really decent hour to go to bed, but this is how it is. At the dance at Rodriguez Pena's in Palermo, then at the bar. All this completely alone, and now to bed. But not without first finishing the packet of cigarettes before sleep comes, and here is why. Tonight I danced with Maria Elvira, and after the dance we talked so. These tiny spots in the pupil, she told me, as we faced each other in front of the buffet, haven't yet disappeared. I wonder what they are. Before my illness I didn't have them. Our dining companion had just pointed out this detail, her eyes all the more luminous because of it. I had barely begun to answer him when I realized my mistake, but it was too late. "Yes," I said, looking into his eyes, "I remember that before you didn't have them." And I turned away. But Maria Elvira began to laugh. "True," she said. "You must know better than anyone. Ah, what a sensation!" My heart was relieved of what huge burden. Finally, it was possible for us to talk about it, it's likely, I replied. Yet better than anyone else, I don't know. But as for the time to which you refer, without a doubt better than anyone else, none at all. I stopped again. The tone of my voice began to drop in a too obvious way. "Yes, yes," smiled Maria Elvira. Serious now, she pushed her eyes apart, for them to rise on the couples who passed us by. There was a pause, a moment in which she could forget all of what we had spoken about, a dark moment of anxiety for me. But without lowering her eyes, as if the faces that passed in front of us, like in a movie, still interested her, she added a moment later, "Profile. When you were my love, no. The surface." "Well put," I replied. "Your love, on the surface?" Then she looked me straight in the eye. "You don't." And she fell silent. "You don't? What? What?" "Finish. What's the point?" "It's a silly thing. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and finish." She began to laugh. "Why bother?" Finally, she added, "Don't you suppose it wasn't just on the surface?" "It's a free suggestion," I answered her. "I was the first one to check for accuracy of the thing when I was your love, on the surface." "Well, well," she murmured. But then the demon of madness came to me after this good thing. Jesting, I was prompted by a question that I should never have asked. "Tell me, Maria Elvira," I bowed. "You don't remember anything, is it not? Nothing about this ridiculous story?" She looked at me, very seriously indeed, with a certain amount of hauteur, if you like, but also with attention, as when we are ready to hear things which, after all, do not displease us. "What story?" she said. "The other story," I told her, "when I used to live next door to you. Nothing. Absolutely nothing." "Well, then, look at me for a second." "No, even if I were to stare at you for 100 years." She shot back in a fit of laughter. "Nope, you're wrong. You stared at me too much before for me not to know. I wanted to tell you this. You don't remember that you told me something. 2 or 3 words, nothing more. During your last feverish night." Maria Elvira furrowed her brows for a moment. She raised them more than is normal. She looked at me carefully, nodding her head. "No, I don't remember." "Ah." And I kept quiet. A moment passed. Out of the corner of my eye I saw that she was still looking at me. "What?" she murmured. What?" I repeated. "What did I tell you?" "I don't remember either." "Yes, you do remember. What did I tell you?" "I don't know, I assure you." "Yes, you do remember." "What did I tell you?" "Well," and I moved closer to her, "if you can't remember anything at all, Since it was just a fever dream, what does it matter to you what I told or didn't tell you during your voir? Delirium? The punch-line was obvious, but Maria Elvira didn't think to answer. She just looked at me for another moment before turning her eyes up slightly with a slight shrug of the shoulders. "Come on," she suddenly told me. "I want to dance this waltz. It's just—" I stood up. The waltz dream that we danced had nothing entertaining. She didn't answer me. As we made our way towards the ballroom, she seemed to be looking for some of her regular riders. "Which unpleasant waltz dream are you talking about?" she suddenly said to me, still scanning the room with her eyes. "Doesn't have anything to do with this," and I shrugged my shoulders. I thought that night we would not talk any more, but Maria Elvira didn't say a word. She didn't seem to find the ideal cavalier she was looking for, either. "So stopping," she told me with a forced smile, the inevitable forced smile that hung over all this story. "If you want, then dance this waltz with your love." In appearance, "I won't say another word," I replied, putting my arm around his waist. "Another month has passed, and to think that Mother Angelica and Luis Maria are now for me tinged with a poetic mystery. Mother, of course, is the person whom Maria Elvira addresses most intimately, and who gives her the most tender kisses." Her sister saw her undressing. Luis Maria, for his part, allows himself to put a hand under her chin when she sits behind him. 3 lucky ones, as we see them, and who are incapable of appreciating the happiness in which they swim. As for me, my life is spent burning cigarettes like leafing through a margarita. Does she love me? Does she not love me? Since the ball at Peffia's house, I've often seen her again, at her house, of course, every Wednesday. It's always the same circle of friends. She maintains them all with her smile, and playfully teases each one whenever engaged in conversation. At least she is like that with everyone else, but as soon as she is with me, she has eyes for no one but them. Is it reasonable? No, it isn't. And here's why I've been dragging a bad laryngitis for a month, smoking my throat. Last night, however, I enjoyed a moment of truce. It was Wednesday. Eysterane was entertaining me, and a fleeting glance from Maria Elvira over the heads of the 4 sires who surrounded her imposed her splendid face on our conversation. We spoke of her, and briefly of the old story. A moment later, Maria Elvira stopped before us. "What are you talking about?" she asked. "About many things," said the doctor. "But first of you—" "Ah, I thought so." She pulled a small Roman armchair towards her and sat with her legs crossed, her torso forward, her head in her hand. "Go on. Now I'm listening to you. I was telling Durand," said Eysterane, "that cases such as yours, when you were ill, are rare, but we know a few. An English author, I can't remember who, mentions one. He is only happier than yours. Happier? Why? Because there's no talk of fever, and the 2 interested parties love each other in a dream. However, in this case you were alone to be in love. Have I already said that Eysterane's attitude towards me had always seemed to me somewhat convoluted? If I haven't said it, at that moment I felt the sudden desire to make him feel it, and not just by looking at him. Something of this desire must have passed through my eyes, because he got up laughing. 'I'll let you make peace, you dirty beast,' I whispered as soon as he had gone away. 'Why? What has he done to you?' 'Tell me, Maria Elvira,' I cried. 'Did he court after you?' 'Who then? Eysterane?' 'Yes, him.' She looked at me warily at first. Then, eye to eye, she replied gravely, 'Yes, I knew this would happen. At least he has some luck,' I whispered bitteringly. 'Why?' she asked. Without answering, I shrugged violently and looked away. She followed my gaze. A moment passed. 'Why?' she insisted, with that heavy and distracted obstination which women have when they begin to feel quite at their ease with a man. She was now standing, and remained, for the brief moments that followed, one knee on the chair. She was gnawing on a piece of paper. I never could find out where she got it, and she looked at me, raising and lowering her eyebrows imperceptibly. 'Why?' I said at last. 'Because at least he has had the luck, him, to not play the role of a ridiculous puppet by a bed, and that he can talk seriously without seeing go up and down a pair of eyebrows, as if one did not understand anything from what I say. Do you understand now?' Maria Elvira looked at me for a few moments, thoughtful, and then she nodded, her piece of paper between her lips. 'It's true or not?' I insisted, but my heart was already pounding. She shook her head again. 'Maria Elvira,' Angelica called from a distance. Everyone knows that the voices of brothers and sisters are generally the most unruly. But never has a brotherly voice descended on someone like a frozen shower, so out of place that day. Maria Elvira threw the piece of paper and removed her knee. "I leave you," she said, laughing, this laugh that I had already seen her when she faced a suitor. "Just one more moment," she said to me. "Not another," she replied to me as she walked away and waved at me. What else could I do? I asked myself. "Nothing," I answered, "except chew the little piece of wet paper, stick my mouth in her knee crevice, and pound the chair against the wall. And then, because of my stupidity, I banged my skull into a mirror. It's an unbearable rage against myself that hurt me the most, above all. Man's intuition, the psychology of a broken man. And the first coquette, whose knee leaves her mark before me, mocks it all with a lightness unmatched. I can't take it any more. I love her like a madman, and I don't know which is even more bitter, if she really loves me or not. And, moreover, I dream too much, and things of this sort." We went through a large hall, she all white leaning on my arm, and me like a black rag next to her. There were only elderly people who, all seated, watched us go by. It was a ballroom yet, and they said of us, "Meningitis and its shadow." I awoke, but I started dreaming again that the ballroom in question was frequented by the daily deaths of an epidemic. The white dress of Maria Elvira was a shroud, and I, on the other hand, remained always the same shadow, but instead of a head I now had a thermometer. We were still. Meningitis and its shadow. What can I do with dreams like this? I can't take it any more. I'm leaving for Europe and North America, anywhere as long as I can forget about it. What's the point of staying? To keep repeating the same story and being alone like a clown, or to separate every time we feel close to each other. No, it's time to end this. I don't know if this sentimental distance, yes, sentimental, if he will or not will serve my projects, but staying would be ridiculous and stupid, and there is no reason to amuse the Maria Elvira further. I could write here things quite different from what I have just noted, but I prefer simply to tell what happened on the last day that I saw Maria Elvira. By braveness, or by defiance against myself, or who knows in what macabre and suicidal hope, I went the day before my departure to say good-bye to the funeral. I already had the ticket in my pocket for 10 days, which shows enough that I did not have much confidence in me. Maria Elvira was feeling unwell, a sore throat or migraine, but she was visible. I entered the antechamber for a moment to greet her. Seeing me, she was a little surprised, although she had taken the time to glance quickly at the mirror. She had a downcast face, pale lips and eyes set deep in their sockets. But to me she was always beautiful, and perhaps even more so because I was losing her. At first she didn't understand. "You're leaving? Where then?" "In North America." "I just told you that." She murmured, without concealing a very distinct pinking of her lips, but she gave me an anxious look immediately. "Are you sick?" She wasn't exactly, but I didn't feel good. She murmured again. She looked out of the windows, her eyes wide open in thoughtless wonder. As for the rest, it was raining in the street, and the anteroom wasn't clear. She turned to me. "Why are you leaving?" she asked. "Oh," I smiled. "It's a long story, immensely long. Finally I leave." Maria Elvira fixed her eyes on me again, and her expression, attentive and concerned, grew dark. I thought, let's end this, and, as I approached, "Well, Maria Elvira," she offered me her hand, a cold, wet hand of a sick person. Before leaving, she said to me, "You don't want to tell me why you're leaving?" Her voice had grown softer, and the tone had changed. My heart began to beat wildly, but as in a flash I saw her before me as that night when she walked away, laughing, and with the hand telling me, "No, enough! No, me too!" I had my share of all this. "I'm leaving," I told her very clearly, "because I've had enough of the pain, ridicule, and shame of myself. Are you satisfied?" She still had her hand in mine. She withdrew it, slowly turned around, took the score from the music stand to place it on the piano. All this she did with calm and caution. Then she looked at me again with a constrained and painful smile. "And what about me? I asked you not to leave." "But, my God," I cried, "you see then that you are killing me with all these stories? I can't stand this torture any more and take it all in the face. What do we gain?" What do you get out of this little game? No, enough is enough. You know, I added as I approached, you know what you told me this last night when you were sick? Do you want me to tell you again? Do you want anything? She remained immobile, gazing at me intently. Yes, tell me. Good. You've told me, and cursed be the night when I heard it. You've told me very clearly this, and when I no longer say anything to you, will you still love me? It was madness. I know well. But what do you want me to do now, me? That I should stay here by your side? That I should become a living shadow because of the way you are? Because I love you like a fool? Well, this too is clear, isn't it? I promise you that the life I lead is not a life. No, it's not a life. And I leaned my forehead against the window, defeated, feeling that after what I had just said, my whole life was crumbling forever. But it had to be finished, and I turned around. She was next to me, and in her eyes, like a bolt of joy this time, I saw her eyes sparkle, flutter, drip that moist light of happiness which I had thought was dead. "Maria Elvira!" I exclaimed, cried out. "I believe! My beloved, my beloved, my beloved soul!" And she, in the silent tears of her torment, finished. Defeated, abandoned, happy, had finally found on my breast a convenient position for his head. This is it. What could be simpler than this story? I suffered. It's possible I cried and yelled with pain. I must believe it, since that is what I wrote. But hell, how far everything is. All the more so. And this is the most pleasant part of our story, because she is here, next to me, reading over my shoulder everything I write. She objected more than once to many of my observations, but in the name of the literary art into which we had fallen with such ease, she resigned herself in good wife's style. In the meantime, she thought, as I did, that the general impression of the reconstructed story, step by step, was a pretty exact reflection of what happened, what we felt, and endured. What, considering that he is an engineer, isn't bad at all. Just then, Maria Elvira interrupts me to say that my last sentence isn't quite right. My story isn't just good, it's very good. And as an irrefutable argument, she puts her arms around my neck and looks at me, at maybe less than 5 centimeters. True, she murmurs, or rather coos. Can I put crying? Yes, and then this and that. And she gives me a kiss. What else could I say? Solitary reading. I am with those whose hearts are broken because of me. El Malamatia, ruler of Afrad, or solitaire as I am, as my character said, capable of breaking a heart. To see what it contains, at the risk of killing myself on the debris of that heart, Horacio Quiroga, letter to Ezequiel Martinet Estrada, the need for a different reading of all. Quiroga appeared to me one day when I began to reflect on self-destroying boats, on the brevity of the narrative, the repetition of suicide, the disturbing simplicity of fire, language, and the story itself, whose final word remains suspended. When one of them jumped into the water, the others turned around for a moment, concerned as if they remembered something, and then forgot it immediately. That's how they all disappeared. I suppose those from the night before, and others, and those on other boats, that's all. The narrator locks these singular causes between memory and oblivion, because the narrator assumes the solitude of the writer. I then remained alone, staring like an idiot at the deserted sea. Loneliness is this part of absence that death leaves behind. Idiocy is nothing but astonishment before repetition, and, behind loneliness and idiocy, there is always the danger of coming upon an abandoned boat. There is hardly anything more terrible than to come across on the sea an abandoned boat. The shock brings them both down. One and the other, the two boats that collide, but also the two fathers of Quiroga. One could, in fact, evoke Prudencio Quiroga, the sailor father of the writer. One day, while coming down from a boat armed with a rifle, the shot went off, and he collapsed, without anyone ever knowing if it was suicide or an accident. The important thing was that Horatio, 3 months old, was waiting on the platform in his mother's arms. But the same scene was to be repeated 17 years later, and this is where the other one enters. The other one, Asensio Barcos, Horatio's stepfather, a duplicate of the first father by name. Barcos means ship in Spanish, even up to his death. 17 years after Prudencio, he commits suicide with a shot of a gun under Horatio's eyes. It is on the lived human fund of these two identical deaths that come to be inscribed the idiocy and loneliness of the narrator before the inexplicable repetition of suicides. Suicide boats, suicides, suicide makers, los buques suicidantes in Spanish. The title of the tale itself indicates the eternal and present force of these abandoned paternal boats that the narrator seems to approach with his companions to feed the repetition. In the end, 6 found the courage to go fill the void, and I followed them. The encounters with the parental suicide boat mark off the stories and introduce into the collection the inexplicable repetition. In As Old as Death, the scene that returns like a nightmare leads to a definitive departure. The boat leaves in a moment, and, this time, I will not return. It is still in his boat carried by the river that the character of La Dérive agonizes, and, if in Les Tâcherons, a tourneau closes on Podley, it is well from a boat, silex, that depend the death or salvation of Caetano. In the suicide boats, 6 sailors accompany the narrator, and, precisely, it is to 6 different deaths that Quiroga is confronted until 1916. His 2 fathers, his sister and brother, his best friend, his first wife. When in 1916 he starts to gather love stories of madness and death, 1917, his wife herself has just embarked on one of those abandoned boats by committing suicide in an awful agony, 1915. Among 100 tales, Horatio chooses those which he seems to better code his original catastrophe and that of his literature. Born in a family disaster, it is repetition that makes him become a writer. Asensio Barcos commits suicide in 1896, and Horatio begins writing in 1897. It is with the story El Crimen del Otro that he returns to literature after the accident by which he kills his friend Ferrando and Ana Maria's suicide, who precedes Little. The compilation of tales, plain on all the collection as the memory of the essential tragedy that revealed him as a man and a writer. Quiroga must have been haunted by the dead. I simply accepted this hypnotic death as if I were already counselled, said the narrator of The Suicide Boats. Like a man who bears death within himself and spreads it around him, he crafts his narratives out of the fantasy of devouring monstrosity. The 4 monsters in the slaughtered hen are like the 4 children Quiroga is watching the 5th girl out of the 2nd bed, 2nd father. The monstrous animal in the feather pillow sucks the blood of Alicia. Correction, his column of little blonde and carnivorous ants, devours accountant Gabriel Benincasa. The children play with Bertita's curls as if they were feathers. The monstrous parasite appears buried in the feathers of the pillow. The top feathers flew, and Gabriel Benincasa bears the name of the angel of the visitation. The feather, the visitation, or the curse unites the bird, the angel, and the accountantula. By the way, before she was vampirized by the bird parasite, wasn't Alicia described as a young woman, blonde and angelic, as if the decontamination were taking place under the double sign of the demonic, infernal and luminous, angelic and terrestrial? The monster grows between the feathers as if the feather were contaminated by death. This is the text translated into English. The writer confronts this monster, but he too is armed with a pen. Pens seal the love of Bertita's parents, Jordans, and a god of writing in the devouring of Gabriel by the ant's corrections. The image of the garment that covers the skeleton of the accountant is a metaphor for the obscuring of truth, of the body, below the words, corrected, of history and the theistry. Empire of a belief that writing contains, love of madness and death, which gives its title to the collection, proceeds from an ancient tradition. Because love is as strong as death, says the Song of Songs. Lord, would you like to hear a beautiful tale about love and death? It is asked in Bédier's Tristan, and, even more specifically, the split between love and death appears in the Zohar. For love is as strong as death, fierce as the tear of the spirit when it parts from its body. Bible, literature, and the Kabbalah strengthen the experience of this divisive rift between body and mind, comparable to that of death or love in death. The violence of Quiroga's writing is not just narrative, it is scriptural and rooted in a theological and Kabbalistic tradition that needs to be illuminated. The traces of this origin are as imperceptible as the 2 small drops of blood left on Alicia's pillow by the bite of the monster. When they appear more clearly, as in La Dérive, these traces allow us to translate the symbolic dimension of the text. The man is bitten by a serpent, whose name evokes the Lord and the cross. Yara, say the Lord, the master of men and earth, that is God, aforesays the Guarani mythology, which is Yard, is confirmed by the Guarani language, in which Yararakusu designates a particular snake, said, the great cross snake, because it has a cross drawn on its head. The narrative, then, is a step-by-step reconstruction of the double experience of body and spirit in the language of religious and mystical syncretism, which becomes patent at the end of the tale. It was on a Good Friday or a Thursday that the character last saw the receiver at the factory in Port Esperance. Elsewhere, the clues that authorize this reading are delivered to us by dogs, Yaguai, who digs out nests of churus de simple perdrix en Guarani, mais livres de l'existence, ou éléments spirituels, ou selon la tradition islamique. In the same way, it is still to dogs that death appears as a double in isolation. What dogs smell, and what one has to seek with them, are the glyphs, hidden letters, that order the game of doubles of life and death and love, through the writing of Horacio Quiroga. An esoteric belief-based secret art is therefore sketched out on the realistic background of the tales. The transliterator's procedures play to conceal a discourse organization as powerful and secret as the origin of the catastrophe is rebuilt. Experience corrects lived experience for writing. I have suffered, it is possible. I have wept. I have screamed in pain. I must believe that's why I wrote it, the meningitis. And its shadow, as if the truth of life were laid down in writing. Because under the written there is the letter, the treasure of the letter. This treasure that should coincide with the truth of the tales, we can discover it by questioning Cassim, the jeweller of the solitaire. His name and trade are imbued with mystical echoes. His first name, Cassim, which is a spelling of Cassim, a Kabbalist master who died in 910, who developed the theory of the unity of the name and the pluralization of its manifestations, according to which the identity of the name and the named is crossed by the particular meaning. Alongside, Cassim can still be read as a distortion of miskas, mis letras K, my letters K, being the letter that seals the treasure. In the Kabbalah, in fact, the letter K is the initial of the verb existentative kien, which one should recognize as the letter of creation by the Spirit, but also, according to the Zohar 3a, as the letter of extermination and death. This is where the tales find their mystical anchor, where life, marked by death from birth for Quiroga, and writing spiritual creation are unified. In the same way, Cassim's occupation gives us another clue. Treasure, diamond, or jewelry in Kabbalah symbolizes the search for a personal seal, kitten of wisdom like Thi, kittens of stones that the jeweler sets in the occult part of each person. I was a hidden treasure. I wasn't known. Gold, I love to be known. So I created creatures and made them know me by. Then they knew me, wrote Ibn Arabi, The Tree of the World. In the narrative transposition, Quiroga, artisan writer, recognizes his own treasure in creating the creatures to know and be known. These mystical references, of which we can only here signal their existence, authorize a new reading of the work of Quiroga. They allow us to illuminate in particular the transposition in the narratives of a specific story, personal, or, as has been observed, autobiographical. They also testify to ties that appear in filigrane in writing between tales and some universal texts. If one never thought to read from these texts, Quiroga certainly comes from the narrative impact of the tales, but also because of the secret and strange character of these references. It is not a question here to make an inventory of all the indices that from story to story connect the tales of madness and death to a forgotten mystical thought. We would like to be only the intermediaries of an unpublished reading that does not oppose biographical or realistic analysis, but which allows us to find the unity of fear, stories beyond their apparent heterogeneity. Some will be surprised by this narrative physiognomy of an author who is amply commented on by the Hispanic university and school tradition. Others will reproach us for Succumbing to the esoteric fashion that the air of time bears, to all I recommend reading carefully the letters of Quiroga to his brother. Initiated by Ezequiel Martinez Estrada, written a year before his death, and questioning on this Semitic face hidden in his thick black beard, as described by his editor, Enrique Espinosa, the signs of the lonely missionary who so carefully hid his spiritual allegiance. This is from French to English. Indeed, in a letter to Martinez Estrada, Quiroga defines himself using the words of one of his characters. I am, as my character said, capable of breaking a heart just to see what it contains, at the risk of killing myself, on the debris of that heart. I am with those whose hearts are broken. Victor Fuenmayor, Maracaibo, September 21st, 1984. Table translator's note by Frederick Chambert. The engorged hen suicide boats, the soloist a plume pillow, Isolde's death a drift sunstroke barbed wire. The logger's yaguai, the tree trunk's fisherman, wild honey, our first cigarette, a season of love, meningitis, and its shadow reading a solitary by Victor Fuenmayor 1. The way in which Quiroga condenses and seeks to master his destiny through writing is notably studied by the Venezuelan critic Victor Fuenmayor. See in particular The Materiality of Words, an analysis of the discourse of H.Q., Paris, Des Lettres, 1983, see postface 2, Ante si Tribunal, El Hogar, Buenos Aires, Note 91, Sept. 11, 1930. 3. C. Postface 4. Morel H. et J.D. Morrow, American Mythological Dictionary, Distar, Buenos Aires, 1978.